My lovely, lovely, lovely imps, how are you doing today? Brina Punk Corpse, Ada Stardust, Baphomet, Sophie Somniostatic, Kruva, Gayfesh? God, the chat is moving so quickly these days. Token Brazilian, Thick Boy, Philly Wonk, Put the Screw in the Tuna, Uncle Gumbald, Aska, Yasmin, Tungsten Wastrel, Maki Pocky, Holly Fox, Zygote, Moss Meow, Ada Stardust, Ugly Pie, Cotton D-Pad, Bottling Sunshine, Kitty, Kada, Sophie, Soul, Gracchus, Jazz Dog, Dokai Bling, or Bing, Dokai Bing, Brina, This Person, Dank Catlord Vines, Three Places at Once, Doomed Potato, Bill Portley, Arius, Dank Catlord, Maki Pocky, Renophilia, King Lishu, Zygote, Ashmar, Ether, Vox Syndicate, Mika Niao, A Causality, Silent, hey Silent, Furcifer, Vorbuddy, Sprodman, Lizlocked, Vox Syndicate, Marceline Flowers, wait, I already said Sprodman. Sprodman, you get a second one. And from the YouTube chat, we have Bree, Remy Starlight, Theos, Kevin and or Susie, Leanne Scott, Lillian, Rhodes, Brina again, Bree, Adrian Goguin, Mesmerized, Lillian, Chainsaw, Cash, Coffee, and Chaos, Silly String, Samuel Cohen, Cooch Patrol Pooch, Sunny Joe, Ron's KFC, Chilaquiles Verdes, Ice Devil, Arlocks, and I'm sure many, many more. How are you all doing today? I hope you are doing wonderfully. You guys want to see something super edgy? Check out this hood. I can't wear the hood like this because it makes me seem too evil. It's like almost like a Sith Lord type thing going on. Yes, do it. Have you ever heard the tale of Dark Plagueis the Wise? It's not a story the Jedi would have told you. People say I look like a Kingdom Hearts character. Fair. It's a little Naruto-y. The neck piece is definitely a bit Naruto. But I like it. I like it. Yeah, Sith Lord Mama. Welcome. Thank you for being here, everybody. Press that like button. Press that like button right now if you have not pressed the like button, which I know many of you have not, seeing as how we only have slightly over 100 likes. I would like as many likes as possible, as early as possible. We have a lot to discuss today. I have been researching a lot for this stream, and it's a double drama stream. That's right. It's the end. Well, I wouldn't say the end, but my tree is starting to dry out, so we're going to have to rebuild the set here pretty soon for the non-Infamous set. So, you know, we are approaching sort of the tail end of Infamous, but I figured one last gift was fine, that a double drama day would be very fun for everyone. Thank you for covering the OGL 1.1. Are you going to cover the ORC by Paizo? I'm going to mention it. However, today I'm going to be focusing on the drama. What is making people mad? I'm very happy that Paizo is aiming to create a replacement option for the OGL, but we'll make all of that make sense to all of you. If you are here today and you don't really know what any of these words mean, don't worry, you will. If you've ever heard of a thing called D&D, this episode is going to be interesting to you because this episode actually combines a bunch of our favorite topics here. It combines nerd shit, it combines capitalism, it combines the woke mafia. It combines the woke mind virus. It's got all of our favorite things. So yeah, we're gonna hit a whole bunch of stuff today. But also at the after we do the official DramaMama episode, Omen Daxam. Oh my God, you're right. My Organization 13 name would be Omen Daxam. That's so accurate. Holy shit. White people saying woke. Well, that was just a joke. obviously the only woke that goes on here is when I yell loudly and it woke you up. Anyway, yeah, so, yeah, what was I gonna say? D&D, is that like S&M? It's exactly like S&M. There's no difference. They're basically the same thing. It means dominate and dehumanize. It's the same thing. Yeah. There's roleplay in both. That is true. There is roleplay in both. Both involve dungeon masters sometimes, not always, but yes, frequently. Both have whips and chains. Sometimes you meet a wizard. Yeah, so that's how it goes. Anyway, we are going to be doing two major things today. The first one is what I just mentioned, the open game license, Hasbro, Wizards of the Coast, Dungeons and Dragons, Pathfinder, nonsense that has been going on. And let me tell you, it is a uniquely wild endeavor. Hey, Kitty Kata, thank you very much for the gifted tier 1 sub. I deeply appreciate that. Thank you so very much. Seriously. So we're gonna talk about that. And then there's a second drama that we're gonna be talking about. Some of you may have heard whispers of it already, but a rather large content creator by the name of Kidology. I don't know why their name is Kidology. I don't really get it, but whatever. Their name is Kidology. They are a rather large content creator, and they made a video talking about the online left. And I watched about 15 minutes of it, and then I realized that I absolutely needed to respond to it on stream. And there's been a lot of drama lately between members of the online left and Kidology. In fact, Kidology recently had a beef with none other than FD Signifier. FD Signifier, who you all know as somebody recently who I have said that I generally respect what they have to say, though I have some disagreements with certain, with the way they've approached certain issues. For example, they have looked the other way on some pretty egregious false allegations made by their friends, by their like stated friends, and I think that's a bad thing. However, I generally respect the work that FD Signifier does, even if I don't appreciate the way that they handle, calling out their friends. So there is a big beef going on between this Kidology person and a couple of other people. However, it culminated in the following video. This is a video which is called The Left Needs to Up Their Game. Kindly do better. Oh, I meant to show you this. Sorry. The left needs to up their game. Kindly do better. Now, some of you will remember that recently I said that the left needs to improve in some very specific ways, and I also made fun of people who just say do better. Thankfully, this video essayist came along just in time to tell us that we need to do better, and to do so in a very interesting fashion. So let me tell you, you all are in for a treat. This is going to be one of those reacts that that is gonna go down in the history books, I think. Cause like I said, I watched about the first 15 minutes of this video or so, and let me tell you, it's got some major issues that we gotta discuss. So you guys can look forward to maybe, you know, a little bit of spice this stream. Not to, you know, poison the well or anything like that. It's more like seasoning the well in this particular case. Because to be honest, no one really would be excited about a video titled Kindly Do Better. So I need to let you know that it actually will be fun for us to react to this because I got a lot of stuff to say. It'll also be infuriating. I don't know. I don't want to spoil anything, but we will be eating well tonight, my lovely, lovely imps. Let me tell you that, okay? Can we do the react video first? No, we cannot, unfortunately. I'm very sorry about that. I need to do the DramaMama first because I have done not just me, but me and 2 other people have done a considerable amount of work on this DramaMama, and I want to shout out specifically both Grime Dango and Silent. Both Silent and Grime Dango helped me out significantly with gathering the sources for this DramaMama. Both of them have put in a lot of time and effort, as have I, but all 3 of us have been sort of working together on preparing this DramaMama. We have a lot to talk about. Of course, we're gonna warm up for a little bit longer first. Yeah, so, by the way, some of you who follow my Mastodon account, which is DemonMama at masto.anarch.cc, it should be in the chat, hold on, let me do Masto, or, there we go. There's my Mastodon. If you all want to follow me, go ahead and click that link. You should follow me on your Mastodon. If you're on Mastodon or on the Fediverse at large, you should follow me. I like to post like longer form stuff there. I don't really do like the quippy stuff. I don't do a whole lot of like Twitter type stuff. I actually write like blogs basically. And I'm actually thinking about perhaps moving to a more solid blogging platform where I can write my thoughts. But some of you will know that if you already follow me there, you will know that I wrote a review recently about the series Hannibal, which is a couple years old now. But I've been watching it recently. I've been watching Hannibal, you know, like Hannibal Lecter. Spoilers, he eats people. I'm about to drop a Substack. Hey, you know, maybe. Oh yeah, I should post the link over here too. Sorry about that. I forgot that we don't have a command for it in YouTube because that's how YouTube's weird about that. There you go, bam. Yeah, so Hannibal is so hard to watch with all the gore. Yes, Hannibal is they absolutely love the visceral gore. They absolutely love the visceral like cuts, which I think is amazing. The practical effects in the show are fantastic. The CGI sucks like terribly, which is too bad, but whatever. There's not much of it. There's not a whole lot of the CGI. The practical effects look fantastic. And it's very clear that like a lot of their budget goes to the practical effects. However, I am just beginning Hannibal season 3, and once I am done, the season 3 is the last season of Hannibal. Once I'm done, I'm going to be going and watching all of the Hannibal Lecter movies, including Silence of the Lambs, Red Dragon, etc., etc. And then I'm probably going to do a proper full review. But I wanted to tell you early on, in case any of you want to jump on board this train, or in case any of you are already on this train with me, I wanted to tell you what I'm planning because I really, really like Hannibal. The first season of Hannibal had a lot of issues. There were things that I didn't love about it, but I quite liked it. I enjoyed the first season a lot. The second season of Hannibal launches into what I consider to be masterwork television. It is seriously fantastic. The second season is like this. Oh yeah, and if you're a Pathologic fan out there, you will love Hannibal season 2. No joke. It has a lot of like, I don't know, there's some spiritual similarity between the two. Did I enjoy the season 2 finale? I quite liked the season 2 finale, quite a lot actually. But season 2 of Hannibal is like, it's like artistically supercharged. Everything about the show is taken to 100. Everything from the strange theatrical performances to the unbelievable set design. Like in a lot of the scenes center around Hannibal making food, and he makes these strange otherworldly dishes that look like they were delivered to you from an alien planet, but they're all based on real foods. It's messed up and it's amazing. And I don't want to spoil anything about the show, because there's a lot of stuff going on in the show. But I highly recommend it. Like I said, the first season, if you pick up Hannibal and you start in the first season, you might go, I don't know how I feel about this. But I assure you, stick through to the second season and you will be not just pleasantly surprised, you will have your mind absolutely blown. Kitty Kata says, Will Graham is my favorite character because of how incredibly profound his personality is. Yeah, okay, so one of the main pieces of the show, one of the main, like, subjects of the show is neurodivergence, you know, neuroatypicality. Will, more or less, has autism. It's not 100% blunt about it, but okay, it is at times. They use some euphemistic language, but so does the real world. Will is autistic, and that aspect of his life, it drives a huge part of the story. And season 2 is where it really comes to full fruition. They're sort of what the message of the show is trying to communicate, which is the way that the world ignores literal murderers, literal cannibals, but and welcomes them like into the fold, but then punishes and terrorizes people who happen to think slightly differently but don't actually harm anybody. It's wild. It's an absolutely wild show. I was not expecting to get like a super deep analysis of like hyper medicalization and ableism, but it's absolutely there and it's absolutely fantastic. Yeah, it's incredible. Yeah, so isn't that the show where the guy and the other guy are like gay but not really gay? They are absolutely unquestionably gay. And it's just that much like the message of the rest of the show, who they are is communicated in a very strange way. Hannibal does not speak, well, he does. He basically speaks every language you can imagine, but his language, the way he communicates his authentic self is alien and also very harmful. As opposed to Will Graham, who is not so. Do they actually fuck it all in that show? I don't know yet. Maybe in the last season, but yes. It's that meme, you know, the meme where it says behind every gay person there is a more evil and more gay and even more gay and even more evil person. That's the show. Behind every Will Graham there is a twisted cannibal psychopath. But yes, Mothman, I think you'll really enjoy it. But yes, also, I have a lot of, again, I mentioned I have a lot of critiques of the first season. Don't get me wrong, the first season is still very, very entertaining. And a lot of people probably wouldn't have the same critiques of the first season that I do. But the second season, just, it goes so hard. It's like, it's weird. I don't know how to like, it weirds me out when there's a TV show where one of the seasons stands out so far above all of the other seasons. Especially when that's like the middle season. But as far as I understand it, the third season is also very, very good, which makes me excited because I just started the third season and I'm liking it so far. But season 2, like I said, it comes into its own. And you could even say it bursts from its cocoon. To borrow from the show's own imagery. It's fantastic. And I recommend it, and you should all check it out because I'm gonna definitely, when I'm done with the series and when I'm done watching all the movies, I might even read the Hannibal Lecter books because I'm actually super interested in the entire series now. I remember when I've seen Silence of the Lambs many times throughout my life. I studied it in film school. I really enjoyed it when I was younger. I thought it was a super scary movie and it freaked me out and everything. But like I never really got hooked on the whole world. But this time I have. I should watch the Nazi Hunter show. What's the Nazi Hunter show? Oh, yeah. Uncle Gumbald says the first half of season 3 is some of the best cinematography of all cinematography. So in season 3, in the first season, it kind of emulates a crime drama or a crime serial, I think is what it's called. Yeah, crime serial, where it's like, wait, that's not the right word. I'm missing it. It's a crime procedural. Sorry, crime procedural is what it emulates in the first season. In the second season, it becomes a theatrical, reality blurring nightmare zone. And in season 3, they literally are just like, you know what? Why don't we just film inside of a 500-year-old castle? Why don't we just film inside of a literal gigantic cathedral? So like in season 3, it's like the camera team and the set team is just like, yeah, we're gonna go film in one of the most historically incredible and still standing structures in the world, and we're gonna make it fit perfectly with our crazy show. It's awesome. Oh, it's so wild. It's not a cookie. What do you think about the trans politics around Silence? There's a Lindsay Ellis video that I thought was quite good. I remember watching that video. I would like to think on it myself before giving any like hard lines, but I think that the problem, well, yes, I do think that a lot of very stupid people watched Silence of the Lambs and came away with trans people bad, but like Buffalo Bill in Silence of the Lambs, the guy who, I don't want to spoil, well, who cares, it's an ancient movie. In Silence of the Lambs, the very old movie now, there is a character called Buffalo Bill who skins people, especially women, and he wears their skins as a suit. And there's a scene where he like tucks his penis and he's like, oh, would you fuck me? I'd fuck me. And yeah, they explicitly say he's not transsexual because Buffalo Bill was based on Ed Gein. Ed Gein is a real serial killer. If you don't know who Ed Gein is, he is one of the most infamous serial killers of all time. He is also, Ed Gein was also the main inspiration for the Texas Chainsaw Massacre character Leatherface. Ed Gein was a hermit, basically, who lived in a rural town. And at first, he would dig up graves and skin them, and he would make clothing, lampshades, all kinds of stuff out of human skin. Very terrifying. And yes, also for Psycho. Ed Gein is like one of the most deranged and like terrifying serial killers to learn about. I think he was like active in the like early 1900s or late 1800s. Let me make sure I got that right. Yes, Ed Gein, actually he lived until 1984. Holy shit, he lived to be almost 80. But anyway, Ed Gein was, he was like active in the early 1900s. And from like 1920 to like 1950. And he first started grave robbing, and then he started killing people and skinning them. And it's really weird because if you, like, people couldn't figure out his exact motivation for it. It was one of those things where like he just his brain operated in a way that was completely alien to most people. He wasn't like, I don't know, it's very weird. I've read a lot about Ed Gein. Anyway, Buffalo Bill, this is all a huge distraction. Buffalo Bill was based off of Ed Gein. He wasn't supposed to be a trans person, but of course, a lot of people read it that way. And of course, there was room for critique on the creators not doing a good enough job, shaping the story such that it doesn't look poorly on people who don't have anything to do with that. Because I don't know if you guys know this, but trans people don't skin people to become trans. Trans people are just trans. They just want to change their own bodies to be the way that makes them happy. I know this is shocking news. Yeah, so, yeah. Anyway. Anyway, yeah, you don't say, Mama? I don't know. Well, all right, maybe there's one or two of you out there, but if so, I highly recommend reconsidering your ways, because I don't think highly of people who skin people alive. Even though I do that on this stream all the time, proverbially, when I skin their arguments to the bones. Woo. I thought Buffalo Bill was supposed to be a Blanchardian AGP. No, I don't believe so. Maybe. I mean, there's certainly some things that pull from Blanchard, but keep in mind that Blanchard himself is a deranged psychopath. So like, Blanchard's AGP is a unscientific drivel, and Blanchard is a deranged freak who basically took his own prejudice and turned it into science while like actively contributing to the torture of trans people, specifically trans kids. So yeah, he also doesn't have a license to practice medicine anymore. Do you ever wonder why? Unfortunately, interestingly, much like the lessons in the television show titled Hannibal, it takes all too long for institutions as they exist to filter out the monsters within them. It's actually incredibly, or I shouldn't say incredibly easy, but it is incredibly possible for very evil people to crawl their way into positions of incredible power over others, specifically in the medical and psychiatric fields, at which point they can literally mutilate you if they so desire it. They can literally tell other people that you are too crazy to be allowed back into the world and keep you separated from loved ones, from the world that you know and love, and keep you imprisoned in an asylum. It still happens. So, yeah. The book Silence of the Lambs came out in '88. Oh, I can't speak to the book Silence of the Lambs. Maybe I would like to read Silence of the Lambs and find out if it incorporates that Blanchardian crap. If it does, that is just more of a indictment of Blanchard as a whole, because again, Blanchard attempted and succeeded for a very long time in laundering his own prejudice as science, despite the fact that the work that he did was laughably bad. He rode on prejudice and he rode on influence to be able to popularize a theory that falls apart on the most basic levels. And I don't want to jump into Blanchard here. I've talked about Blanchard on stream before. I could at some point do a whole segment about Blanchard if you wanted, but that time is not right now. Needless to say, Blanchard's theories about trans people were so far away from reality that to read them now, it feels like you're reading like a Matt Walsh blog or worse. His interpretations are patently wrong on their face. He used incredibly flawed methodology. He pulled from incredibly suspicious sources. He pressured people that he interviewed. He pressured people that he documented. It's very, very bad. Ada Stardust says, I recently got algorithmically served an article from an electroconvulsive therapy to treat autism advocate. That was her complaining about autists self-advocating, asking parents and providers to stop using highly medicalized and pathologized language to describe their kids. You have to understand that medicalized and pathologized language is designed to dehumanize. It is designed to insert distance from the people who are the actual subjects being discussed about. And there's numerous reasons for that. Some of them are more seemingly benign. For example, you don't want to make when you're doing medicine, you want to get rid of bias as much as possible. So inserting distance between doctors and their patients can in some cases be important to the process of truth gathering. However, the sort of permeation of medicalization and the permeation of pathologization in both medicine and psychiatry leads to what we sometimes colloquially call a gigantic God complex in a lot of doctors and psychiatrists, where their own prejudices go completely and utterly uninterrogated because they have worked themselves into a position of being the voice of truth. They are who is consulted. And so there's no one to tell them that you're baking your own biases into the things that you're saying. So, yeah. Yes. Q-Stick says, the power dynamic of therapists believing and thinking that they are the arbiter of sanity is oof. Well, our entire society is built on that. Sanity is not as simple a concept as one would like to think. It never has been, it never will be. And in fact, you'll notice if you, with even a small level of interrogation, you might soon discover that sanity is often tied to your ability to do what companies want of you, indirectly. That your sanity is determined by, can you go to a job, which is working for a company? Can you pay your bills, which is paying a company on time, landlord especially? Can you behave a certain way in certain environments, which once again is to the benefit of whoever owns those certain environments. Sanity is a very fraught concept. A huge problem, Killjoy says, a huge problem I've experienced was hammer and nail shit, where doctors pick a diagnosis and send it off like 3 pages of questionnaires. Yes, that can happen. In fact, this is one of the things that's discussed heavily in the show Hannibal, which inspired this entire rant that I've been on. Hannibal discusses psychic driving, which is a concept in psychology of basically a psychiatrist or psychologist convincing their patient over time that they have something, or that they have done something, or that they are doing something that they aren't actually doing. It's basically medicalized gaslighting. It's this idea of planting certain ideas and making, and of course, what's even more odd is that sometimes it can even involve gatekeeping medication. Ah, you think you need this medication? Well, then you need to go through this questioning with me, in which I will pressure you to accept a diagnosis that you might not agree with. Yeah. Bino the Amoeba says, during my brief time pursuing a psych degree, I came to realize that a lot of the older professors have super outdated ideas regarding mental health. One suggested trauma could only come from things that don't happen often. You can be and you can't be traumatized by the death of a loved one. That is insane. And also, interestingly, don't look at the father of modern psychology for too long, or else you might discover that Sigmund Freud, the father of modern psychology, was completely deranged in his own way. He was utterly obsessed with his own family dynamics, and he literally projected his own family dynamics out onto the world as scientific fact, which has now, of course, been completely and utterly debunked. Freudian approach, Freudian analysis is not the basis anymore for modern psychology, but it was the way that psychology was handled, despite being completely incapable of actually producing good results in many cases. Sam All Colors says, I am an IRL schizophrenic. I had a manic episode yesterday. I never hurt a single soul, but I have bad voices and other hallucinations. I can't work. It's not a good position in society to be. I'm very sorry about that. I've spoken on this channel vehemently many times about how poorly our society treats people with schizophrenia, even though the vast majority of them are not dangerous in any way, shape, or form. Discordant Vol says, the lunatics have always run the asylum. They just dress nicer than the others. Well, that's, again, a lot of what is discussed in Hannibal, that no one suspects Hannibal of being a literal, rapidly practicing serial killer, because he is able to mirror the norms of society in every single way. He portrays himself impeccably as a totally normal, totally by the books person in almost every circumstance, until, of course, you see that suit, the person suit, as they call it, disappear. Wasn't a part of Freudian psychology basically that boners are the source of mental illness? I don't know if I would categorize it exactly like that, but yes, Freudian analysis was very fixated on sexuality. Freudian analysis was very, very fixated on the Oedipal complex and on patriarchal family dynamics, which Sigmund Freud asserted as universal. What are your thoughts on Hannibal's artistic tastes? I don't know, he's pretty good. I think that he's got drip. And I think that a lot of the stuff that he finds interesting is good. But one thing I'll notice is, you know, he's a little derivative. He's not all that creative. He's always just directly referencing something else. It's kind of weird. Kind of weird. Hannibal made cooking people look delicious. Well, that's another cool thing the show does. The show is weirdly pro-vegan, despite never actually discussing veganism. Bino the Amoeba points out, Freudian psychoanalysis less frequently classified incestuous thought as mental illness and more as something inherent to development, which is almost scarier. Yeah, it's weird. Sigmund Freud was like that one meme that's like the writer's poorly disguised fetish. That was all of Sigmund Freud's work. He basically said that everyone loves incest and it's a part of your life to, you know, process it. I'm still waiting on the review of His Dark Materials now the show is over. Oh yeah, they released the final season. We'll get there, don't worry. I have to still watch it. Yeah. If I had a limb amputated and want to keep the bones for sure, yeah, I probably would too. Here's the real question. Would you eat your own amputated limb? If it wasn't like an infection or something, like if it was like, I don't know, for some other reason, would you? A lot of people saying yes. A lot of people saying yes. Oh, couple no's, couple no's. That's some Donner Party ass shit. What the fuck? Yeah, I don't know. If no one else was hungry, just to try it. A lot of people saying they would just try it. Ugly Pie goes and offers a little bit of a moment there. I would think about placenta. Hey, you guys want to know a fun fact? Did you know that lots of people eat placenta? As in, like, it's really common. It's really common, not just in animals, but humans emulating, well, I mean, I don't know if humans used to do it naturally, but humans often consume the placenta. The placenta being the sort of the stuff that comes out after a baby is born. It is the nutritional base, or it is the flesh that like sort of holds on to the womb, or the what's it called? The embryo. It floats during a water birth. Yes, it does. This guy made fajitas from his own amputated leg after he got in a car crash. Legal ethical cannibalism. All right. Why do you say that Will Graham is gay? Because it's insanely obvious. It's like insanely obvious that like that's like what they're going at, and that like he was at one point incredibly fascinated by Hannibal, and he was at one point highly bonded to Hannibal, and it happens to be an incredibly abusive relationship. Yeah. Plus, if mishandled, it can be dangerous to consume. Anything, if mishandled, can be dangerous to consume. Imagine swallowing an entire head of broccoli without chewing it. That would be bad. May I interest you in news of a class action filed against Stability AI, Midjourney, and DeviantArt for DMCA violations? Yes, you may. Please send that to me on Discord. That'd be incredible. Why do people insist he's straight even if he like never had a lady crush? Well, he did. I think that in truth that Will is bi, but bi is a form of gay. So there you go. The placenta is a whole organ that grows to nourish a fetus during development. It's actually an incredible organ. I don't know about eating it though. There's a company that will make pills and wine out of placenta. Yes. There's also the infamous picture of the placenta teddy bear. It's a little icky. It's a little squicky. But if you think about it, so is a lot of stuff. Like, I mean, like, you all probably eat hot dogs every single day, right? You all probably drink milk every single day. You don't want me to talk about the process that those things go through to arrive on your plate, do you? Yeah, you can get sick from everything. Wrong. Who said wrong? Oh, I only drink oat milk. Well, congratulations. If you don't drink any milk, that's great for you. However, I hate to inform you that oat milk also has problems in production. Did you know? I'm gonna give you another grim fact here since we're in villain mode today. Did you know that it is a incredibly common practice? It is an incredibly common occurrence that when threshers, you know, okay, you know what a thresher is? Hold on, let me show you what a thresher is real quick. Hold on, let me show you what a thresher looks like. I think that's the name of the thing. Yeah, here we go. This is the thing. Wait, where is it? Hold on. Maybe it's not called a thresher. The thing, stop gaslighting your community into being okay with cannibalism. Wait, I don't know where the button is anymore. Crap. I forgot where I moved it to. I can't. Oh, wow. I need to get a new soundboard app. Voice mod is broken. Sucks. A combine harvester. That's what I'm thinking of. Yes, that's what I'm thinking of. Here we go. Yeah, see this thing? Okay, hold on. See this thing right here? This is a combine harvester, AKA a thresher tractor. Now, you'll notice there's a lot of spikes and there's a whole bunch of like blade-like things in there. Do you happen to recall what types of creatures live in fields? Mice, rabbits, birds, raccoons, weasels, wild dogs, foxes. They often, as in literally every time that it's done, get sucked in and ground up into your grains. I hate to tell you that even you oat milkers aren't free from the horrors of consumption, the horrors, the horrible nightmare that we were born as nightmarish eldritch entities. Yeah. There are probably all kinds of ways. There are probably all kinds of ways that you could reduce. I mean, there are objectively all kinds of ways that you can reduce harm. Unfortunately, we have to constantly remind ourselves that the system that is currently constructed is one of the most nightmarish towers of cruelty you can imagine, and we should aim to make it better. Believe it or not, I am not actually trying to pressure my audience to partake in cannibalism. I don't think you should partake in cannibalism. What I am trying to point out instead is that we don't do a very good job at being better than cannibals. We don't do a very good job as a society at not like mindlessly stomping over all other forms of life that we crush beneath our feet without even thinking about it. That every moment of every day is predicated on, unfortunately, an incredible amount of cruelty and violence. Would I eat an alien? Maybe. Depends on the alien. I've had octopus before. You know what's weird? I will tell the truth though. You wanna know something really weird? Once in a while, I get takoyaki, which is like a little ball with a thin slice of octopus tentacle fried into a little fried ball. It's delicious, but every single time I eat it, I realize that I am about as close as you can get to partaking in cannibalism. in that octopuses are insanely intelligent creatures. Like, they're social, they are capable of doing all kinds of thinking. Bacon as well. This happens with bacon, which I eat more frequently than I would like to think. But every single time I sit there and I go, damn, fuck, am I really that much worse or that much better than a cannibal when I eat an intelligent creature greatly capable of suffering, and I know for a fact that my entire society is built around slaughtering these creatures en masse. Yeah, cephalopods are a little too cool to eat. It's why I don't get it very often. It's why I try to avoid eating octopus. I just think they're too smart. It bothers me. You're right, I've 180'd on cannibalism. Hell yeah, let's have dinner. I'll be having a friend for dinner tonight. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Are eating pigs cannibalism? No, but it's fucking close. Oh, hell yeah, Niana. That's amazing. Oh yeah, there's a scene. One more thing on this, because I really like, I really like, okay, I'll show that off before we do the first segment. I really like poking people a little bit about veganism, because as you all know, I get very annoyed with vegan activists, but I nonetheless think veganism is an interesting discussion. And since we're talking about Hannibal still, this has been an incredibly long Hannibal rant, but there's a scene in Hannibal where he invites someone over to have veal. Veal is a dish made out of a baby cow, a calf. So a tiny cow is kept in a small cage so that it does not develop, basically doesn't develop muscles fully. And what this produces is what is largely considered to be one of the most tender and flavorful meats in the world. Now, I have had veal. I had veal before I really knew what veal was. I had veal when I was a child traveling in Germany. And I learned later what veal actually was. I didn't know what it was at the time. So weirdly enough, it's kind of weird. It's almost like I was fed a human by Hannibal Lecter. Like he does that all the time unwittingly to people. He feeds them humans, and they don't even know. In the same way, I as a child consumed veal and enjoyed it well enough without even knowing what I was eating. However, in Hannibal, there is a scene in which he serves veal, and the person who is eating with him says, "Wow, veal, that's a controversial choice." And he goes, "Yes, very controversial." And he goes, "Interestingly though, most of the pigs that we slaughter are held in worse conditions and are younger than, are younger comparatively than veal. And yet people refuse to eat veal all the time. It is a thing that even meat lovers refuse to eat veal because they believe it to be so cruel. And yet everything that we eat contains pork. Every bacon cheeseburger, all the bacon in every dish. America's obsessed with bacon, and it is indeed true. If you go look it up, it is indeed true that pigs are actually kept in worse conditions and are slaughtered younger even than the veal, which is just strange, isn't it? Isn't it so weird that so many people are immediately disgusted by veal because they know that it's like a special type of meat, whereas we hide the cruelty behind the sort of popularity of pork. Weird, isn't it? People are horrible to pigs. Pigs are incredible creatures, and I stand pigs. Have you heard of the ortolan bunting? It's one of the most cruel meal possible. Actually, yes. In Hannibal, they eat an ortolan bunting. One of the episodes is all about consuming the ortolan bunting. The ortolan bunting is a bird that has to be, in order for the dish to be made intentionally, it has to be drowned alive in wine. Ortolan. Oh, sorry, I said it wrong. Ortolan. They take a bird, they push it into a thing of wine, and the reason why they do this is because it inhales the wine, and the interior of the bird becomes full of wine. Then you cook the bird, and then you take the whole bird, bones, beak, brain, everything, and you eat it in one bite. It's a tiny little bird. Yeah, it's kind of fucked up, isn't it? Is this just any bird? No, it's an ortolan bunting. It's a specific type of bird. Yes. Canoon says, this is also talked about in the show. It is historically eaten with a blanket, like a sheet over your head, because because you want to hide your face from God when you eat it. Yeah, it's kind of fucked up. Yes, there we go. Everybody's saying that. And they mentioned that in the show, by the way. That's how everybody knows this shit. It's a French thing? Yes, I believe. It's a cute bird, too. Yeah, look at that. Look, what a cutie. What a cute bird. Crunch. Killjoy says, when I worked in Korea, I worked next to a dog farm. I'm very happy that the tradition of eating dog is being fought. Yes, but keep in mind, once again, that is a victory indeed. But once again, pigs are way smarter than dogs. And I love my dog. I fucking love my dog. I love dogs. Dogs are one of my favorite animals on the entire planet. I love dogs. I've loved dogs my whole life. But pigs are smarter than dogs, and we kill them en masse so that we can have fucking shitty bar-ass hot dogs for 99 cents. Yeah. Fucked up, right? Pretty fucked up, huh? Yeah. What I'm saying is the entire message of this is just, think about shit. Acknowledge the horror of our system. And, there's two ways you can go. You can either break into the psychopath passage and say none of it matters, I will just kill everything and I don't care, the black pill as they call it, or you can acknowledge that, hey, the entire way that we do things like this needs to be challenged to its core. This is part of the reason, by the way, why I don't really, why I think that the personal consumer, you're a murderer if you eat meat thing is kind of wasteful. It's because we are all being fed meat. We are all having it shoved down our throats, and we have to acknowledge who's shoving it down our throats if we actually want to fix the problem, because you closing your mouth is not going to solve the fact that all the animals are getting ground up. Yeah. Not that it's a bad thing. It's absolutely a fine thing to say I'm done. I actually encourage that. I think about ways that I can reduce meat constantly, and I'm aiming to do so. I hope someday to be able to go to a totally, if not vegan, at least vegetarian diet. But most dairy makes me feel sick thinking about it, so I stopped. Yeah. Lab-grown meat is the future? It might be. Right now, it's very expensive, as in resources, not like cash. It's well, I guess in both ways. But right now, lab-grown meat is very, very expensive. But I do believe it's possible. Awesome Jess says, it's up to your morals on whether you yourself want to eat meat or don't, or use animal-based products. What you eat and how often, however, we have to dismantle the systems looming over us if we want for the world to actually be a better place. Personal choice is not enough. No, personal choice is not enough. It can sometimes alleviate it can sometimes alleviate the pain, but what we exist in is a society that is alienated from the truth of everything that we consume. Everything from the medicine that we receive to the food that we eat to we are alienated from them. And I do believe that needs to be changed. I do believe very much so that we have to change from a world that is fixated only on a numerical concept of growth to a world that is focused on quality, on a world that is focused on quality of life, on a world that is focused on the actual lived experiences of all of the living things on the planet Earth. Sounds a little Marxist? I know. Weird, right? All right, everybody. You all are here listening to me opine about the ethical quandaries of veganism, but have you pressed the like button? If you have not pressed the like button, give me all of those likes. I would like to receive a whole bunch of likes. We have almost 400 viewers right now, which is fantastic, but we only have 216 likes. It only takes 1 second for you to pop over and press like, and every time that we get likes on the video, we get a new surge of subscribers, we get a new surge of new viewers just coming to hang out. So if you want to see more imps, press that like button. Oh, also, one other thing. While you're at it pressing the like button, go check your little bell button. If you haven't pressed subscribe and the bell and made sure that the bell is set to all, you won't receive notifications for my banger videos. We got a ton of cool videos on the way out. I stream very frequently, although I guess I took a little bit of a break after the, like a couple days break after the last huge streams that we did. But I stream quite frequently, and you don't want to miss out on it. Whoops. You don't want to, I just knocked something off my desk. Oh my God. Why? Why did I do that? I'm so sorry. Anyway, press that subscribe button, press that like button, and also check the bell and make sure it's set to all. YouTube is very weird, and if you don't set it to all, you just don't get notifications. So I would absolutely love to have you have notifications on for me, all right? People who don't hit like eat the placenta. True. If you don't press like on my videos, I'll invite you to dinner. Anyway. Have you seen or talked about the new YouTube contract for shorts? Yes, I did see it, and I accepted it. YouTube is taking an even larger portion of ads on shorts, and there is nothing that anybody can do about it. Unfortunately, YouTube has everyone by the balls. It's just how it goes. Yeah, we had to accept it. You don't really have much of a choice. If you don't accept the new contract, you lose your partnership with YouTube. So if you want to have a channel, then you have to accept the new terms. It's like they made us an offer that we couldn't refuse, literally. So yeah. YouTube is in fuck you, we got ours mode. That's every single corporation. Sorry, Brina, let me double check. Brina with the tier 2 sub, so very happy to have been here for over 3 months now. All the love, support, and solidarity to DramaMama and the Imps. We're very happy to have you too, Brina. You are a very valued member of this community, seriously, thank you. Thank you very much. YouTube can ask for money back now too. Yeah, that is ridiculous, but I imagine it will almost never happen. YouTube actually, they retain the right to charge back your account. If you get banned, if your account gets permabanned, they can charge back your account for the last, I think it's for the like, for any like payments that have just gone through, which is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. I did, Kitty Kata. I read it out. Canoon says, God, I don't know how long I've been in chat on DramaMama's site for now. I've been here for a while and still loving the content. That's because I'm only getting better. I'm only getting better, and oh my God, I'm telling you, this year is gonna be golden, all right? YouTube asking for money back makes me laugh so hard that it blows out my vocal cords and makes me bleed from the ears. It's actually Wild. Oh, you did one before that. Oh, sure. Hold on. Let me bring it up. I may have missed it if it was at the very beginning of stream. Hold on 1 second. Let me just check and make sure that I've got everybody. Piftle Cakes with the tier 2 subs. Hold on a second. Angel Brad. Wait a minute. No, I didn't see it, Kitty Kata. It's not showing up in my feed. Huh. It's not showing up in my feed. Did it not finalize or something? Or maybe it was on YouTube? I don't know. Sorry. It didn't show up in my feed. I don't know why. Normally, if it doesn't finalize, it won't go through on the website, but that's the only reason it shouldn't show up in my feed. Sorry about that. Retcon404 says, as a creator, all that I feel I can do right now is shake my fist at the sky while yelling, YouTube! Unfortunately, they know that. That's why we have the situation that we have. It's not as the situation on YouTube is thankfully not as dire as Twitch, because YouTube knows that if it was, that it would actually lead to a severe downturn in content creation. Unfortunately, this is going to discourage people over time. The greedier these contracts get, the less people are to be motivated to create good stuff. It means that there's a slow and sure decline in quality on everything on YouTube, and it sucks for everyone involved except for YouTube, because YouTube is squeezing out literal millions and billions of dollars to pay to their executives who are living incredibly comfortable lives. While you're scrabbling to make your upload schedule every single week, they are enjoying the meat of I don't know, the ortolan bunting on their yacht in international waters. So, you know, I guess YouTube is just telling you to suck their dick, basically. A Causality with the incredibly generous gifted 5 tier 1 subscriptions. Have some color. Thank you very, very much. Also, I wanted to make sure that I read Worshipper of the Olympians with the $2 says, I don't care, I'm a wolf. Based. Being a wolf is okay. Skolo Madness. You saw the Justin Wang video, didn't you? No, I didn't see a Justin Wang video. Do you want to send me the Justin Wang video, Skolo Madness? I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't see a Justin Wang video. I know some people really like Justin Wang. There's another thing. Hold on, there was one other thing I wanted to stream. Hold on, let me check this real quick. Shu deactivated her Twitter. Yeah, apparently someone paid her $50,000 to do so, which is, by the way, if anybody wants to pay me $50,000, I will also delete my Twitter account. So, have at it. I'm waiting. I would love $50,000, genuinely. Ron's KFC with the $20 super chat. Thank you so very much. Off topic, did you see the new Netflix show, Kaleidoscope? You can actually watch the episodes in any order. I have not seen that, but that actually sounds like a very interesting bit of experimental television. That sounds super interesting. Thank you very much for the $20. I'll have to keep that in mind. I have a bit of a long watch list right now, but yeah. Yeah, I don't know if that's actually what happened, but that's what people were saying happened. People connected to Shu posted on Twitter that, yeah, somebody paid her $50,000 on her Patreon, and her Patreon tier for $50,000 donation was to delete her Twitter. So, yeah. Her Twitter was an active harm. I don't know if it was a $50,000, maybe it was. Maybe it is actually a $50,000 active harm. I really wonder if some really, really rich person was like, I think that you're a harm. I would like to pay you $50,000 to stop like spreading ridiculous conspiracies on the internet. You know, maybe that is actually a wise investment. It's really hard to say. Yeah, it's $50K per month to keep it down. I don't know who can afford $50K a month, but. Yo, Canoon, congratulations. 50K to prevent her from making a tweet that will help get anti-trans laws might be a good investment. Yeah, but I don't know. It's really hard to gauge Shu On Head's impact on politics directly. Like Shoe on Head being able to basically launch the Balenciaga freakout. The Balenciaga freakout undeniably did some mental damage. Like the Balenciaga freakout has now triggered like 4 other moral panics. It's really hard to say. It's like, what if you could get that one lady who started the satanic panic? There was like that like one lady who like sued a preschool during the satanic panic. Like, what if you could just pay her $50,000 to have never done that? It might actually be a correct investment. You know, you might have just prevented like a moral panic by like snipping the person who started it. I just don't know if it's that predictable. Like, what happens if next month it's like, I don't know, some other shit poster account like that? She also did kick off Kink at Pride shit for the last like 2 years. I don't know, maybe. Isn't this the baby Hitler thing? It's a little different. It's a little different. She could use the 50K to make her content even more far-reaching next month. No. Okay, on that one, I gotta disagree on that one. Shoe on Head has been making money hand over fist on the internet, and her content is still as lazy as can be. Shoe on Head's content is the laziest garbage that you could possibly imagine. It hasn't changed. She still uses the ba-ba-ba-bum, ba-ba-ba-bum, ba-ba-ba-bum. That shit, she's been using that since like fucking 2010 or some shit. 2014, I don't know. When did her channel actually start? I don't think she's old enough to have been streaming in 2010. Yeah, I don't think even with $50,000, like, you know, money can't buy creativity and money can't get rid of laziness. Yeah. It's like a time capsule. Yeah, when you know what it is? You know those, you know that channel where they go and like, I think it's like, is it Ashens? Is that the name of the channel where they go and they like open old sealed food just to see what it's like on the inside? Like they're like opening they're like opening chocolate from 1920 or whatever. That's what you're doing every time you open Shoe on Head's channel. You're like opening up a can from 2014 and going, ooh, is it rotten yet? Yeah. The 100-year-old chocolate. Yeah. By the way, I want to real quick. Okay, I want to get right into our actually, no, never mind. Forget it. Let's get into the content, okay? Let's get into that. Let's stop. Although it is funny, there is a video that I've been asked to react to. There is a video, an expose on me, Vosh, and Xanderhall about the Shoe on Head thing. Somebody put together, hey, 42x fish, welcome to the chat. Everybody give 42x fish some love, all right? Is it drama? It is drama. Someone put together an expose on me about, oh yeah, Niana, I gotta do that. Thank you. Yeah, this is so good. This is so sick. I'll look at this in just a second. So yeah, so maybe we'll review that if I have the energy after stream. Would you guys be into laughing at a pathetic expose attempt? The idea, the like premise of the piece is that we are liars who lied about Shoe on Head, which is fascinating given that Shoe on Head explicitly and egregiously lied about everyone else involved in that situation and also created her original content off of a lie. So yeah, maybe it would be good. Is it Chud? Oh, no. That was Chud. Oh, Windleby, Chud doesn't make his own content. Chud doesn't make videos. He reacts to other people's videos exclusively. Chud doesn't make original content. So it was Chud reacting to a video by a channel I think called tomfoolery, I think is what they're called. Like they're a like nothing channel. Like I think literally they have like basically no followers, but they've been around for a while. I've actually had a few decent conversations with tomfoolery in the past. Tomfoolery, I think is the name of the channel. No, not tomfoolery. It's just normal tomfoolery. Oh, if I search it, I can't even, oh, that's because, sorry guys, it's tomfoolery show, 1,005 subscribers. And I think the video is, yeah, Vosh and friends slander shoe on head. Wow, what is this? What are they trying to say here? Tom confronts host throwing shade after map panel. Bro, what? Oh man. There was a map panel? That totally, was it like, hey, was it like the gathering of conservative pedophiles? Is that, certainly looks like it. When I'm looking at it here, I'm like, well, let's take a look. I mean, here's the map panel, taking it super seriously there. Damn, he's really enjoying that minor attracted people swag, I guess. Why are all the thumbnails on these channels fucking bad? Because basically every last one of them to a T is like hard coping for the fact that they want to be another channel, but they don't have the boldness to become their own thing. You know, let me just say one thing, okay? I want you all to just take a minute. All of you, there's 400 of you watching right now, which is awesome. Don't forget to like the stream, please. I want to just point out that the unbelievable swag that you all get to appreciate here in this channel. That you watch a channel that not only has a completely distinct and unique visual image, I mean, just look. But also that you have somebody who actually does most of my content is me giving you my actual opinion on things, me talking about my opinion on ethical issues, me talking about my opinion on political issues, me doing original research or working with people who are doing original research directly, like Silent and Grimedango, who helped me out in this to create what we were about to talk about in this Wizards of the Coast situation. Just understand how lucky you all have it by watching my channel. Truly, you could be watching stuff like this. Keffels is a bigot. Gender manifesto. Destiny explains slurs on Raj Royale. Anyway, Doom Potato with the $5. You are the best in the game indeed. Thank you. You are watching the very first demon type streamer. And it feels good, doesn't it? Maybe I'll talk about that in the future, Mistress Lynn. It is true though, Gila Monster. Thank me for me. I know it's a joke to be like, thank God for me, but it's me who decides to turn on my camera. Yesterday, I didn't decide to turn on my camera. Today, I did. And now there are 400 of you about to have a very, very good time and learn a whole bunch of stuff. So it's pretty cool, you know? It's pretty fucking cool, right? So thank me for me. Yeah. All right, everybody. All right, everybody. Oh, let's stretch out real quick. Oh, get your likes in while you can because we are about to do a DramaMama. I didn't think it was that kind of stream. Well, what the hell happened here? Oops. Oh no, I accidentally absorbed my own. Ah! I got myself tangled in my own thing here. There we go. Last nudge, that 80. Yes. Thank you. By the way, before we start the segment, I have one more thing I want to shout out. Niana in chat has designed a absolutely amazing patch. Look at this. The Do Not Fucking Die Diamond Dogs Imp crossover patch. Isn't that fucking awesome? That goes so hard. Hey, Niana, I have one small request. Do you think it would be possible for you to do this final touched up design, but also with the feature from the earlier one? Not to be a picky bitch, but do you think it would be possible to do the one with the star, with the star in the background? Because I love the brush strokes of the star. I think it looks so great. Doesn't that look fucking awesome? I do like the outline on the new one. The outline on the new one really stands out, but I think with those rough brush strokes in the background, it would be like the perfect combination. Oh, that'd be so cool. Where can I get one? We're gonna talk about that. This year, 2023, is the year that Mama's gonna drop some sick ass merch. And I'm hoping we can actually get a real ass patch of this, because that would be amazing. We don't have the patches ready yet, 10-letter name, but keep your eyes peeled, because yes. Ellie Dubs thing says, hey Demon Mama, thanks for covering the OGL situation. D&D was so important for my queer exploration and so many others, and while the coverage and analyzing what it does to the hobby is great, I'm pumped to hear your take on it from a political perspective. Me too. No, it's not a red star. Look, it's a black star. It's sick as hell. Look at that. So good. It looks amazing. I really, really love this yellow outline. The yellow outline looks so goddamn good. This is such a beautiful patch. Sorry for being so ADHD there. It's not because I don't love it. I fucking love it. My brain goes all over the place when I'm in show mode because I got a million other things on my mind. A Demon Mama Hawaiian shirt. If I had a Hawaiian shirt, it would have all of the little Demon Mama emojis in it. Yes, they are. I like this one too. Yeah, I like the words better on this one too. Do not fucking die. It looks so good. God, it looks so goddamn good. Do not fucking die. So good. I would love to see people wear this. This is the type of stuff that I would love to see. Because it's beautiful. It carries the message that I care about. It's very obviously the DNA of Demon Mama is in it, but it's not a fucking advertisement. I don't want I don't want the things that I create. I want them to be advertisements in the same way that playing an awesome game by a game developer is an advertisement for that game developer. I want the things that I create to speak for themselves. Yeah. So, all right, we're gonna work on that. I will figure out how to make that happen. A pin or a sticker, we could do a whole bunch. We already are working on getting stickers figured out. A couple of people, I've had a couple of people offer me to do a sticker run, and I am very, very interested in doing that. It's something I'm going to be working on once we get the set done. The next big project has to be the set. I'm reworking the set so that this room looks well, you guys have heard me saying, can you hear the signal? A lot this year. And the reason why I keep saying that is because this year we're doing a different theme. And the studio is going to be reworked to fit that new theme here very soon. I'm not 100% sure on the date because we have to get pieces in and all that, but it's gonna look sick. So just you wait, and maybe I'll even give some teasers online, so. Signalis theme? No. I haven't played Signalis, but Signal themed. One of the things I want to focus on this year a lot is how in the age of in the post-COVID clash of realities that we live in, which we do. We live in an era where realities are clashing with one another. The worldview of the conservatives that we debate against, the conservatives who are trying to drive us out of our own existence, is incompatible. It is contradictory to many aspects of our worldview. They assert that there are people dropping dead at every second from the vaccine when we know for a fact that we have gathered the evidence of how many people are actually dying from COVID. But they want to tell you that like the vaccine is killing everybody. They want to tell you that that we live in a world where you have every kid that goes to school has to get a pronoun pin when they walk in the door on the first day, when we know in reality that there's no fucking school in America that is handing out even something so little as pronoun pins, that we can barely even get basic sex education in America, and we know that that's an objective good. So there is a clash of realities going on, and this year's theme is how we get better at hearing the signal, how we make sure that what we have to say doesn't get lost in the noise. Understood? Our society fell after the black and blue or white and gold dress. Actually, I liked that whole saga. The black or blue, white and gold dress was very fun because it was so mind-bending to so many people that they had to seek a more solid answer. They couldn't just get mad at somebody else because they couldn't believe that somebody would be reporting the dress as a color that they didn't see. So it made them seek out the truth of the situation. I actually think the white and gold dress had the opposite effect. People were almost driven to have to find the truth, the actual truth, not like a hand wave or anything like that. I love color illusion stuff. Yeah. The dress happened the same day that Leonard Nimoy died. Wait, that's actually very fitting. It's very fitting that a strange anomaly that required people to pursue a logical explanation would appear the moment that Leonard Nimoy died. Interesting and thematic. Listen, the Harambe situation, god damn it. God damn, that was a fucking they did Harambe dirty. All right, everybody, it's time. My lovely, lovely imps, thank you for being here today. Today, we are going to be diving into yet another one of my world famous drama mamas. Actually, I shouldn't even wink at that because the truth is I do have viewers all over the world. DramaMama is the show where I take a online drama, usually. Sometimes they broach into, you know, I mean, all online dramas reach into the real world, but some of them are more real world focused. And I basically go from square one and make sure that you are up to date so that you aren't out of the loop on some of the wild dramas that propagate online. Today's drama is a particularly unique one. Today we are going to be talking about Dungeons and Dragons. Most people are familiar with Dungeons and Dragons in one way or another, even if you haven't played it yourself. Though, in recent years, Dungeons and Dragons has become a staple of American society. Dungeons and Dragons has reached a level of popularity, the likes of which no one had ever been able to predict. When Dungeons and Dragons was first created, it was a extremely niche role-playing game that was largely played by what some people would lovingly refer to as turbo nerds. It's been around a long time. I myself have played Dungeons and Dragons for a very long time, or at least I should say, since I left the extreme religious church that I grew up in. And we have a lot to talk about with regard to Dungeons and Dragons. The basics of what has happened is that Dungeons and Dragons has made a move, a financial move, the owners of Dungeons & Dragons, I should say, have made a financial move that has been very, very unpopular with the fan base. And it's unpopular for a lot of reasons, but it's particularly unpopular because of its unabashed greed. And I'm gonna explain all of this as we go into the DramaMama. However, first, we gotta play the DramaMama theme, because we have a DramaMama theme, and it's been a while since I've done a DramaMama, so we gotta play the DramaMama theme. So let me play, before we go any further, the DramaMama theme. And also, if you're here, you should press subscribe and you should like the stream, because I assure you, you're gonna have a good time today and you're gonna learn a lot. Let's hit it with the DramaMama theme. Oh, or VLC can break again. Are you for real, VLC? Or you can break again? Why is it doing this? It's resetting my settings every single time. What a mess. Now, let's hit it with the DramaMama theme. My lovely, lovely imps, it is time now, officially, for DramaMama. Now, in a DramaMama investigation, my goal is to always bring as many receipts as possible. And my other goal is to make sure that we present a case that will allow you to further explore on your own. Most of the time, I will give you my personal opinion towards the end of the DramaMama. And otherwise provide you the actual evidence so that you can go engage with it on your own, so that you can think about it. You can choose to disagree with me and argue with me in the comments. You can choose to agree with me and compliment me in the comments. That's what we're gonna be doing here today. Today, we are going to be diving deep into the Dungeons & Dragons Wizards of the Coast and the open game license debacle. Now, I have a long history with Dungeons & Dragons, okay? The first edition of Dungeons & Dragons that I personally played was D&D 2.0. D&D 2.0, I barely remember half the rules from 2.0. I only played it one time before moving to 3.5, which is the edition of D&D that I would say most sort of veteran players have stuck with. Now, there are a lot of versions of D&D. It's been out for a long time, the original being Dungeons & Dragons, and then Advanced Dungeons & Dragons, then D&D 2.0, D&D 2.5, D&D 3, which really quickly became 3.5 because of some issues with 3. And then there was D&D 4E, aka 4th edition, and now there is D&D 5th edition. There's been a lot of drama and a lot of different things over the years. But Dungeons & Dragons 3.5 is an edition that has a special place in pop culture, and I'm going to explain to you why that's the case. Dungeons & Dragons 3.5 was a revolutionary change to the way that the game was played. A lot of the core mechanics were heavily edited to make it more accessible and also easier to parse even for veteran players. 3.5 also coincided with the creation of a thing called the Open Game License. The Open Game License was a contract, a open contract that allowed people to basically create things for Dungeons & Dragons without like it having to be Dungeons and Dragons. The idea was, well, hey, we've invented this incredibly cool rule set for simulating combat, for simulating and encouraging role-playing, and this open games license will allow other people to do their own stuff with it. If you've played D&D, you are very familiar with the term homebrew. If you are not, homebrew refers to basically when somebody writes their own story for a Dungeons and Dragons campaign that doesn't actually follow the sort of official documentation of made by the company that created Dungeons and Dragons. Of course, Dungeons and Dragons itself, like the people behind the product, the people who work now for Wizards of the Coast, which that name you're gonna get used to, we'll get into that. They create their own stuff, their own official canon. And you can imagine homebrew as basically saying, well, yeah, I want to use these rules. I want to be able to use the rules for a sword attack, for a magic attack, etc. But I want to tell my own story with my own characters. I would say that most of the games that you end up that people end up playing are to some degree homebrewed. To some degree. Yes, there's all kinds of official play, and at conventions there are officially sanctioned play that follows the exact content and storylines created by the people who work for Wizards of the Coast. But most people end up playing homebrew, and you probably know somebody who's done their own Dungeons and Dragons story. In fact, most pop culture media around Dungeons and Dragons is actually homebrew stuff. It is people using the basic rules to create their own story in their own world. There have been movies about this, references in pop culture. You know, everybody's sitting around a table saying, ah, my character is Thranдар the Barbarian, and Thranдар will, he's a hothead, so he's going to charge in first. Roll the dice, etc. That is the iconic vision of a homebrew set. People making their own characters, people, a dungeon master or a game master who sits at the top of the table looking like that. Actually, here, I can show you what they look like. They look like this. Unfortunately, you have failed. Your roll is not successful. Your sword glances off the armor and dashes to the side. Your sword gets trapped under the dragon's foot and you are crushed into a pulp. Your character is dead. So that's kind of like, that's like the dungeon master, you know? He tells you what the story is and he makes up a story. And hell, even the comedic stuff is often, around Dungeons and Dragons is themed around, dungeon masters writing their own absurd stories, and people make fun of it, and some of them are really good and some of them are really bad. Do you play Dungeons and Dragons? Are you usually a player or a dungeon master? Well, I was about to talk about that, so it's great that you asked. I have played Dungeons and Dragons for a long time. I have both played as a dungeon master and as a gamer, as like a player at the table. I have played at many tables, and I started really getting into Dungeons and Dragons with that aforementioned version 3.5. In fact, I most got into Dungeons and Dragons on a offshoot of Dungeons and Dragons called Pathfinder. This is going to become very important as we get on in this drama. So like I said, buckle in because it's a bit of a long story. In 3.5, during the era of Dungeons and Dragons 3.5, there was this thing called the Open Games license was created. We're gonna actually read through and look over the Open Game license in a little bit here, but for now, just understand that it basically said that you can use the basic rules and even some of the basic stuff from Dungeons and Dragons without being in trouble legally. You will not be considered to be, infringing on somebody's copyright. You can have an elf, you can have an elf monk, you can have an orc warrior, you can have a thief, you can have a wizard, you can have a goblin wizard. All of these things are fine, and you can even use the rules of rolling these certain specific types of dice, and it doesn't have to be D&D themed. You can still use that. enterprising young company named Paizo, which is now one of the biggest gaming companies in the world, decided to create their own branch of the rules of Dungeons & Dragons 3.5, which they called Pathfinder. Now, there are a lot of differences between D&D 3.5 and Pathfinder. However, Pathfinder was nonetheless, it's actually funny. Pathfinder is sometimes referred to colloquially as playing D&D, even though you're playing a game that's called Pathfinder and it's only like connected to D&D from that open game license that was created during edition 3.5 of Dungeons & Dragons. People still call it playing D&D even when you're playing Pathfinder. Pathfinder is what I have played the most of, and it is incredibly popular. Like I said, Paizo is now, the company that created Pathfinder, is now one of the biggest gaming companies in the entire world. Yes, sometimes people, yes, exactly, as Bluestone in chat says, sometimes people even call it as D&D 3.75 because there's so many core similarities, even if there's a lot of differences. Now, Pathfinder, just so you guys understand where I come from with Pathfinder, I have played so much Pathfinder over the years, both as a dungeon master and as a player. I have literally gone to a convention and played a 1,000 person coordinated game of Pathfinder. And it was a wild experience. I have, there was some issues with it, but it was nonetheless a fascinating and very, very interesting experience. And like, this was official play. You had to go on a website and type in your player ID and it's all documented. It's all official play. I played a lot of official and unofficial Pathfinder. And there was a lot of things I really liked about Pathfinder. In fact, before I started playing like official Pathfinder, like through the actual, like the company run system where they set up these big events and you go and you play and you earn special things, blah, 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 blah. Before I did that, Pathfinder was a outlet of a certain sort. It was a way for me to have a social experience where weirdness was more tolerated. And this is something you're going to actually hear a lot. And in fact, if you go down in the comments after watching this video, I assure you that there will be many people telling their story with Dungeons and Dragons or with Pathfinder or with any of these similar role-playing games in the comments after this video, you know, after you're done watching this video. A lot of queer people especially found a social home attached to Pathfinder and Dungeons and Dragons and all kinds of stuff. And not just queer people, not just gay people and trans people, though certainly a lot of them, but a lot of people who, for whatever reason, did not find you know, themselves to be accepted in many other social environments. For me, almost immediately upon discovering Pathfinder, which coincided very closely with my discovery that I was trans, long story on that one. I've done videos on it, but the long and short of it is that I grew up in an extremely Christian cult, and I did not have the language to explain the gender dysphoria I had been experiencing in my life until I left home. And interestingly, when I left home is also when I started playing D&D. D&D afforded me an environment where I could play as whatever character I wanted. And in that environment, you are encouraged to accept people as they present. So your character is a dragon rogue. The other characters are supposed to treat your character and you, therefore by extension, as the dragon rogue. If your character is a female wizard, the other characters at the table are encouraged to suspend their disbelief or whatever and accept you as that character. Many tables will enforce using character names to help bring forward the fun of play. The fun of play being getting lost in a role-playing experience. Dungeons and Dragons and Pathfinder are examples of a very complicated and amazing role-playing experience where people essentially participate in free-form theater. There are performances, there are jokes, there are failed jokes, there are failed performances. It is a very dynamic and amazing experience to sit at a table with your friends and pretend to be dragons and goblins and whatever else you want to be. And it can serve for many people as a form of catharsis, especially if you don't feel that you can be yourself anyway in your real life. I think you can understand where I might be coming from with this. At the current moment in my life, when I first started playing Dungeons and Dragons, there was no chance of anyone accepting me as a woman, which is what I am. I'm a trans woman. I transitioned some time ago, but at that time, no one in my life would accept that. In fact, it was severely punished. The idea was punished to the degree that I was literally disowned and kicked out of my house at one point. So D&D offered not only a fun social experience, but a fun social experience where I could leave myself and become a character. And I could become a character that I infused love with. And it would be accepted. And it would be fun. And nobody treated you weird about it. So what I'm trying to say with all of this is that I have a long and deep attachment with role-playing tabletop games like Pathfinder and Dungeons and Dragons, especially Pathfinder for me. And so does a lot of other people. Again, the trans experience is not the only one. There are lots of people for whom it is appealing to engage in a level of light escapism with friends, to engage in a fun and mutually supportive adventure with fantasy trappings or sci-fi trappings in some cases, with friends. Oh my goodness, thank you so much. Yeah, just go ahead and put that right there. Thank you very much. I just got some food. Fantastic. Amazing. As K-Prime says, tabletop RPGs are like collaborative storytelling with a rule set. So, that's my experience with 3.5, which is, and now, like I said, specifically Pathfinder was the one that I became most attached to. Pathfinder would not have been possible without the Open Games license. Remember I mentioned that we were going to talk about that a whole bunch in this upcoming segment? That's what I'm talking about. Oh yes, I should also state, Killjoy 40K brings up a really good point. Paizo was, once Paizo got big, they had, well, I'll read out this message first. Paizo was huge. They had a non-binary character in like 2011, and I think they had a bunch of items that let you change your gender in the game in a very, very, very inclusive way. Far over Wizards of the Coast. They even fixed really problematic items that Gygax made that cursed you to be the opposite gender. Yes, Paizo as a company has been very, very, very very open and progressive in their portrayal. There are a number of members of their actual team who are non-binary, who are trans. They have a very diverse staff, and as a result, there was a lot of attachment to the stuff that Paizo created because Paizo made it normal to be gay, to be queer. They even made it possible. They gave you the tools to create stories where you could tell that story if you so wanted. Anyway, now Paizo is not some kind of perfect company. There's a lot of issues at Paizo, don't get me wrong. I've even talked about them on this channel. But what I'm trying to point at is the fact that this company really recognized and embraced the idea that there were a lot of people who found value in this game beyond it just being a good game. There was a social aspect that was valuable to all of these people. And Paizo was only capable of doing what they did because, or at least largely, because of this thing called the OGL, the Open Game License. Now, a little bit more history before we jump in fully into what's going on right now. One more piece of history. Dungeons & Dragons 4th edition, published by Wizards of the Coast, attempted to move away from the open games license, and instead they moved to a alternative license, which I'm now blanking on the name of. It doesn't exactly matter. They moved to a proprietary license, which is actually why there is very little third-party material for Dungeons & Dragons 4th edition. It was actually considered to be a massive blunder on Wizards of the Coast's part, moving Dungeons & Dragons away from the open game license, which had produced a plethora of third-party, incredibly creative things. And when I say third-party stuff for Dungeons & Dragons, I mean figurines, dice, unique pre-printed rule sheets, character sheets, adventures, entire adventures that were written by third-party writers to be played and used with the D&D OGL rule set. Just so much stuff that was made that was designed to supplement and make the game more than just a rule set. And 4th edition stepped away from this, and you actually can see that even now. If you go and look up 4th edition Dungeons & Dragons, you will find that most of the stuff is published as official products by Wizards of the Coast, and also that there is way less of it. If you look at how much stuff followed Dungeons & Dragons 3.5 versus things that covered, that followed or were based off of 4.4E, as they call it, you will discover there's basically none by comparison. And it was considered a massive failure. And in fact, during 4th edition, yes, the game systems license. Thank you, Giltroy40K. That's what it's called. 4E uses a thing called the games systems license, which people consider to be very draconian. It was incredibly interested in maintaining all intellectual property for Wizards of the Coast, the owners of Dungeons & Dragons. And during that time, the company that I mentioned before, Paizo, began to rise. Now, I mentioned that when Paizo started, they were just a very small company, and now they're one of the biggest gaming companies in the world. And that was because, largely, people abandoned 4.0 or 4E. They were like, we're not gonna invest in a system that is so locked down. And so people started checking out alternatives. People discovered Pathfinder, and people discovered that Pathfinder, made by Paizo, was really, really good. Like, really, really good. Yeah, and so this became a sort of renaissance for tabletop gaming, where people were jumping into this new competitor to D&D, or I guess alternative to D&D. Then came 5th edition. 5th edition of D&D went back to the open games license, which was actually very good. And you will now see that D&D 5th edition is not only very popular, but is also the edition that is used in tons of now world famous D&D content. Things like Critical Role, Dimension 20. These are D&D themed podcasts and TV shows that have had like almost unbelievable popularity. They are so popular, they have earned television deals because they're so popular. And these are based off of the open game license version of 5th edition. A lot of people, yeah, as Gay Aaron in chat says, I believe I started playing with 5th edition. A lot of people got in on 5th edition. And 5th edition, being an open game license, meant that a lot of people were willing to start making content, like third-party content, for Dungeons & Dragons once again. So many people are using 5th edition. And that brings us to now. Just the other day, a leaked update to the open games license appeared on the internet, and it was confirmed very quickly as a genuine draft although the initial communication, as you will soon see, did not seem to communicate that this was a draft at all. In fact, it seemed very much like this is what they were intended to publish soon. Wizards of the Coast has now officially confirmed that there is a existing version of the OGL called OGL 1.1. And this is where the drama comes in. Because it's not good, okay? So if you thought it was a draconian tactic for Dungeons and Dragons in their 4th edition to change to a terrible proprietary license to try and like carve the market out, which failed, by the way, like I said, it failed. They didn't go out of business, but they lost a lot of players during 4th edition. You're in for a real treat. So, first off, before we go any further, let's talk about the original OGL, okay? Let's open it up and let's take a look at it, okay? There is a beautiful archived version of this right here, and we're gonna take a quick look at it, okay? After I get some water in me. So, almost knocked my water over. No good? All right, the open game license. Oh, let me get the text up on here. There we go. All right, there we go, now we got the text. This is the original OGL, okay? What is the open game license? The open game license is a royalty-free copywriting license developed by Wizards of the Coast. Yes, that's right. The original OGL was created by people at Wizards of the Coast. And not to distract away from us looking at it immediately, but something that you will realize is that Wizards of the Coast is not the same Wizards of the Coast that it was in 2004 when this was originally published. The OGL was published by a team of people who, many of whom are no longer at Wizards of the Coast. In fact, they created the OGL with that in mind. They knew that corporations keep the same name but change the people inside at all times, that corporations and products change over time, and their goal was to create something that would allow people to indulge in this beautiful game for as long as possible without having to pay just for enjoying the concept of a role-playing game with some basic rules. There are different wizards. These are different wizards that are on the coast now. It's the same company, but all the people inside have moved around. Some people have left the company. Some have moved into different positions. Some have left the industry entirely. That's just how it goes. Anyway, just wanted to make note of that. Where can I read the text of the OGL? You can download the full text version of the OGL, a 12K RTF, right here. What are the penalties for violating the terms of the license? You are potentially liable to 3 groups of people. You know, there's a copyright notice that could be sent by, if you're like tampering with the OGL itself. You could be sued by Wizards of the Coast for violating a trademark, etc. Now keep in mind that violating this trademark, violating this license would be rather difficult. It would require you to basically copy, like word for word, aspects of the document itself or of Wizards of the Coast's actual stuff that they made. Like, for example, to give an example of this, if you were to take, say, The Curse of Strahd, which is a famous D&D module. It's a famous adventure path for Dungeons and Dragons. If you were to take that and you were to go, actually, this is the Curse of Steve, and everything else is exactly the same, but you change the names, you could still be sued for that. Not because this doesn't cover like individual works. It doesn't cover somebody who wrote a story. That's their story. They just licensed it in a way that, hey, we're using the bare bones rules of this system, if that makes sense. Why does Wizards of the Coast hold the copyright to the license? Wizards of the Coast wrote the license and wants to control the right to make changes to the license in the future. Now this right here what you see highlighted right here, Wizards of the Coast wrote the license and wants to control the right to make changes to the license in the future. That right there is about to get us into a lot of trouble. And now, it's in its initial form, it's not particularly sinister. Obviously, you want to be able to retain the right to make a change to a license if, like, say, what if you accidentally you fat-fingered Control-V and you posted a link to, like, I don't know, your password. Like, you copy-pasted your password into the text of the document. You want to be able to retain the right to go change that so that this, you know what I mean? So, like, in and of itself, wanting to retain the rights to make changes to the license is in and of itself not a bad thing. However, as you will soon find out, it does open the door to some other things. Does Wizards of the Coast copyright to the license mean that anything I publish using the license is owned by Wizards of the Coast? This is also important. No, the copyright on the license pertains to the terms of the license itself, not to materials distributed. So again, that's saying if you write a story that includes rolling D20s to do damage, you still own that story. They just own the right to the license that gave you the rules to do that, if that makes sense. Can't Wizards of the Coast change the license in a way that I wouldn't like? Yes, it could. However, the license already defines what will happen to content that has previously been distributed using an earlier version in Section 9. As a result, even if Wizards made a change you disagreed with, this is important as well. You could continue to use an earlier acceptable version at your option. In other words, there's no reason for Wizards to ever make a change that the community of people using the open game license would object to, because the community would just ignore the change anyway. Okay, that is probably the most important part of this entire license. Now, we could go and read through the full text of the license. We're not going to do that here. We're just going to look at these commonly asked questions, and we're just going to fixate specifically on this. The goal of this open games license was to ensure that in perpetuity, people could always continue to legally play the games that they made, the games that they enjoy in the format that they like. That Wizards of the Coast cannot sort of retroactively take ownership of or steal anything that you created using the open game license, because the open game license can just be adopted and used anyway. The open game license exists whether you want to, maintain, whether you want to maintain agreement with the corporation or not. You have a right to use those things because you can keep using the license that you were given. And this is where it starts to get very complicated, because you see, Wizards of the Coast is basically trying to do a takesies backsies on that particular aspect of the license, okay? That's the drama that we had to build all this history up to in order for you to be able to understand. You see, Wizards of the Coast has now, like I said, officially confirmed that they are creating an open games license 1.1, and that part of the license has mysteriously disappeared. In fact, what they are attempting to do is the opposite of what this states. Notice this final line here. In other words, there's no reason for Wizards to ever make a change that the community of people using the open game license would object to, because the community would just ignore the change anyway. Do you understand the mechanics of that? The people writing this original open game license were basically saying, well, Wizards of the Coast would never be so stupid as to try to violate this license, because everyone would just keep using the license and completely ignore Wizards of the Coast. But Wizards of the Coast is not the same Wizards of the Coast that existed when this license was created. And as it turns out, this Wizards of the Coast seems to think that there actually is some reason to disagree with the community of people and attempt to force those people into behaving differently. Now, this is where we are going to jump into one of the first articles published about this change, okay? Let me just bring this up real quick, okay? This is the breakdown of the new 1.1 leaked Dungeons and Dragons open game license 1.1. We're gonna go through, this was an article written by Linda Codega, who is a writer for Gizmodo.com. We are going to read through this and we're gonna talk about some of the aspects of it. One thing that you're gonna notice as we go through this new license for Dungeons and Dragons is that it basically undoes, or at least attempts to, and that's also key, attempts to undo almost the entire spirit of the original open game license. And another thing that it tries to do is it's trying to push people to adopt D&D Beyond. Now, if you're not familiar with Dungeons and Dragons like intimately, you might not know what Dungeons and Dragons Beyond is. Those of you who do play Dungeons and Dragons are probably cringing a little bit right now. You've got a pain in your gut that's making you go, oof. See, D&D Beyond is a monthly subscription service that costs anywhere between $9 and $20 per month, sometimes even more, that sells officially licensed and partner products of Dungeons and Dragons, including Critical Role, including a bunch of other, I don't know the other companies that have published with this, but there's like 4 or 5 booklets that are themed around Critical Role. Critical Role is a show that is built off of Dungeons and Dragons that is its own entire creative story. It's a whole team of really talented people, and D&D Beyond is an online subscription service that includes a bunch of stuff from that show. It includes a bunch of booklets that have been published by Wizards of the Coast. It includes a bunch of officially licensed products, and it requires a subscription. Now, there's a lot of independent issues with D&D Beyond. For example, people have been very frustrated about the licensing in Dungeons and Dragons Beyond because, for example, when you're playing with a group of people, there's a whole bunch of licensing hoops that that you have to jump through. Your dungeon master, your assigned dungeon master, needs to own the books that you are going to be using. Now, a tradition in Dungeons and Dragons is to borrow books from your friends. These are expensive books. The books for Dungeons and Dragons can go as high as $100. They're enormous tomes. And often when you're playing with your friends, you borrow a book that one of your friends has. But you can't do that when you're playing online and there's a digital license for everything that you have to purchase. So this is independent of this issue for now. However, people have their issues with Dungeons and Dragons Beyond because it locks people into DRM. It locks people into being unable to freely share their books. And of course, there is some workarounds. There are some things that have been changed over time, like you can do these weird you can unofficially borrow people's accounts. You can have somebody at your table buy it or whatever. But I almost said my own name. But the dungeon master does have to be the book holder if you want to run a online game in this matter. Now, D&D Beyond is not the only online tabletop RPG tool. There are many others like Roll20, which basically allow you to do the same thing. However, obviously, because they are not a licensed product, they are not allowed to incorporate all of the same materials. So even if you have a physical copy of a D&D book, you can't just directly, like that stuff can't be uploaded into Roll20 for people to use. If you want to be able to use the things that have been created, you have to pay the subscription to D&D Beyond. And something that we're about to notice is that the new Open Games License 1.1 is fixated on driving people into the D&D Beyond subscription service. So let's dive in. This is an article by Linda Kodega called "Cancel D&D Beyond Subscriptions Forced Hasbro's Hand. Swift consumer action prompted Dungeons & Dragons publishers and Wizards of the Coast to scrap licensing updates. The players aren't done yet." Hey, wait a second. This isn't the one. Hey, they changed it. This isn't the right article. Give me a second. Hold on a second here. Here we go. This is the one I'm looking for. Here we go. I think this is the one. Yes. This is the one. Sorry about that. It's one of those things where, whatever, we'll continue. Wizards of the Coast breaks its silence on Dungeons & Dragons open game license. After facing a week of constant backlash online, the Hasbro subsidiary finally breaks its silence. Wizards of the Coast, the Hasbro subsidiary that publishes Dungeons & Dragons, revealed details of its new open game license on Friday and attempted to answer questions about the future of D&D community that was raised after IO9 broke the news about contents of a draft of the document. This is the original, one. This was, I think this is, yeah, this was the actual original one that was discussed here. God, this is one of the things, by the way, small side rant. I had all of these links pinned out, and Gizmodo changes their links because of the whole way that news sites operate now, where they want to give you the newest piece. But like, I already know what the newest piece is. Don't bring me the newest piece. I wanted to go to the original one. Anyway, small rant. Makes my job very hard. Anyway. Despite reassurances from Wizards of the Coast last month, the original OGL will become an unauthorized agreement, and it appears no new content will be permitted to be created under the original license. Now, this right here, no new content will be permitted to be created under the original license. That is what we called good old-fashioned bullshit. You see, the OGL continues to exist regardless, and its legal prescriptions still exist, even if Wizards of the Coast retains the ability to change parts of it. The problem, though, is that because they can change parts of it, they can essentially copyright troll the shit out of people. Because they retain the ability to change the license at any point, they can remove the part that says that they're not going to change it in a way that will affect old content. Now, of course, this isn't going to hold up in court at all, more or less, from what I can understand. I'm not a lawyer, but from what I can tell, these like the sort of like backwards compatible claims that they are trying to say is not going to hold up at all. However, what does hold up is that they can refuse to acknowledge the validity of any of the prior products. And what that means is that anybody who built their products off of the OGL will basically have to deal with the fact that Hasbro has claimed that that is an illegitimate product. And it also means that they probably can't advertise themselves as being a part of the OGL anymore, even though the OGL was a huge part of the foundation of a lot of literal companies that have built wonderful product lines based off of the OGL. Yes, there's a video by LegalEagle that I think is really, really good. We might even watch some of that as this goes on, but for now I'm gonna stick to this. This weird attempt at like threatening people retroactively by removing aspects of the OGL that previously exists is nothing but scummy behavior, okay? There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. This is a power grab. It is an attempt to force the hands of, in honesty, the smallest content creators. It is meant to discourage people from continuing to use the OGL as it was intended. It is designed to delegitimize people who made things under the previously fully by the books OGL. And I want to tell you, though, that it's basically bullshit. That part, as far as I can tell, is bullshit. And this is actually a part that's explained in the LegalEagle video that somebody just shared. But the reason for this is that under American copyright law, once again, I'm not a lawyer, but under American copyright law, you can't actually copyright rules. You can't actually... So the open game license itself wasn't actually particularly legally valid in the first place. People created it because it was done for pardon me, a spiritual reason. It was done basically to show a hand of good faith. We are not going to sue you. It was a company saying, we are giving you the right to do this so you don't have to worry about it all. Now that is revoked. And even if it is indeed true, which it is true, that you can't actually copyright rules to a game, that's not a possible thing you can do. Not even games like Monopoly or Uno can copyright their rules. They can trademark the name, they can copyright the colors and the look of it, they can copyright the way the dragons look, they can copyright specific monsters, but they can't actually copyright the rules. But what it does do is it creates it changes the spirit of the situation. Now, small people don't have that assurance that they're not going to get in trouble. They have to basically say, yeah, I'm willing to risk pissing off Hasbro. I'm willing to risk pissing off a multi-million-dollar corporation. And as it turns out, people don't really want to do that. So what the effect of this is that, or what the effect of the original OGL was to basically spread their arms and invite people, please make your own things. We want to see this game universe thrive. And what the new one is now you are ours. You better pay attention to us. You better play by our rules, okay? That's part of the reason why there's been such a backlash. Even if it is still legal for you to technically create Dungeons and Dragons themed rule-based content, the fact that Hasbro has announced their hostility to it, the fact that Wizards of the Coast has announced their hostility to it has a freezing effect. And it also complicates people who are actually in a position of making money off of their thing for reasons that we'll see in just a minute. Let's continue. This is talking about the OGL, which we're not gonna go through this. We're gonna go to this bit right here. What is in the new OGL 1.1? A lot, actually. While the original open gaming license is a relatively short document coming in at under 900 words, important, the new draft of the OGL 1.1, which was provided to IO9 by a non-Wizards of the Coast developer, is over 9,000 words long. Do you see what I'm talking about? About this being a spiritual discourager, that this is designed to be this is a mental and intimidation war that is being played. And the question is why? Why? The open games license has led to Dungeons and Dragons becoming a worldwide phenomenon. And the answer, of course, to that question is money, as we will discover as time goes on. So yeah, 10 times as long as the original one, which in and of itself is very discouraging. How regularly do you read a 9,000 word document of rules? Never, right? See, this is a weird thing. This is something that like end user licensing agreements do. You know, there's a history of end user license agreements not holding up well in court. And part of the reason for that is because you want to boot up your new video game that you just got and you get hit with a document that's 20,000 pages long. You can't be expected to read a 20,000 page document so that you can boot up your new Mario game. This is, by the way, interestingly, why, like I said, why end user licensing agreements don't have a whole lot of incredible strength in court. Yes, and there are literally laws about using documents like that that are basically unreadable to the layman. However, it's not illegal to make an unreadable document. It just means it won't hold up in court. But there's another problem, which is who can afford to take people to court? Do you think that you and your podcast buddies making a podcast for your friends in town and for a couple people on the internet have the money to go to court with Hasbro? No, but Hasbro has a team of lawyers on retainer at all times that they can take anybody to court. Hence, intimidation. Let's continue. The new Open Games License 1.1 addresses new technologies like blockchains and NFTs and takes a strong stance against bigoted content, explicitly stating the company may terminate the agreement if third-party creators publish material that is blatantly racist, sexist, homophobic, transphobic, bigoted, or otherwise discriminatory. Now you'll notice, once again, this sounds kind of nice on the surface. You're like, wow, good. They're taking a stance against discrimination. But then you realize that it doesn't actually mean all that much. This is basically put in here to make people feel like, look, I have my theories as to why this was put in there, and I don't want to color the build-up portion of this so long. So I'm not gonna. Just recognize that's not actually saying that much. They're basically just saying, we're not gonna formally license your content anymore, which they could already do anyway. They've already been able to do that. They were able to do that with the OGL. It's silly. Let's continue. One of the biggest changes to the document is that it updates the previously available OGL to state it is no longer an authorized license agreement. There's that thing that I was mentioning before. It says, they're literally taking that one line that says that they can make any changes that they want in the future to say we've changed this to be completely invalid in perpetuity in retrospect, which is bonkers. It's bonkers. By ending the original OGL, many licensed publishers will have to completely overhaul their products and distribution in order to comply with the updated rules. Large publishers who focus almost exclusively on products based on the original OGL, including Paizo, Kobold Press, and Green Ronin, these are 3 enormous gaming companies, will be under pressure to update their business model incredibly fast. Now, there's a couple aspects of this. And one of them is not actually about going to court. You see, this type of change, like I mentioned, might not hold up on court, but you wanna know what would hold up in court? If Paizo, Kobold Press, and Green Ronin all had little stickers on their, or little printouts on all of their stuff and pages in all of their documents that say, this is an open game licensed video game, but now the open game's tabletop game, but the open game license is no longer valid. That puts them on the fire because they are advertising something that isn't true. Many, many gaming books, if you go on your shelf and you open a Paizo book, will have a big segment in the beginning that talks about the open game license and says that they're licensed under that. But now, because of Hasbro, they can't say that anymore. So while they might not be able to be taken to court over violating a copyright with regards to Hasbro, they have to reprint their books, otherwise they're printing something in them that's not true. That is a terrible, terrible attack at competitors. It is literally can only be understood. That can only be understood as a attack at any competitor to Dungeons and Dragons. It is a goal to damage their business by rendering a contract that was used in good faith as no longer valid. Ridiculous. Let's continue. This is no mistake. According to the document procured by IO9, the new agreement states that the open game license was always intended to allow the community to help grow D&D and expand it creatively. It wasn't intended to subsidize major competitors, especially now that the PDF is by far the most common form of distribution. This is from the text of the new OGL 1.1. They're literally just saying, they're claiming that because the OGL, which was created in 2004, was used as the baseline for, to create a totally different game that uses some of the same basic rules, but otherwise is totally independent. If you go and put a D&D book and a Pathfinder book side by side, you wouldn't even know they were the same thing. You would have to actually use the dice to recognize where the genetic material comes from. But they're trying to say that they're subsidizing their competitors. Ridiculous. An absolutely absurd claim. This sentiment is reiterated later in the document. The OGL wasn't intended to fund major competitors, and it wasn't intended to allow people to make D&D apps, videos, or anything other than printed or printable materials for use while gaming. We are updating the OGL in part to make that clear. What this line says here is basically that they only really want the OGL to be used for extreme basics. So basically, you can print out character sheets that are your own type. That's what that is Wizards of the Coast telling you that they think the purpose of the OGL is to basically let you print out your own character sheets, which is a gigantic slap in the face. The fact that the OGL has been used to create like more than you can possibly imagine. Not even I, having done all this research, have even begun to touch the depths of stuff that has been created using the OGL. The OGL has been inspiring countless games, countless spin-offs. It was designed to promote the idea of tabletop RPG playing as a whole using a rule set that is universally agreed upon to be very good. Let's continue. Paizo Incorporated, remember them? Publisher of the Pathfinder RPG, one of D&D's largest competitors, declined to comment on the changes for this article, stating that the rules update was a complicated and ongoing situation. That's changed. We're going to get to that. That's the fun part for later. Chris Promus, founder and president of Green Ronin Publishing, said that despite the fact that one of their own products, Mutants and Masterminds, was published under the original OGL in 2002 and is still available today, they had not seen the updated OGL, and they do not believe there is any benefit to switching to the new one as described. That's because there isn't any benefit. Wizards of the Coast declined to comment for this article or answer any specific questions about the leaked OGL document. A spokesperson directed IO9 to a blog post the company published in December, which reassures the community that this OGL will not materially affect the majority of people working in the industry. Do you believe that to be true? I mean, the D&D community at large does not believe that to be true. They don't believe that a change which makes the last version totally wrong and totally negates the last version of the document and leaves the door open for even more aggressive changes in the future. They don't believe that that's not going to affect the majority of people working in the industry. Especially when they specifically say we do not want to subsidize our competition. This is where it gets really weird, okay? What will happen to the original Open Games license? The original OGL granted perpetual, worldwide, non-exclusive license to the open game content commonly called the Systems Resource Document. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention that. The Systems Resource Document is a portion of the original OGL. The Systems Resource Document is basically the thing that explains the mathematics behind the mechanics of D&D. It explains what it means to roll a 1d20. It explains how damage works. It explains stuff like that. It explains how to do calculations for defenses, stuff like that. The mechanics of the game. That's what the SRD is. Anyway. The original OGL granted a perpetual worldwide non-exclusive license to the Systems Resource Document and directed that licenses may use any authorized version of this license to copy, modify, and distribute any open game content originally distributed under any version of this license. However, the updated OGL says that this agreement is an update to the previous available version, which is no longer authorized. So what this is, so again, by the text of the new document, it is very clear that Wizards of the Coast wishes to essentially denounce and retract all previous licenses, even though those licenses were given in perpetual worldwide non-exclusive format. But it gets worse. The new document clarifies further in the warranties section that this agreement governs your use of the licensed content, and unless otherwise stated in this agreement, any prior agreements between us and you are no longer in force. According to the attorneys consulted for this article, the new language may indicate that Wizards of the Coast is rendering any future use of the original OGL void, and asserting that if anyone wants to continue using the open game content of any kind, they will then need to abide by the terms of the updated OGL, which is far more restrictive in agreement than the original OGL. Wizards of the Coast has declined to clarify if this is the case. Yes, as Killjoy in chat says, I've altered the agreement. Pray I don't alter it any further. Unironically, that is literally what it is. It's saying, we told you this was in perpetuity, but also we had a little loophole in there that said that we can actually retract that. We can do a little takesies backsies. Let's continue. Who will be affected by the new OGL 1.1? If the original license is indeed no longer viable, every single licensed publisher will be affected by the new agreement because every commercial creator will be asked to report their products, new and old, to Wizards of the Coast. Literally an imperial takeover. Additionally, while the original OGL did not specifically outline what kind of content third-party creators would make available and profit from, the updated OGL is very specific. The updated license only allows for creation of role-playing games and supplements in printed media and static electronic file formats. It does not allow for anything else. This means it is not, including but not limited to things like videos, so there's YouTubers, virtual tabletops, there's Roll20, and Tabletop Simulator, or virtual tabletop campaigns. Once again, there's Roll20 and Tabletop Simulator. Computer games, novels, apps, graphic novels, music, songs, dances, and even pantomimes. You may engage in these activities only to the extent allowed under the Wizards of the Coast fan content policy, or separately agreed between you and us. The fan content policy can be read here, but in broad strokes, it allows for free content based on or incorporating our IP. Fan content includes fan art, videos, podcasts, blogs, websites, streaming content, tattoos, altars to your cleric's deity, etc. Wow, that's so dirty. Oh yeah, by the way, this is one thing you're gonna encounter as we go through this, is that Wizards of the Coast are like the worst. You thought that there were some like horrible rule Nazi, grognard, neckbeard DMs out there. Wizards of the Coast has proven themselves to be the ultimate form of this. Throughout the entire document, they make stupid themed jokes. They're like, oh my God, there's another example of this that we're gonna encounter later on where they're just like, a tee-hee, while they're literally telling you that they're trying to actively fuck everyone except for themselves. It's so annoying. Oh my God, it's so gross. It comes off as so disgusting. It's like, altars to your cleric's deity. Well, that's protected under our new games license, so don't worry. Grognard, it's an old D&D term. A grognard is basically somebody who is like they're usually referred to as like rules purists or extreme hardcore players. A grognard is somebody who is totally incapable of bending at all. They're usually like extremely cruel to new players. It's a slang term that's used to describe like shitty players, mostly old school players who are really married to the original types of D&D. Yeah, this is a Games Workshop level of IP protection. Yes, a grognard is a D&D chud. Yeah, it's usually a sexist, neck-bearded piece of shit who's obsessed with following all of the rules to a T, who will mock you for not knowing little things, who's super hostile to new players, etc. It's a slang term. It's like you could call it a slur, I guess. Not really, though, but let's continue. Yes. The leaked OGL 1.1 indicates that Wizards of the Coast may not give licensees a lot of time to adjust and agree. The document reads, if you want to publish systems resource document-based content on or after January 13, 2023 and commercialize it, which, let's be real, is basically everyone. If you are writing modules for D&D, we live in fucking capitalism. You have to sell shit to make a living. If you're spending your time writing stuff that's meant to be played with a universally enjoyed rules system, you're gonna be commercializing it to some degree, but we'll get there as we go on. You have until January 13. Wait, that's immediate. Yesterday was January 13. Now, to be fair, they haven't put this into action yet, but this line right here indicates that they were indicating to actually put into action. We are going to shortly jump into some of the responses that have finally come from Wizards of the Coast, and one of the things that they claim which we're gonna see in just a minute here, is that this was just a draft. They weren't intending to launch this anytime soon. And yet in the original draft, they put a hard date of January 13th. Anyway, IO9's source indicated that the final version of the document was originally intended to be released on January 4th, which would have given companies and creators 7 business days to agree and comply. Do you see how ridiculously aggressive and dirty this is? Do you see why the community had such a negative response? Well, we gotta keep going. Let's continue. What's changing in the new OGL? The updated OGL is divided into non-commercial and commercial agreements, and the rules are slightly different if you're making money from direct sales or access to your work. The biggest change between the two sections is a tiered earning system, which they're gonna explain in a minute, new royalties, and rules for the use of crowdfunding. There is some clarity given about Patreon and tips. Basically, if your content is available for free, but people could choose to support you voluntarily without having access affected, you are considered non-commercial. Well, how kind of them. Basically, in the new OGL, as long as you publish everything you do for free, you're allowed to have a Patreon. How kind of them. I'm glad that the self-styled gods at Wizards of the Coast said that you could have a Patreon. It's amazing because the things that they've done here are like reaching above and beyond, above and beyond, even close to their legal ability. They can't tell you anyway that you can't do a Patreon. How magnanimous, indeed, indeed. Additionally, all creators will need to clearly and deliberately distinguish their content from licensed content. The new document reads that this must be done in a way that allows a reader of your licensed work to understand the distinction without checking any other document. The updated OGL suggests a different color font or asterisk on the page, or putting a separate index or list in the back of your licensed work that lists out what exactly you used from the SRD. Pathetic. They're basically saying that if you are writing a module and you tell people to do a defense check, which is unilateral in all forms of Dungeons and Dragons, in all forms of tabletop role playing, that you have to put a star there, or you need to go from the Wizards of the Coast trademark copyrighted SRD. It's so fucking stupid. That is so ridiculous. No one, nothing, not even, oh my God, no one holds to these standards in any industry, let alone in gaming. Other parts of the new OGL document create a tiered system of categorizing licensees based on their revenues from commercialized work under the updated OGL. Okay, this segment is gonna be a little bit accounting heavy, so please forgive me that the segment we're about to go into is gonna have some jargon. I'm going to try and do a summary of it at the end, but it's important that we go through all of this because this is DramaMama. This is where we go through all the receipts. We do the deep dive, so you're not missing anything, so you know exactly what's going on in just a few, a quick video, or well, not a quick video, but in a single video. Here we go. Will OGL publishers have to pay royalties? Probably not. Probably. Now, I don't know if you guys, most people are not gonna take a risk on a probably. Most people are not gonna take a risk on possibly getting sued by a international mega corporation. Some people will, and some people will get away with it, but a lot of people are just gonna say, nah, that's fucking annoying. But let's continue. Unless they are making over $750,000, licensees get to keep the money they earn. But the new OGL states that the commercial agreement covers all commercial uses, whether they're profitable or not. Now get this. If you go into the red on a Kickstarter that earned $800K in backing money, you still owe Wizards of the Coast money, regardless of the fact that you did not profit from your venture. Now, people who are not super familiar with Dungeons and Dragons or Pathfinder or any of these tabletop things might not know this, but Kickstarters and Indiegogo campaigns have created an uncountably large amount of enormous projects that were, many of them licensed under the open gaming license. I'm talking people making full sets of D&D themed what are they called? Models, like so that you can have like for example, remember how I mentioned that really famous Dungeons and Dragons Curse of Strahd? Well, imagine if you did a Kickstarter project under the open game license to create a model, a tabletop model of the Curse of Strahd, and you made this, and it was going to cost you know, $1 million to produce hundreds and hundreds of these so that people could buy them for a couple $1,000s each, and your project just didn't make money in the end. Maybe people loved the product, maybe it succeeded. You would fucking in this new one, you would owe money to Wizards of the Coast. These types of projects are everywhere. If you go on Kickstarter and Indiegogo right now, you will find ongoing campaigns for Dungeons and Dragons open game license themed stuff made by people to enhance their own and their friends and the people who are interested in their own little private things. And the thing that's so annoying about this is that most of D&D is not played in you know, it's not played like at a big event. It's not played by a mega corporation. It's random people trying to have fun at home in their own kitchens with their friends. And they buy, sometimes even splurging, a lot of money on nice things to make that that social experience good. And Wizards of the Coast is pointing a gun at them. They're pointing at the people that make this possible. There have been countless small, and when I say small, when you hear $750,000, your brain might go, oh my God, that's a ton of money. But when we're talking about people making products that are meant to be sold to like lots of groups of people, $750,000 is not a lot of money to start to run a project off of, especially if it's a high quality project. So basically, Wizards of the Coast is taking aim specifically at Kickstarter projects. Yeah, it's like a rich person robbing a hobo. It's more like a rich person. It's like a rich person holding a like local pastry shop owner, like a tiny little like hole in the wall pastry shop that makes nice pastries, and they're holding the pastry shop person hostage so that the people in the pastry shop will give money to the rich person. That's what it is. They're literally targeting these small projects that are designed. These small projects aren't targeted at commercial ventures. They're targeted at hobbyists. That's who buys these Kickstarter projects. These thousands of Kickstarter products that are made to enhance your at-home game of D&D. Let's continue. Note that if you appear to have achieved great success from producing OGL commercial contents, we may reach out to you for a more custom and mutually beneficial licensing agreement. The document notes indicating that Wizards of the Coast is open to creating custom contracts and agreements, but at their discretion. This could indicate that subsidized competition, quote unquote, like Pathfinder, might not get a great deal. Let's take a look at the actual revenue tiers. A, the initiate tier. If you have registered at least one licensed work, but haven't generated $50,000 or more in total gross revenue, notice that, gross revenue, from the OGL, commercial products in a given year, you are at the initiate tier. B, intermediate tier. If your licensed work have generated more than 50, but less than 750,000, you are at the intermediate tier. Expert tier. If your licensed works have generated at least 750,000 in total revenue in a given year, you are in the expert tier, according to them. According to the document, if and only if you are generating a significant amount of money, over $750,000 per year across all licensed works from your licensed works, the revenue you make from your licensed work in excess of $750,000 is considered qualifying revenue. And you are responsible for paying us, Wizards of the Coast, 20 to 25% of that qualifying revenue. So, they're gonna explain it here. The draft goes on to explain that if you make $750,000 and $1, you will owe Wizards of the Coast 25 cents, as they are only asking for royalties on the $1 made in excess of the expert tier. As stated in their document in December, Wizards of the Coast suspects that less than 20 companies are at the expert tier. Now that's another interesting line. So we're gonna talk about two things with regard to this real quick, okay? First of all, If you are here and you are enjoying this incredibly deep dive into the Dungeons and Dragons situation here on the DramaMama channel, give me some likes. Smack that like button, please. We would love to have you not only like the stream, but also subscribe. We'd love to have you here all the time. Also, the likes always bring in new people. We are close to 400 viewers right now, which is amazing. And I would love if you all hit the like button. We might even get up to 500. It's actually really incredible. The more likes we get, YouTube throws our video in front of a lot of people. People always come by and they always stay. So please do. There we go. Now, back to the actual content real quick. There are two things going on here. So, first of all, they kind of admit something there. As stated in their announcement in December, Wizards of the Coast suspects that less than 20 companies are at the expert tier, which brings back what I mentioned earlier. Does this not seem like it is specifically designed to target companies that they believe are their competitors? It's basically trying to pull the rug out from people who've done as good as or better than them. It's very weird. They suspect there's only 20 companies doing this, and yet they recreated an entire license, almost like they're trying to, I don't know, make it really hard for their competition to succeed. Almost like they're trying to stifle competition. Almost like they're trying to monopolize. But on top of that, I want you to understand the scope of this. What they are trying to say is that you owe them royalties for using a document that was published publicly to the entire world in 2002, I think was the original published date. I may be slightly wrong on the OGL original published date. The one we were looking at earlier was an update from 2004. So what they're trying to say is that, so I want to try and analogize this. Imagine, how do I do this? What's the way that I do this? God, I don't even know what a fair version is. Okay, I got an idea. Imagine you're working on a group project with a friend, okay? And your friend, you and your friend are working on this group project, right? And you're coming up with all these ideas, and you've got like a whole notebook full of cool ideas. And your friend comes over and is like, I got a great idea. Here's a really cool thing. Let's make sure that in all of the stuff that we do, this little piece that I've designed is going to, it will make sure that we can move forward. Maybe they came up with like a super cool name or something like that. Like they said, wow, this is a cool name. And you said, buddy, that's awesome. Let's do that. And so you keep working on it, and your friend dies. I'm sorry, this is a sad analogy. Your friend passes away, and you have this one piece of the story. Maybe it's a name, or a name is a bad example, but whatever, let's pretend it's a name. This name that you carry through, you're writing a book, and you've now been writing for 15 years. You've been writing all these amazing stories, and it incorporates that piece from your friend that your friend gave you 15 years ago. And you credit him in the beginning, and you love him, and you're like, I love my friend. But your friend, in his will, left all of his intellectual property, all of his holdings and ownership to his boyfriend. And his boyfriend really doesn't like you. And his boyfriend is super, super greedy. And his boyfriend says, hey, you owe me money now. You've been soloing this project. You've written 15 books in the series. There's a movie deal. You've got merch and everything. You've made this whole amazing world of stuff and people love it. You've been making it. But because you incorporated this one piece 15 years ago, you owe me 25% royalties in perpetuity. Pretty shitty, right? The revenue you make from the licensed works on the OGL, which now the old one is no longer valid, according to them, you have to accept the new one. You're responsible for paying us 20 to 25% of that qualifying revenue. A fourth of the thing that you alone, or you and your team, whoever the people are, have to pay that back to a gigantic corporation that has done nothing. In fact, this is the first time they've ever changed anything to do with that license. They created that license to help themselves many years ago because their product wasn't popular. They needed their product to become more popular, so they invited people to use the basic, to use the tiny basic, to go and create all kinds of new things, and now they want you to pay for it, for shit they didn't do. They didn't do any of it. It's so bad. Killjoy points out a huge swath of the D&D writing team were hired because of the OGL. Yes, the amount of money, the amount of popularity and fame that Wizards of the Coast and Dungeons and Dragons as a whole received was because of the OGL. D&D would not be a worldwide phenomenon if it wasn't for the OGL. The OGL led to the creation of Pathfinder. It led to the creation of D&D 5th edition. It led to the creation of Critical Role. It led to the creation of Dimension 20. It led to the creation of 1,000 other geeky shows that have existed forever. It's led to entire conventions. And now some fucking corporate suits, which we're gonna get into that in just a minute too, want you to pay them because of something they didn't do. They didn't touch any of this. No Wizards of the Coast employee ever helped Paizo create all of the beautiful worlds that they create. And by the way, when I'm talking about them creating entire beautiful worlds, there are hundreds of books of genuine art made by all of these other people who were operating under a license in good faith. I mean, stuff you've never even seen. I went to a convention. I have an artist that I really like. Wayne Reynolds is his name. He's a artist for Pathfinder, is where he gained a lot of his fame, but he's also done art for Wizards of the Coast, and the art that he creates is genuinely breathtaking, okay? Some of you know this guy, many of you maybe don't, but the art that he creates is breathtaking, and I fucking love his art. His art was made possible because of the OGL. His art is something that deserves, that not only deserves to exist, but deserves to have more people see it. And Wizards of the Coast is taking aim at trying to scoop all of this up because it happened to have a connection to this license that they originally granted, but they're doing a takesies-backsies on. Let's continue. We got to get through this. Let's continue. Who has to register to work with Wizards of the Coast? The updated OGL says that no matter what tier you are in or how much money you believe your product will make, you must register with us any new licensed work you intend to offer for sale, including a description of the licensed work. We'll also ask for your contact info, interesting, information on where you intend to publish the licensed work, its price, and other things. Giant data collection as well. Creators will also be required to use a specific badge in order to publicly and obviously identify their work as covered by the updated OGL. Do you guys remember when I said that this was designed to invalidate products of their competitors on a completely frivolous and stupid thing? They are now making a part of the new one. You have to have a specific new badge, and they will not approve if you don't display that badge, which means all of the old works legally published under the OGL, they can't display the old OGL badge anymore because, well, or they're not supposed to, because that has been deemed no longer existing. This is a significant change from the original OGL, which allowed creators to publish without reporting. Obviously, that's a huge burden to put on any publisher. To say that you have to personally report to a global mega corporation so that you can make your little thing to play with your friends, or so you can make your little thing to make a couple quick bucks off because you had a really good D&D idea. While it makes sense that Wizard wants to monitor who is using the open game content, this feels like an impossible task. People are selling their work across dozens of platforms, and sometimes one product is being sold on multiple platforms. Whatever the reporting system looks like, the biggest burden will be on the smallest creators. Biggest burden on the smallest creators. Kickstarter, this is where it gets really weird, okay? This is one of the weirdest things that you're going to see. Online crowdfunding is a new phenomenon since the original OGL was created. The new license attempts to address how and where these fundraising campaigns can take place. The OGL 1.1 states that if creators are members of the expert tier, if your licensed work is crowdfunded or sold via any platform other than Kickstarter, you will pay a 25% royalty on qualifying revenue. And if your licensed work is crowdfunded on Kickstarter, our preferred crowdfunding platform, you will only pay a 20% royalty on qualifying revenue. They're literally, Wizards of the Coast is so driven at this power grab attempt that they are even trying to command which crowdfunding sites their people use. You will lose, according to them, an additional 5% money. They will take 5% more from you if you don't publish with their partner, Kickstarter. This means the updated OGL is directly encouraging Kickstarter over any other platform, including private company sites, as any non-Kickstarter revenue over 200 or 750K will incur a 25% royalty. John Ritter, director of games at Kickstarter. Oh yeah, that's interesting, isn't it? Kickstarter has so many tabletop game fundraisers on it. They have a directorship position just for games at Kickstarter. That's how many games are kickstarted on Kickstarter and similar sites. John Ritter, director of games at Kickstarter, responded on Twitter saying that Kickstarter was contacted after Wizards of the Coast decided to make the OGL changes. So we felt the best move forward was to advocate for creators in the best way we could, which we did. We managed to get a lower percentage plus more being discussed. There's no hidden benefits, no financial kickbacks for Kickstarter. This is their license, not ours. Now, that's only half true. Obviously, there is a giant kickback. The kickback being that you are going to receive every single Kickstarter for every person who wants to operate under this new license. So yeah, that's a bit of a kickback. I know that it's not a kickback in that they're not giving you literal cash. They're just saying, well, everyone's gonna choose you, so don't you wanna be the guy? It does feel like nepotism or something similar. It's definitely a shady deal. And also notice this. Kickstarter was contacted after Wizards of the Coast decided to make the OGL changes. This implies here that Kickstarter was under the impression that this change was not a draft, which I know that we haven't gone over yet the draft claim, but we will. The claim was that the leaked document was just a draft, that they weren't actually going to publish it in its current state, which we now are seeing the evidence that that is not true. I'm pointing these out so that we can have them in our mind when we reach the coping portion of this stream. There is a section in the updated OGL dedicated to conditions surrounding crowdfunding. Even for the initiate and intermediate tiers, there are strings attached to using any crowdfunding platform, not just Kickstarter, to get a project off the ground. The two main points are that you may only crowdfund the production of licensed works, or else they'll try to sue you, is the implication there, and that no infringing materials are given out as perks or rewards. That means that they even want control over the perks that you give out for backers. The power is back at Wizards of the Coast. Well, it's attempted. While there is plenty more to parse, the main takeaway from the leaked OGL 1.1 draft document is that the that Wizards of the Coast is keeping power close at hand. There is no mention of perpetual worldwide rights given to creators. This was present, as we know, it was a main part of Section 4 of the OGL. One of the caveats is that the company, now, get this. One of the caveats is that the company can modify or terminate this agreement for any reason whatsoever, provided we give a 30 days notice. Insane. Insane. So previously, the OGL was a perpetual license. The company was saying, we want you to make D&D stuff. Now they're saying, we can revoke your license and make your products and make all those stamps false advertisement within 30 days. Do you know how impossible that would be? If you are a small printer and for some reason you have no choice in the matter, for some reason Wizards of the Coast gets pissed off at you, they can revoke the things that you just printed. Literally could put you out of business instantly. Wizards of the Coast also gets the right to use any content that licensees create. Yes, this right here is totally fucked, okay? Wizards of the Coast gets the right to use any content that licensees create, whether commercial or non-commercial. Although this is couched in language to protect Wizards products from infringing on creators' copyright, the document states that for any content created under the updated OGL, regardless of whether or not it's owned by the creator, Wizards will have a non-exclusive, perpetual, irrevocable, worldwide, sub-licensable, royalty-free license to use that content for any purpose. They can steal from you. You draw a really, really cool painting of your D&D character which was played in a D&D campaign under the OGL license. Guess what? They can take that and put that character on a shirt and they can do whatever the fuck they want with it according to this license. Do you know how off the absolute rails that is? You design a cool type of playmat for your friends to play with. And remember, this includes non-commercial as well. Anybody who makes anything under the OGL is subject to having it taken and used at will by Wizards of the Coast whenever the fuck they want. If that thing touched the OGL, it has made the OGL a invasive virus. The OGL in the draft state is an invasive virus that basically takes anything that you create with it and throws it into the trash. Or at least I should say opens the door for it to be thrown into the trash. Again, Wizards has a non-exclusive, perpetual, irrevocable, worldwide, sub-licensable, royalty-free license to use that content for any purpose. What this basically says is that unless you are okay with the potential for Wizards of the Coast taking and using anything that you create for whatever reason, you should not touch the OGL, is what this says. Yep, and as Killjoy says, if it's on the internet in plain view, which basically everything is, they will attempt to steal it and the onus is on you to be able to sue for your IP. And you might not win. Let's continue because we're almost to the end of this article. There are a lot of implications in this extended policy and the ramifications of this updated OGL could have a chilling effect on new licensed products. It will. There's no doubt about it. As only static products are included, all work that publishers do for virtual tabletops may have to be offered as non-commercial free products, which of course can be used by Hasbro at any time, which de-incentivizes their production. The royalties associated with any company making above $750K could also prompt publishers to hold back extra products or scale down their projects so that they stay under the expert tier. That means it's literally discouraging you from having success. Wizards of the Coast is clearly expecting these OGL changes to be met with some resistance. The document does note that if the company oversteps, they are aware that they will receive community pushback and bad PR. We're more than open to being convinced that we made a wrong decision. By the way, that's in referral to their plan to be aggressive with IP. What that is referring to, if the company oversteps, AKA if they sue somebody wrongfully, we expect to get pushback. Literally a cop-out. Holy moly. Now, if you can believe it, that's just what happened at the initial launch. There has been a considerable amount of conflict since then, okay? So let me just talk about some of the backlash that has been received. Some of the biggest publishers, including both Paizo and Kobold Press. Kobold Press isn't a part of Paizo. Kobold Press publishes things for many different tabletops, but they publish a lot of stuff specifically for D&D. Kobold Press is very big. Paizo, Kobold Press have both spoken out have both spoken out massively against this. I mean, they're saying, like, this is terrible. I can give you an example of this. Let me just show you what Kobold Press had to say about it. Like I said, Kobold Press is a very large publisher that uses the OGL license, or used the OGL license. Let me just give you this real quick. Raising our flag. So here's a statement by Kobold Press. If it'll load, we'll see if it loads. I wasn't expecting that. Wasn't expecting it to not load. Okay, well, I guess we're not getting that one. Looks like their site's down. Regardless, I read it earlier already, and let me tell you, it is a absolutely resounding denouncement of the policy. A huge D&D content creator, Matt Mercer, now this one's a little funny, okay? Matt Mercer did not make any public statement as of yet. However, if you are to go and look at Matt Mercer's likes on Twitter, which both myself and my researcher Silent did, you will discover that Matt Mercer has been liking a lot of anti-new license tweets, okay? Let's just put it that way, okay? Oh, and actually, here you go. This is actually, it looks like they did. Yesterday night, they did release a statement. Let's take a look. This is from Critical Role, from all of us over at Critical Role. Now, for those of you who don't know, Critical Role is, I believe, the largest and most well-funded Dungeons and Dragons themed podcast in the world. It is a unbelievably famous show that is incredibly original. They run a homebrew campaign based on D&D stuff. They actually have real partnerships, like formal agreements for publishing with Wizards of the Coast. And this is what they had to say. Am I breaking the timeline? How am I breaking the timeline? Oh, I am breaking the timeline. Oh yeah, I should not break the timeline. Sorry about that. I just wanted to state this is something that came back. You are correct. This is breaking the timeline. Thank you for the catch. Point is, yeah. Kobold Press statement is on the Internet Archive. Oh, thank God. We can read that one. That one is in the timeline. Oh, is it back up now? No, it's not loading for me, but here, we can look at this one. Here we go. This was from the, really? Here we go. To our fellow kobolds, the Kobold Press has always been and always will be committed to open gaming in the tabletop community. Our goal, stop it, is to continue creating the best materials for players and game masters alike. Notice they use the term game master. That is the, Wizards of the Coast has actually copyrighted the term dungeon master, so the term game master has to be used elsewhere. This means Kobold Press will release its current Kickstarter projects as planned, including campaign builders, cities, and towns already printed and on its way to backers this winter. In particular, Deep Magic Volume 2 will remain fully compatible with 5e rules. We are working with our virtual tabletop partners to maintain support for digital platforms. As we look ahead, it becomes even more important for our actions to represent our values. While we wait to see what the future holds, we are moving forward with a clear-eyed work on a new core fantasy tabletop rule set, available, open, and subscription-free for those who love it. Codename Project Black Flag. All kobolds look forward to the continued evolution of tabletop gaming. We aim to play our part in making the game better for everyone. Rest assured, Kobold Press intends to maintain a strong presence in the tabletop RPG community. We are not going anywhere. So this is one of the biggest publishers, and they are saying we will no longer be using D&D related stuff. We are going to publish our own entire system. Pretty based, okay? So, now, to continue the timeline, after the article that we just read was published, we received a response from Dungeons and Dragons, okay? So, get this. This document leaks, and it is radio silence from Dungeons and Dragons. Then, Dungeons and Dragons Beyond, like I mentioned, the aforementioned subscription service, the official account for D&D Beyond makes a tweet. We know that you have questions about the OGL, and we will be sharing more soon. Thank you for your patience. So they had a document that was originally intended to give companies 7 days of response time. companies that are largely working in printed media, companies that have to invest a lot to sell physical media. They were going to give them 7 days to respond to it or else risk legal action. And then their best response is, thank you for your patience. We'll talk about it more soon. So then there was another leak, I believe, if I'm not mistaken here. Yes, then there was a leak. So the first thing got leaked, and then there was a second leak. Now this leak is of a different nature. This leak was was leaked by someone at Wizards. This was confirmed by numerous sources, and this was an internal message. And I want you to look at this. Here we go. Here's this right here. Huge leak from an insider at Wizards. It's what we feared. The higher-ups despise us, the D&D community, and see us only as an obstacle to their money. Let's take a look. This was, according to the source, a email memorandum that was sent around. This was a summary that was sent. Hi, I'm an employee at Wizards of the Coast currently working on D&D Beyond and with the D&D business leaders on the health. Yes, here, this is the leak right here. Here you go. There you go. I am an employee at Wizards of the Coast, so this is somebody who's working for the company. This is somebody who is working with business leaders. They are clearly in a position of influence to some degree. If you want, I can provide proof of this, of course. Many journalists confirmed this. I'm sending this message because I fear for the health of a community I love, and I know what leaders at Wizards of the Coast are currently looking at. They are briefly delaying the rollout of the OGL changes due to the backlash. Okay, listen to this closely. Their decision-making is based entirely on the provable impacts to their bottom line. Specifically, they are looking at D&D Beyond subscriptions and cancellations as it is the quickest financial data that they currently have access to. They are still hoping the community forgets, moves on, and they can still push this through. I have decided to reach out because at my time at Wizards of the Coast, I have never once heard management refer to customers in a positive manner. Their communication gives me the impressions that they see customers as obstacles between them and their money. The D&D Beyond team was first told to prepare to support the new OGL changes and the online portal when they got back from the holidays. So there is so much information in this email that we have to go over with. Oh, well, I hope you have a great time, Killjoy. Leadership doesn't take any responsibility for the pain and stress they cause others. Leadership's first communication to the rank and file on OGL was 30 minutes on the 11th. Was for 30 minutes on the 11th. This is the first time they even tried to communicate their intentions about the OGL to other employees, and even in this meeting, they blamed the community's overreaction. I repeat, the main thing this leadership is looking at DB is at D&D Beyond subscription cancellations. Hopes your day goes well. P.S. I will be copying and pasting this message to other community leaders. Now again, we have had numerous journalists go on the record to say that they confirmed this person's identity. As far as we can tell, this is a genuinely concerned employee with some level of influence at Wizards of the Coast, specifically in D&D Beyond. Very helpful information. Shadow Angel 09, thank you very much for this. I didn't actually know this. Kobold Press isn't just a third-party publisher. Kobold Press literally designed the Horde of the Dragon Queen, Rise of Tiamat, and the Ghost of Saltmarch. They were the company that made the first licensed D&D 5th edition campaigns. Holy shit, I didn't actually know that fact, that fact. That's actually also incredibly relevant. That just goes, by the way, that just goes even further, okay? As Grimedango says in chat, we can now tell that the OGL draft was not a draft. It was sent to people to sign. Yes, we did cover that. And we know this because Kickstarter said that they agreed to it as well. So we know this wasn't just a draft, even though you will now see that, Dungeons and Dragons, as we're about to get into, they're going to claim that this was just a draft that wasn't ready for public consumption. But in the truth, behind closed doors, they were having people sign it already. This wasn't a draft. They were intended to go forward with this heinous nightmare completely undiscouraged. So this was the leak, okay? The leak occurred, and then and then some major shit went down, okay? Because once that leak went out, a lot of people got mad. Okay, let's take a look at this. They're scared. D&D Beyond canceled the live stream that was planned for the 12th. So 2 days ago, there was a planned live stream and they canceled it at the last minute. Even Wizards employees are coming out to say how much they hate what Wizards of the Coast are doing in the OGL 1.1. Creators hate it, the community hate it, the people even at Wizards of the Coast hate it, and yet still nothing. The canceled stream may not actually be related to the OGL. It's impossible to know. Apparently they forgot to tell the community the stream had ended. Well, I don't know, that's pretty weird. True or not, the fact remains that they can put together a response to this tweet saying, oh, that stream wasn't happening, but not to the situation at hand. AKA, they're communicating about other things, but they refuse to acknowledge the issues at hand. Okay, so this, by the way, let me just go in here real quick and explain something to you. So at this point in time, this was 2 days ago, there has been a widespread, and when I say widespread, I mean basically every person that every content creator that makes Wizards of the Coast product related content that I know of personally, I've seen them urge people to cancel D&D Beyond. I have seen more tweets about people canceling D&D Beyond than I've seen for any other boycott in recent memory. I mean, people are going hard. There is a lot of cancellations of D&D Beyond right now, which is being led by a lot of people who are, the only people who aren't able to do this are people who are in contracts with Dungeons and Dragons. For example, Critical Role. And as it turns out, as I kind of spoilered, it looks like Critical Role has made a statement, even though they obviously didn't tell anybody to boycott D&D Beyond. According to multiple sources, there was supposed to be a video published on 3 p.m. on Thursday. The people reporting this include OG Pathfinder writers. I'm not sure about that. I have not seen that, but I do believe that it is possible that they're hiding this, that they're basically trying to wait for it to blow over. Okay? So real quick, this is something we need to drop in here because this is on the timeline. Remember Paizo? Mentioned them a couple times. Paizo, the publishers of Pathfinder, who many years ago published started their publication and their entire fantasy universe, which in my opinion is an amazing fantasy universe of incredible quality. I have played so much Pathfinder, it's not even funny. They made a statement about this. We have announced a plan for a system-neutral open RPG license in collaboration with other game companies. We believe that it will be irrevocably and unquestionably keep alive the spirit of the open game license. Learn more. Paizo announces system-neutral open RPG license. For the last several weeks, as rumors of Wizards of the Coast's new version of the open game license began circulating among publishers and on social media, gamers across the world have been asking what Paizo plans to do in light of concerns regarding Wizards of the Coast's rumored plan to deauthorize the existing OGL 1.0a. We have been awaiting further information, hoping that Wizards would realize that for more than 20 years, the OGL has been a mutually beneficial license which should not and cannot be revoked. While we continue to await an answer from Wizards of the Coast, we strongly feel that Paizo can no longer delay in making our own feelings about the importance of open gaming as a part of the public discussion. We believe that any interpretation of the OGL 1.0 or 1.0a were intended to be revocable or able to be deauthorized is incorrect, with good reason. We were there. Paizo owner Lisa Stevens and Paizo president Jim Butler were leaders on the Dungeons and Dragons team at Wizards at the time of the publication of the OGL license. Brian Lewis, co-founder of Azora Law, the intellectual property firm that Paizo uses, was the attorney for Wizards of the Coast who came up with the legal framework for the OGL itself. Paizo has also worked very closely on the OGL-related issues with Ryan Dancy, the visionary who conceived the OGL in the first place. Now, I want you to understand that this statement right here is like the ultimate flex. Having all of the people or all of the core people who are involved in actually creating that license on your hand to say, this is some bullshit, you are destroying what we tried to create, that is, it is, ooh, now you see why I had to cook and serve you up this beautiful DramaMama. Do you see how juicy this gets? Yeah, as Grime Dango says, it's also very interesting that all of these people no longer work at Wizards of the Coast, that they all got out how rancid it must actually be at Wizards of the Coast. It is interesting, isn't it? Let's continue though. Let's do it. Paizo does not believe that the OGL 1.0a can be deauthorized ever. While we are prepared to argue that point in a court of law if need be, we do not want to have to do that. And we know that many of our fellow publishers are not in a position to do so. This is so based. This is Paizo basically going, we'll sue you if we have to, but we know that a lot of really good people in this industry don't have the means to sue. And that is some bullshit. That is some based ass addressing of the issues by Paizo, I gotta say. We have no interest whatsoever in Wizards' new OGL. Good! Instead, we have a plan that we believe will irrevocably and unquestionably keep alive the spirit of the open game license. As Paizo has evolved, the parts of the OGL that we ourselves value has changed. When we needed to quickly bring out the Pathfinder First Edition to continue publishing our popular monthly adventures back in 2008, using Wizards' language was important and expeditious. But in our non-RPG products, including our Pathfinder Tales novels, the Pathfinder Adventure card game, and others, we shifted our focus away from the D&D tropes to lean harder into ideas from our own writers, also based. By the time we went to work on Pathfinder 2nd Edition, Wizards of the Coast's open game content was significantly less important to us, and so our designers and developers wrote the new edition without using any of Wizards' copyrighted expressions of any game mechanics. Now, we're gonna watch a video at the end of this that explains what this means, but remember how I said that you can't actually copyright rules? You can actually only copyright a specific way of saying the rules. So you're not actually allowed in American law to copyright a method or a rule set. You can only copyright your version of the rule set. So if you change the words, if you change the way that it's stated, it's not copyrightable. That is not something that you can claim copyright on. Rules are not something that is overseen by American copyright law. Delance says that all of these people were fired or let go by the 4th edition team, which was placed there by Hasbro. Well, you all recall what happened with 4th edition, right? 4th edition moved to a different proprietary license. This is an even more aggressive move than that. 4th edition was D&D basically saying, well, we're not gonna use the OGL anymore. We're gonna license all of our projects on a proprietary license. Now they're actually going even, as we've seen, they're going even harder. They're trying to claim past work. Yes, exactly. Crime Dango says in the 1990s, Nintendo was suing rental stores for copying, for photocopying instruction booklets. So bam, a cottage industry of companies that made rental safe instruction booklets popped up. You see how that works? The rules are not copyrightable, only one version of the rules. You can just write your own version that says basically the same thing but in different words, and it's totally legal. Let's continue. How does this relate to IP and pharma companies? Very complicatedly, in a way that a lawyer would have to explain. Let's continue. We believe, as we always have, that open gaming makes games better, improves the profitability for everyone involved, and enriches the community of gamers who participate in this amazing hobby. And so we invite gamers from around the world to join us as we begin the next great chapter of open gaming with the release of a new, open, perpetual, and irrevocable, notice how harshly they're saying that, open RPG creative license, the ORC. Aw, that's cute. The new Open RPG Creative License will be built system agnostic for independent game publishers under the legal guidance of Azora Law, an intellectual property law firm that represents Paizo and several other game publishers. Paizo will pay for this legal work. We invite game publishers worldwide to join us in the support of this system agnostic license that allows all games to provide their own unique open rules reference documents that open up individual game systems to the world. To join the effort and provide feedback, please sign up by using this form. In addition to Paizo, Kobold Press, Chaosium, Green Ronin, Legendary Games, Rogue Genius Games, and a growing list of publishers have already agreed to participate in the Open RPG Creative License, and in the coming days, we hope and expect to add substantially to this group. The ORC will not be owned by Paizo, nor will it be owned by any company who makes money publishing RPGs. Azora's Law's ownership of the process and stewardship should provide a safe harbor against any company being bought, sold, or changing management in the future and attempting to rescind rights or nullify sections of the license. Ultimately, we plan to find a non-profit with a history of open source values to own this license, such as the Linux Foundation. Of course, Paizo plans to continue publishing Pathfinder and Starfinder even as we move away from the open game license. Since months worth of product are still at the printer, you will see the familiar OGL 1.0A in the back of our products for a while yet. While the Open RPG Creative License is being finalized, we'll be printing Pathfinder and Starfighter products without any license, and we'll add the finished license to those products when the new license is complete. We hope that you will continue to support Paizo and other game publishers in this difficult time for the entire hobby. You can do your part by supporting the many companies that have provided content under the OGL. Support Pathfinder and Starfinder by visiting your local game store, subscribing online, etc., etc., etc. All of these publishers are working to preserve a prosperous future for open gaming that is both perpetual and irrevocable. We will be there at your side. You can count on us to not go back on our word forever. I gotta say, I am very impressed. I'm very impressed with the approach that Paizo has taken on this. Creating a genuinely, permanently unassailable open game license is indeed a step forward. That one portion that we read at the very beginning, remember this at the very beginning of this stream? Wizards of the Coast wrote the license and wants to control the right to make changes to the license in the future. That will not be present in this version because changes to the license will be handled by a non-profit. AT5D2D Derek points out, from chat points out, Microsoft tried to do this to Linux in the early 2000s, and the backlash was so ferocious that Microsoft became a synonym for evil at the time. 1,000 open source projects bloomed in the aftermath, and it still continues to shape the software industry to this day. We can hope that such a positive effect will be present now. Okay, everybody. So we got to take a small break to enjoy a positive step, a company that is actually doing something to make sure that all of us can continue playing the wonderful tabletop games that so many of us enjoyed. However, we got some more evil to go through. My throat is getting very dry. Laya King says, I came in late. Don't worry. This is going to be published as a video, and if you want, you can rewind so that you know what's going on, or you can just enjoy this. Yeah, we got a lot more. All right, everybody. We finally did indeed receive a response from Wizards of the Coast. That's right. Literally yesterday, Wizards of the Coast finally responded. Now, you might note that Wizards of the Coast didn't respond for days upon days upon days, that they were ignoring emails from journalists, that they were ignoring emails from major figures in the community of... I should be clear about something. When I say major figures of the community, D&D is a product that does not exist without a community. I mean that. D&D cannot exist without community figures to run the games. It is a game that, by the rules, requires multiple players to play. It requires community leaders who are willing to take the time to put together a session. D&D is a high-effort hobby. It is a high-effort hobby even for players. And when you have community leaders, people who are putting a lot of effort making the product a thing that anybody wants to buy, who are concerned and are being ignored, that is a massive failure. And it's interesting to me that we only got a response from Dungeons & Dragons official account of any type, besides the "we'll talk to you eventually about it," was after there was a gigantic boycott and a push for people, large followings of D&D players, to cancel D&D Beyond. Isn't that interesting? Oh, Timmy the Cutie. Oh, don't you worry. We're gonna talk about Cynthia Williams. Oh, we're gonna talk about Cynthia Williams, but we gotta get through the timeline first, because this has been a very long timeline so far. Let's listen to their response, shall we? Their response that came after people started canceling tons of D&D Beyond subscriptions. Here we go. An update on the open game license by the D&D Beyond staff. When we initially conceived of revising the OGL, it was with 3 major goals in mind. First, we wanted the ability to prevent the use of D&D content from being included in hateful and discriminatory products. Remember when I said that that whole thing of the being able to revoke the license from hateful and discriminatory products was kind of a weird move for them to do? Notice how they opened the letter with that. It feels a little strange, doesn't it? Doesn't that feel a little bit manipulative? It feels manipulative to me, at least. I don't know if everybody else agrees with me on that, but I think that feels manipulative. Second, we wanted to address those attempting to use D&D in Web3 blockchain games and NFTs by making clear that OGL content is limited to tabletop role-playing content like campaigns, modules, and supplements. Also a very weird thing. It's weird that they only care about the blockchain, NFT, Web3 stuff now that there's some serious criminal scandals going on. It's weird. It's almost like they're trying to capitalize on progressive values and they're trying to capitalize on NFT stuff by putting those two as the reasons they were redoing the document. But I can't help but feel that the 9,000 word document that they produced really has all that much to do with hateful content and really doesn't have all that much to do with NFTs. In fact, those were 2 tiny segments in comparison to the total rework of their ownership and claim to money, a lot of money, a unbelievable pile of Mr. Krabs-like money that the rest of the new OGL attempts to or concerns. It's kind of strange. Oh yeah, also everyone in chat is pointing out that Hasbro makes Power Rangers NFTs. So yeah, it's kind of fucking bullshit. Anyway, third, we wanted to ensure that the OGL is for the content creator, the home brewer, the aspiring designer, our players, and the community, not major corporations to use for their own commercial and promotional purpose. You are a major corporation! What are you talking about? What are you talking about? The document in its current form puts unbelievable pressure on the content creator, the home brewer, the aspiring designer. These are the people most affected. Oh God. Let's continue. Driving these goals were 2 simple principles. Our job to be good stewards of the game, and 2, the OGL exists for the benefit of the fans. Nothing about those principles has wavered for a second. I didn't get the feeling at all, at any point, that the OGL 1.1 was created for the fan or the benefit of the fans. In fact, nothing there was talking about making it easier for fans. In fact, all of it was about making it easier and more profitable for Hasbro and not for the fans. Strange. Let's continue though. That was why our early drafts of the new OGL included the provisions that they did. That draft language was provided to content creators and publishers so their feedback can be considered before anything was finalized. This is the part I was telling you that we now know to be not true. We know that this is a lie. We know, and in fact, we had the pieces all along. The article we were reading from a couple of days ago, which cited, which showed that Kickstarter had already agreed, shows that this is not a, this wasn't draft language. This was something they were asking people to sign on to in advance. Just lying. In addition to language allowing us to address discriminatory and hateful conduct and clarifying what types of products the OGL covers, our drafts included royalty language designed to apply to large corporations attempting to use OGL content. They had the right. Everyone, including your competitors who weren't large corporations when they started. Paizo was a literal garage company. When Paizo started, they had like 5 people involved. They succeeded because D&D blew it. They, not just because of that, obviously, but they became a major corporation because nobody wanted to play D&D 4th edition because of how restrictive it was and because there was no content. Because of their own decisions. Let's continue. It was never our intent to impact the vast majority of the community. However, it's clear from the reaction that we rolled a 1. They rolled a 1, guys. Oh my God, they're so nerdy. Wow, a 1? They rolled a 1, guys. Wow, that's so funny. I love it when they're attempting to take money from people and they make nice and relatable, funny, goofball. Love it. It's so cute. Isn't it so cute when the legal team writes in a D&D joke so that they can justify and lie to your face about how they're trying to steal money from everybody? Isn't that funny? It's so funny. I love it when people roll a 1. When they roll a 1, that's a critical fail. You know, when you roll the dice and it lands on 1, that's a fail. They're saying they, oops, fail, fail moment. Holy shit. Yeah, what can we say but epic fail, bro? Epic fail for the lose. It's literally, it's more intolerable than like fake Zoomer speech where they were like, yeah, we know this was fatherless behavior. We really took a L here. It would be better if they said that. It would be unironically better if they said that. It's become clear that it's no longer possible to fully achieve all 3 goals while still staying true to our principles. So here's what we are doing. Allowing hate speech. No, just kidding. That's a joke. That's a joke, obviously. The next OGL will contain the provisions that allow us to protect and cultivate the inclusive environment we are trying to build and specify that it covers only content for TTRPGs, tabletop RPGs. That means the other expressions, such as educational and charitable campaigns, live streams, cosplay, virtual tabletop uses, etc., will remain unaffected by any OGL update. So they say. Content already released under 1.0a will also remain unaffected. They say. What it will not contain is any royalty structure. It will also not include the license-backed provision that some people were afraid is a means for us to steal work. Yeah, it shouldn't include that because that's criminal. That thought never crossed our minds. Shut the fuck up. This is so stupid. The idea when you said, I mean, can we go back to the wording? I'm sorry, can I just get the actual wording here? Wizards will have a non-exclusive, perpetual, irrevocable, worldwide, sub-licensable, royalty-free license. That's royalties towards the creators. They don't have to pay the creators to use that content for any purpose. You're trying to tell us that thought never crossed our minds? Oh, when we said that we would not have to pay you anything and there would be a worldwide irrevocable license, we were just being a little ditzy. We were just being a bimbo. I'm such a bimbo. Our lawyer team they were being bimbos. Under any new OGL, you will own the content you create. We won't. Guess what? You don't need an OGL for that to be the case. You don't need an OGL. You don't need a permission slip from the overbearing parents at Wizards of the Coast to own the content you create. You own the content you create. It's yours. That's how it works. They don't own it. They never did. Even under the OGL, they never owned that shit. Remember in the beginning of this thing how I said that a lot of this was like a spiritual or emotional struggle? Like that this is a mental struggle with the fan base? That this is designed to basically play psychological games with the fan base? That's what this is. They never owned your shit, ever. Even if the OGL hadn't existed, you could have still done those things. All of those things are perfectly legal to do under American law. The point of the OGL was to be like, we're not gonna give you shit about it. We're not gonna sue you over it. We're not gonna make your life hell over it. The OGL isn't even necessary at all, says Grime Dango, to make compatibles. It's just a trust document. Yes, exactly. We're gonna actually watch a small segment from LegalEagle at the end that explains to the full degree how this works. And I think it's very useful, and I think a lot of people will find it productive. Anyway, let's continue. Any language we put down will be crystal clear and unequivocal on that point. The license back language was intended to protect us and our partners from creators who incorrectly allege that we steal their work simply because of coincidental similarities. Oops. I didn't mean to break that webpage. We wanted to protect ourselves for when we steal, when we copy, when we plagiarize, when we don't plagiarize and we don't steal. You mean like fucking J.R.R. Tolkien who sued your ass? As we continue to invest in the game that we love and move forward with partnerships in film, television, and digital games, that risk is simply too great to ignore. Fuck off. The new OGL will contain provisions to address that risk, but we will do so without a license back and without suggesting we have the rights to the content you create. Good, because that would be illegal. Good, because you don't. That was delusion. It was delusion and bullying. Your ideas and imagination are what makes this game special, and that belongs to you. Again, condescending helicopter parent permission slip. I'm sorry, honey. I'm sorry, honey. I just wanted you to know you have my permission to go to the bathroom, okay? I might stand outside the door, but I just want you to know you have my permission, okay? A couple of last thoughts. First, we won't be able to release the new OGL today because we need to make sure we get it right, but it is coming. Second, you're going to hear people say that they won, and we lost because making your voices heard forced us to change our plans. This is them directly referencing people unsubscribing from D&D Beyond. Those people will only be half right. They won, and so did we. I am Adolf Hitler! Our plan was always to solicit the input of our community before any update to the OGL. The drafts you've seen were attempting to do just that, like that, except they weren't drafts and everybody knows they weren't drafts. We want to always delight fans and create experiences together that everyone loves. We realized we did not do that this time and we are sorry for that. Our goal was to get exactly the type of feedback on which provisions worked and which did not. If that's true, you should have offered this up in a poll. You should have offered this up publicly to people who care and are invested in the game. You should have been open. This should have been published publicly so people could comment on it, and it should have been clear that this isn't the direction that it was going. But they know that if they did this as a draft, people would not trust them anymore because this is an egregious document. Any change this major could have only been done well if we were willing to take that feedback no matter how it was provided. So we are. Thank you for caring enough to let us know what works and what doesn't, what you need and what scares you. Oh my God. Oh my God. How condescending can they be? How condescending. What scares you? God, it's like dripping with malice. Without knowing that, we can't do our part to make the new OGL match our principles. Finally, we'd appreciate the chance to make this right. We love D&D's devoted players and the creators who take them on so many incredible adventures. We won't let you down. Really fucking unbelievable. Isn't that just egregious? All right, now we have one more piece to drop in the timeline, okay? One more bit to drop in the timeline. That's from this morning. An update. Canceled D&D Beyond subscriptions have forced Hasbro's hand. Dungeons & Dragons publisher Wizards of the Coast finally broke its silence regarding the game's open game license on Friday. Attempting to calm tensions in the D&D community and answer questions that were raised after Gizmodo broke the news about the contents of a draft of the document last week. In a message titled An Update, that's the one we just read, Wizards of the Coast's official digital toolset, the company addressed many of the concerns raised after the leak of the Open Gaming License 1.1 earlier in the week and walked them back fast. Notable changes include the elimination of royalty structures and the promise to clarify ownership of copyright and intellectual property. But it might be too little too late. Despite reassurances from Hasbro's subsidiary, Wizards of the Coast may have already suffered the consequences of their week of silence. Multiple sources from inside Wizards of the Coast tell Gizmodo that the situation inside the castle is dire, and that Hasbro's concern is less about public image and more about the IP hoard that the dragon is sitting on. Bottom line seems to be, after a fan-led campaign to cancel D&D Beyond subscriptions went viral, it sent a message to Wizards of the Coast and Hasbro higher-ups. According to multiple sources, these immediate financial consequences were the main thing that forced them to respond. The decision to further delay the rollout of the Open Gaming License and then adjust the messaging around the rollout occurred because of a provable impact on their bottom line. According to these sources, in meetings and communication with employees, Wizards of the Coast management's messaging has been that the fans are overreacting to the leaked draft and that in a few months, nobody will remember the uproar. Now, down here, what we're going to see is a couple of examples of publishers. The article goes on to give some examples of publishers, etc., etc. Okay? We're not going to read the whole article, but I want to point out the fact that not only has everyone with any sort of history with Wizards of the Coast theorized that they are going to wait for this to blow over and then push through something almost identical to it that is strictly beneficial to them. We know that this is going to happen, but also people on the Wizards of the Coast team have literally confirmed that that is what is being discussed in the boardrooms and in the meeting rooms at Wizards of the Coast. Actual anonymous team members have come forward to say they are talking about just waiting until no one cares so that we can push this through again. They think you are stupid. Now, there are some things I wanted to discuss with regard to the boycott of D&D Beyond. Clearly, it gave them a shock to their system, and we now understand, as to use their own words, what they are scared of. We understand what you're scared of, Wizards of the Coast, and it only has to do with your bottom line. It has nothing else to do with anything else. And I would say, this is my personal statement, if you are one of the people who has canceled D&D Beyond, you should remain canceled, no matter what no matter what Wizards of the Coast tries to do in the coming months, because we have now seen very clearly where all of their leadership is looking. They are going to find an opportunity to do exactly what they did here, or to restructure it in such a way that they can squeeze all of the money out of everyone. And even if you think that there's good stuff in the game, you should not be supporting D&D Beyond for your own good. Not because of any principled stance. You don't gotta have like some sort of like principled stance on open software. It's just for your own good. You are going to get screwed. Anybody using the OGL knows that this is not a safe document. They are going to invalidate the old OGL. You can't use that shit. You can't trust D&D Beyond. You cannot trust that your products are going to be quality. You cannot trust that they are even going to be yours. And what's worse is now you can't even trust that there will be a community to play them with. If you're dropping $60 to $70 on a book or on a cup or on multiple books for D&D, you're doing that under the hope that there will be people who will want to play that with you, under the hope that there will be a thriving community that you can participate in, that you can enjoy. That's part of the draw of tabletop role-playing. It's the community aspect. It's always been one of the core draws of tabletop, but you can't trust that with Wizards of the Coast anymore. You simply can't. They are killing the community. They have driven away the people who make their community happen. The people who are making stuff for D&D are no longer going to make it for D&D. All of these publishers are not going to work with Hasbro anymore. They're not going to work with Wizards of the Coast. That community that has been thriving around D&D since 5th edition launched, done. The trust is permanently destroyed, especially when the response is as sarcastic, pathetic, manipulative as the one that we just saw. Silent points out, the only reasonable exception is a creator who currently needs to use D&D Beyond for your livelihood, but you definitely need to be paying attention to see where the current shifts and be ready to make the shift in advance. Yeah, it would be an absolute disaster if you are somebody who uses D&D Beyond to professionally dungeon master or any of those things, and all of a sudden 3 months from now you're shit out of luck because they've made an even more draconian and twisted contract, which is clearly what they want to do. They're treating the community like children. You saw can we go back over the leak real quick? The leak, look at the leak, the leaked email. I'm an employee at Wizards of the Coast currently working on D&D Beyond and with D&D business leaders on the health of the product line. So this is somebody in a pretty high position. And let's just take a look at what they thought, okay? Decision making is based entirely on the provable impact of the bottom line. They are still hoping the community forgets and moves on. I have decided to reach out because I have never once heard management refer to customers in a positive manner. In their communication gives me the impression they see customers as obstacles between them and their money. Can you imagine working at a company and the entire time you're there, every single leadership position talks about customers with derision? This is another reason why you should consider never buying a D&D product again. Because the best source that we have says that they actually unironically hate you. That they see you as an object and nothing more. Danny Fallen says, damn, D20 and Critical Role should just switch to Pathfinder. Watch Wizards of the Coast go bankrupt because they're already killing Magic the Gathering. Oh yes, we have not even talked about that, but I should note on that. All of what we've been talking about today has been a deep dive on the D&D OGL situation. However, for the last, a long time, but at least for the last year especially, there has been the same company, Wizards of the Coast, has a product many of you know of called Magic the Gathering. And let's just say the Magic the Gathering community, which I follow, not super tightly, but relatively closely. I watch a video by well, you guys know, I've watched it with you, Alpha Investments, Rudy. Genuinely, he's got his finger on the pulse of the local game stores. And let me just tell you, the Magic the Gathering community has been utterly decimated. They are literally, Wizards of the Coast has been aggressively, has basically been cutting out local game stores out of the entire process. So like, the community is falling apart. There are, in real time, you can watch the Magic the Gathering community fall apart. Every single major community figure has been screaming about Wizards of the Coast attempting to destroy everything that people love about Magic the Gathering for profit, including switching from distribution through local game stores, which is vital for the health of a game, to just selling trash bags full of cards, fucking, not actual trash bags, but trash bags full of cards on Amazon.com. It is so scummy. You should not trust Wizards of the Coast whatsoever. Yep, from local game stores to Amazon. Now, there's one more thing I know that right now I'm kind of going into my end segment where I start to tell you my thoughts about and my feelings about the situation. And I apologize. Usually I'm pretty clear when we're going to that section, but there's one more thing I wanted to bring up. And then we're gonna watch a quick video, and then I'm gonna give you my opinion on the whole situation, okay? Let me just show you something. This is the resume for the current president of Wizards of the Coast, okay? This is the president, Cynthia Williams, okay? And I want you to notice where she worked for 12 years. This is a company called Altria. Now, you might be going, well, what the hell is that supposed to mean? Altria Group, moving beyond smoking. A federal court has ordered Altria, R.J. Reynolds Tobacco Company, Lawlord, and Philip Morris USA to make these statements. Altria is a mega corporation and one of the world's largest producers and marketers of tobacco, cigarettes, and related products. Let's just take a look. This is one of the biggest cigarette and tobacco companies in the world. And she was in leadership positions. She was in directorship positions for 12 years there. But guess what else? She also worked with Amazon. Interesting. Just before going to Wizards of the Coast, she worked for Amazon and parted on good terms with Amazon. And now, Wizards of the Coast is aiming to make all of their business go through Amazon instead of local game stores. Local game stores, which are the lifeblood of the actual community. Local game stores are the people who put together the gaming nights. They're the people who organize the championships. They're the people who organize pack opening. They're the people who build the community. And Cynthia Williams has been perpetually aiming to move more and more of Magic the Gathering onto Amazon. So it's interesting. It's almost like Cynthia Williams has a history of working for companies that are bottom line focused over everything else, but that's all corporations to a certain degree, and also companies that are ruthless and cutthroat and struggle with their PR image. It's almost like Cynthia Williams is taking the skills she learned working for a global worldwide tobacco company and a global worldwide logistics giant with horrible PR and using them to try and squeeze the players of a new game. Isn't that very, very strange? Yeah, the Turbo Karen. Really wild, huh? Wild. So now we're gonna enter into the part where I give my sort of unfiltered opinion, you know, my opinion. I know that I've not editorialized, that's not the right word. I've given a couple of my emotional feelings on this issue throughout. DramaMama is a drama show, and I do my best to present the receipts in as unbiased a manner as possible, but sometimes I can't help myself. Oh, fuck, you're right. I gotta read the critical role statement. That's right. We gotta read the critical role statement. Thank you. Oh my God, I completely forgot. Where's my brain? Hold on, I got it right here. There it is. Real quick. From Critical Role, again, easily the most recognizable public-facing D&D related media. Critical Role has always supported creators and game development in the tabletop space. We stand by our industry peers as well as anybody who takes a risk in creating a new system or developing an original idea. The beauty of gaming comes from the opportunity to share inclusive, diverse, and compelling stories from a wide spectrum of creators. That's exactly why we launched our own game publishing company a few years ago, because we believe that broadening the field of creators boosts the entire industry. The success we have experienced is thanks to the passion and interest of the greater tabletop community, and we commit to fostering an environment that allows everyone the opportunity to easily share the stories they wish to tell. This is, there's no way about it. It's very clear to me that this is a statement against the OGL. This is in support of the original OGL. They are clearly taking a stance. I will say they don't directly call out Wizards of the Coast, but I mean, they have deals with them. Obviously, that would probably put their show under. Delance, chill. Thank you. Gurnatath says the CR statement is a nothing burger, but they have a non-disparagement clause for their official published source book, so their hands are kind of tied. Yes, they are not allowed to say anything bad about Wizards of the Coast, which is kind of funny, isn't it? Oh, that's cool. That's cool, Andrew Kowalski. Legally compelled to not say bad things. Those types of things are always very iffy. But yes, non-disparagement and stuff like that are pseudo-enforceable. Basically, they can make your life hell. Usually, you can't actually control someone's speech, but they can make your life hell by making you go to court and shit. The ruling class destroys culture itself. Yes, it does. So let me do that. We are going to watch a little clip from the LegalEagle video here in a second, but I want to get my own voice out on this real quick, okay? Which is to say, capitalism and endless profit seeking destroys everything that you love. As creative people all around, we need to get aggressive about the long-term truth of that fact. An open game license that is still under the control of a company like Wizards of the Coast, as we can see, is not safe. Hell, I mean, I'm hoping that Paizo's will be safe. But what we need to do is we need to be willing to engage in bold forms of proliferation, in actively resisting the private property model. And it's very difficult to do, because sometimes it does put you at great danger. When the entire world is operating on a totally private capitalistic model, it can be an incredible risk to do something like publishing a genuinely open source rule set. But it's important. It's genuinely important. Live update, Wizard of the Coast is firing people? What? Turns out the reason why Wizards' responses are tone-deaf and insulting to the community is due to Wizards of the Coast's internal process, ignoring and threatening their own staff while retreating to legal. People are afraid of speaking out because they fear losing their jobs. Where is this from? These statements are being made by executives and legal based on their assumptions of what will appease the community, not by the team who created the game or the tools. When the statement is prepared, it is typically posted almost immediately, and suggestions from other staff members regarding potential problems with the statement are not taken into consideration. In fact, providing such feedback is considered hazardous. Numerous employees have reportedly been fired from Wizards of the Coast's D&D division for nothing more than voicing dissenting opinion when asked for it. People are afraid of speaking out because they fear losing their jobs. The above comment comes directly from a senior Wizards of the Coast inside source by way of a paraphrasing bot. I'm sharing all that I can, but understand my priority is the safety of those who are sharing this information, which means a lot of checks and a lot of verification. More info to come as fast as it is safe. Holy shit. Damn, they're taking the Elon Musk approach. Well, I mean, doesn't that more just speak to what I'm saying? That this is not a company that has the best interest of anyone in the community in mind. This is not a company that is aiming to protect you. This is not a company that is aiming to allow you to thrive. This is not a company that cares about your homebrew D&D. They have inherited a product that was made by passionate people, and they are simply carving it up. Interestingly, as a little throwback, like Hannibal, carving up his latest victim into a meal. They are carving up the community and everyone in it for their own profit. They don't care. They seem to have disdain for the actual fans of the product. And the reason why I opened this DramaMama, talking about my personal experience with D&D, is because I want you to understand that D&D, like tabletop gaming as a whole, is a beautiful thing. It is a beautiful thing. It is not, no one makes money from hanging out, having some beers, smoking some weed, and playing some games with their friends. Nobody's making money off of that. People have fun. It's a social endeavor that brings people closer together, that leads to incredibly fun experiences. It is a our artistic endeavor of people creating things that are unique for their own group of friends. In fact, let me tell you a quick anecdote, okay? The longest game of Dungeons and Dragons that I ever ran as a dungeon master, as a DM, as a game master, was ran for over a year. I played for over a year of weekly meetups with the same group of people. I wrote a story unique for them. They wrote characters uniquely for me. We created an incredibly amazing experience, one that I revisit in my mind constantly, one that has brought me incredible inspiration over the years. Nobody saw that. You all did. I wasn't even close to a streamer at that time. It wasn't broadcasted. It wasn't published as a podcast. It was just a special artistic endeavor for me and my friends. And it was wonderful. And that is something that D&D facilitates very well. Not just D&D, but the general rule set of these role-playing games facilitates that sort of experience very well. It is a wonderful experience. It's an experience, like I said, that brings people together. It did for me. I am proud of what I created and wrote for that group of friends. It was awesome. I still am proud of it to this day. It's one of my proudest works, and it's something I can never show to anybody else because it was something that could only be experienced. And that's something that D&D is great at facilitating. But Wizards of the Coast doesn't give a shit about that, okay? Wizards of the Coast doesn't care. They see these, they look past all of the actual tangible, emotional, physical aspects of their product, and they see only the money behind it. They see that you want these things to help you facilitate a good social time with your friends, and they want to use that to make you pay them money. This is why they're so bent on destroying the OGL. And it's funny too, because they are making money. They are already making tons of money. Dungeons and Dragons, Magic the Gathering, these are things that they can make money off forever just by creating new content. People will buy it, but they don't want more money. They want all the money. They don't want to facilitate a community that's sustainable. They want to take everything they can get. So remember that. Remember that whenever they offer you a product. Remember that this company especially does not give a single flying fuck about your community, about the community of gamers that made their thing possible. They do not give a single shit about the fact that hundreds of thousands of people over two plus decades are the ones that actually made D&D a global phenomenon. It wasn't Wizards of the Coast. Wizards of the Coast did logistics. They published some books. They hired some people to make stuff for them. They didn't make the community happen. The people playing in their living rooms, the people playing at their local game stores, the groups of people coming together and cracking open a 12-pack of soda to share among 3 tables of people gaming in a loft at a game store. They didn't do that. They don't care about that. They would just as easily stomp that out if it would make them some money. And they will, and they are. So keep that in mind. That's basically my takeaway. It's very clear to me that in this drama, there is one party that is totally in the wrong, and that is the ever greedy, ever cruel Wizards of the Coast executives. And I want to be clear about something, okay? I want to be very, very, very clear about something like this, okay? This is not the designer's fault. This is not the writers of the novel's fault. This is not the people who are trying to create the game every day. This is the financial leadership of Wizards of the Coast who have ultimate power. These are people, okay, there's a joke. There's a joke on the Magic side of things. Remember how I mentioned how Magic has been going through something very similar to what D&D is going through right now? The CEO of, or not the CEO, the president of Wizards of the Coast used pieces of the Wikipedia article to describe Magic the Gathering when asked about Magic the Gathering. The president of Wizards of the Coast just grabbed something from Wikipedia. This is how little the leadership, the financial leadership, the people who have ultimate power in the business world know about the products that they're creating. They don't see you as people. They don't even see their products for what they are. All they see them as a dollar sign. They see them as a dollar sign that they could try to make grow bigger or grow smaller. They don't even understand the mechanics. They can't. It's not in their mind to be able to do that. D&D, I already said this once, but I'm going to say it again. D&D could not exist without the community, just like Magic can't exist without the community. Magic, the Gathering, a card system, the reason why Magic has lasted so long is because of the way that the way that local game stores are able to basically translate the culture to Wizards of the Coast. But see, Wizards of the Coast in its modern form, now it's always had problems, but especially in its modern form, doesn't know what local game stores do. They don't care. They don't know what it does. They want to turn it into a farm that they can farm money out. That's why they want you to buy in to D&D Beyond, because that's a farm. It's a rigid farm that they can understand. In the past, local game stores serve a special role. They serve as the ability to basically find out what people are actually into. When there's 4 different sets that launch of Magic the Gathering, but everybody's buying one specific set, the reason that they do that, the reason the local game store can go, hey, just so you know, nobody gives a shit about the Walking Dead crossover packs. They all want the vampire packs. That's what local game stores can do. Local game stores and the community therein are the way that that's a fundamental aspect of the function of the product. The product doesn't work. There is no intrinsic value to a bunch of pieces of cardboard. No one cares about a bunch of pieces of cardboard. There are 900,000 different card games out there. What matters is why people are having fun with specific versions of it. The cardboard doesn't matter. okay? It's what people do with it that matters. And local game stores are basically the only way that there can be any understanding of that happening. Corporations can't understand this. There's no way for them to be able to parse that. It's impossible. There needs to be somebody there, a local game store who's sitting there talking to people every day about their interests. And of course, that doesn't mean every local game store is good. There are obviously idiots who run local game stores. But local game stores' purpose is that they can curate. They can listen to the people who are spending time playing games in their store, and they can find out what people want to buy. They can find out what's important. And of course, Wizards of the Coast doesn't give a shit about any of that. Wizards of the Coast doesn't give a shit about local game stores. They don't give a shit about DMs who are running the campaigns. They don't give a shit about people who are organizing, group play. They don't give a shit about any of it. None of it. It's unfortunate. But the good news is what we're about to watch, which is a cool little LegalEagle video. We're gonna react to a LegalEagle video that will show you why there's some good news in this whole situation. Okay, so let me bring that up. All right. Let me show you, it's a really good video, okay? It's a short, it's not a super long video, but take a look at this. Here we go. Let's watch together.
Dragons has altered.
Oh, by the way, I should explain why this is good news. The reason why this particular video is good news is because it explains the legal mechanisms behind all of this. And it explains basically why Wizards of the Coast is completely and totally full of hot air, okay? Let's listen.
The deal. Pray they do not alter it any further. Because for years, Wizards of the Coast, which publishes Dungeons & Dragons, has operated under an open gaming license, an OGL.
Don't worry, Delance, it's all good.
To create and profit from unofficial content in the Dungeons & Dragons universe. Or does it? It's time to think like a rules lawyer. The idea is that the OGL is a legal framework that allows people to use the rules and ideas of the role-playing games to create their own works. And it was originally released in the year 2000s by Wizards of the Coast. And a lot of people have come to rely on the terms of the OGL to make and publish their own content under the aegis of Wizards of the Coast. But that was version 1 of the OGL. Now, according to a leak, version 1.1 of the OGL, which has not officially been adopted.
So yes, some of this is going to be a little bit of a quick summary of what we just went through in depth. As you can tell, I just want to be clear, the reason why I do long form videos of this is because I want you to be able to have all of the to see for yourself all of the stuff that I'm pulling from. This video just does a summary and has links in the comments. It's a very different format. So you're gonna hear some things I already talked about, but don't worry about it. It gets to a good point.
Makes huge sweeping changes that will affect anyone that makes content even related to Dungeons & Dragons. But this leaked version 1.1 update to the OGL is a mixed bag. It purports to crack down on sexist, homophobic, and transphobic content that is created with the Dungeons & Dragons name. It purports to grant a perpetual license to Wizards of the Coast for anyone that makes content using that license. It purports to require certain people who make content using that license to report that usage to Wizards of the Coast, and if you make over $750,000 in revenue, you have to pay certain royalties up to 25% to Wizards of the Coast on certain marginal income. These are big changes. Now, it's important to distinguish the OGL from the actual Dungeons & Dragons rules. The Dungeons & Dragons operates under a set of rules that's up to version 5e at this point, and the OGL is not the Dungeons & Dragons rules, and generally speaking, those rules are found in the System Reference Document, the SRD. That's a 400-page document containing just about everything you need to know about playing D&D. The main benefit of the OGL, whether you're talking about version 1 or version 1.1, is that it allows people to use and reproduce the SRD, the rules. But for people who make content that just simply works with the rules but doesn't reproduce them, well, there's a big question about whether you need the OGL at all. Now, we'll come back to that later. Now, these sweeping changes caused a huge uproar among fans and content creators alike. But like I said, it's a mixed bag. On the plus side, it provides a relatively clear path to allow almost anyone to create officially licensed content, and that's pretty rare. It's not like Disney says, sure, you can make any Mickey Mouse content you want, just pay us if you happen to make over $750,000 in revenue.
Shoot me an email.
And if these changes were coming from...
Kowalski, shoot me an email, demonmamaonline@gmail.com. That's the easiest way I can follow up on something like that. Thank you.
A position of absolute restriction, like Disney has a lockdown on their IP, then people would probably rejoice that they have this pathway to make officially licensed content and profit from it. But as it stands, we're coming from the opposite. We're coming from a world where almost everything was totally open, and these restrictions are causing a lot of consternation. So many people are upset about this leaked modified OGL. And the leaked OGL differentiates between commercial and non-commercial content. People making non-commercial content are fairly unburdened. And the leak says that making money via Patreon doesn't necessarily count as commercial. So that probably covers a large swath of people who...
He's being fair here, but as we know, while non-commercial stuff isn't a part of the royalty scheme, we do know that in the leaked version of the document, that they wanted to take the rights to it for even non-commercial stuff in perpetuity, worldwide, sub-licensable, royalty-free. So I know he's being charitable here, but let's remember that aspect that he doesn't really touch on here.
Might otherwise be upset about these changes. Now, I'm not going to dive too deep into the changes of this OGL. It's reasonably easy to understand to the credit of the lawyers who drafted it, and a lot of the coverage has already described what the implication of these purported changes are. And there are some issues as far as enforceability and promissory estoppel and reliance. Can you revoke a license that was granted in perpetuity? I'm not going to get into those. For a more detailed breakdown of the contractual provisions themselves, I'd highly recommend you check out the nerds over at Opening Arguments. They really go into the details of what the original and the leaked OGL say and what they don't say. It's absolutely the best breakdown of the contracts themselves. But I also think almost everyone is missing the biggest issue. And what I want to cover today is one of the more fundamental flaws with this whole setup, and I think, frankly, it changes everything. And as it happens, this whole controversy is a perfect opportunity to teach people about the difference between copyright and trademark. So, you know, win-win. But the original OGL has been around for a while, and it was intended to provide an open platform for players. And for some of the critical background on that history, I turned to the D&D expert and uber nerd, Matt Colville.
The products that they make for Dungeons and Dragons tend to sell best to players. Well, adventurers don't make a lot of money because only one of the 4 or 5 players at the table buy them, but you still got to make them. So his argument was, why don't we open these rules and make it so that anybody can make products for us? And that way, third-party companies will come along and they will make adventures for us. And they'll make other stuff too, but we don't care. And that way they'll support our product. And there was also some verbiage in there about how, and if those companies improve our rules and it's published under the OGL, then we can take those improvements, right? And then our game will improve. And that was a very egalitarian way of looking at things. And then fast forward, and Wizards of the Coast releases a 4th edition, which was very controversial and alienated a lot of fans. And so they sort of freaked out and released a 5th edition. 4th edition wasn't released under the Open Gaming license. It was released under a different license called the GSL, which was much more draconic and restrictive. And then 5th edition was released under the...
I like that he called it draconic and not draconian. The term that he meant there was draconian, but it's funny because one of the biggest features of Dungeons & Dragons 4th edition was a dragon race, the Dragonkin, who are draconic. So the theming around Dungeons & Dragons 4th edition was draconic, while the rules were draconian. Ho-ho! Sorry, Dragonborn. Dragonborn? Did I say draconic earlier? Oh, I guess I messed that up. Is it Dragonborn? I thought the Dragonborn was from Skyrim. Isn't the Dragonborn from Skyrim? Why did I think it was Dragonkin? Yeah, I know they're in 5th edition. By the way, well, I did play 4th edition, but I did not like 4th edition, I will say. Anyway, whatever, let's continue.
The old OGL, which is much more open and broad and empowers people to make the stuff they want. Privately, the reason Ryan said he wanted to talk the board into opening D&D was because he did not like the idea that any one company would control this hobby. Like, he was like, I think D&D should belong to everybody, and this is the best way I can think of to make that happen. D&D is, I think, more of a folk tradition and a hobby than it is a classical brand. And it has always relied on the people who play it, more so than any other game I can think of, except, perhaps like Skyrim, right, where there's so many mods for it. It's always relied on the audience to create content for it. Things like The Thief come from people playing in Los Angeles and coming up with a new class and literally calling up Gary Gygax on the phone and saying, hey, we got this cool idea. And he's like, oh, that's cool. I'd probably do it like this. And all of a sudden there's a thief in the game, right? So that relationship between the players and the people making the game has always been a lot more gray and weirdly nuanced than almost any other game I can think of.
Okay, so with that background out of the way, let's talk about the difference between copyright and trademark. I promise it will be.
This is actually super helpful. You all will learn something from this. I promise. I learned something from this.
Worth it. Now, copyright is a certain legal protection for expression. When you have an original work of authorship, whether it is a movie or a novel, and you affix it to a tangible medium, well, then copyright will protect that expression. Copyright does not protect ideas. It does not protect processes. It protects expression, whether that expression is in the form of words or a painting or a video. Copyright will provide quite a lot of protection.
Okay, does that make sense? So copyright covers individual pieces of work. I made this design, that is copyrighted. You can't copy that or plagiarize from that thing. Got it? There we go.
Trademark is about serving to identify the source of a particular product or service to distinguish that product from other sellers in the marketplace. The idea with trademark is you don't want consumers confused. You want people to actually know what they're buying at the time of sale. And trademark is a little bit different in that it can last forever. As long as someone is actually selling the trademark good, that trademark will continue for the protection of consumers. Now, Dungeons & Dragons as a tabletop RPG product involves both. It contains copyrightable pieces of expression, as well as trademarkable elements that are meant to identify it in the marketplace. Let's use a board game that everyone is familiar with, Monopoly, as an example here. The name Monopoly is trademarked. There is a long history of the Monopoly trademark that dealt with years and years of litigation. Let's put that aside for the moment. The logo of Monopoly is also trademarked. The official Monopoly board, the actual squares and everything on it, that's copyrighted. That is expression. It's as if it were a painting. And then sometimes within board games, you have specifically detailed characters that can be copyrighted. For example, in Monopoly, Rich Uncle Pennybags is a copyrighted character. And in Clue, you have Colonel Mustard. Those are copyrighted characters.
I'm only a guest.
But the name of the game, Monopoly, is trademarked. So you can't go out there and create a game called Monopoly and sell it, even if the rules of the game are completely different. But what about the opposite? What if you created a game that had a different name but followed the same rules as another game? Well, that takes us to the fundamental flaw of this whole entire controversy.
This right here is what I was talking about. You're gonna understand in just a second why I said this is a bloomer fuel ending to this dreadful drama section. You're gonna understand in just a second.
Which is that you can't copyright the rules to a game. You can't copyright a process. Now, this goes back to an extremely old copyright Supreme Court case in the late 19th century called Baker versus Selden, where someone tried to copyright a particular method of bookkeeping. In that case, a guy created a method of bookkeeping, i.e. accounting, and published a book about it. The book did okay, but it really took off when another person created another book of basically just forms that used the same methodology, but didn't credit the original person. The original author sued, but the Supreme Court said that there was no copyright available because you can't copyright a method. And that idea was later codified in the Copyright Act of 1976, which said, quote, "In no case does copyright protection for an original work of authorship extend to any idea, procedure, process, system, method of operation, concept, principle, or discovery, regardless of the form in which it is described, explained, illustrated, or embodied in such work." So, for example, if you wondered why everyone could play the game Words with Friends on Facebook, even though it was an exact clone of Scrabble, well, that's the reason. Scrabble can't have copyright protection over the rules of the game. It can only really get trademark protection over the name Scrabble, not the rules contained therein. Now, there is a little bit of a wrinkle here in the sense that if you had a manual of rules, you do get a thin copyright over the exact expression over the rules as laid out
Do you remember I mentioned this earlier? I mentioned this specifically because I didn't know this until I watched this video. That like the way that the rules are written can be copyrighted, but you can just change the wording. The rules themselves are not able to be copyrighted
in that rule book. However, you don't get a copyright over the rules and processes themselves. So in a sense, you can have something that has exactly the same mechanics, the same processes. It just can't necessarily have the exact same expression if you were to reproduce the rules perfectly. But that's kind of a minor quibble.
Exactly,
so how does this
Gurna.
relate to the Wizards of the Coast
Gurna.
update to the OGL? Well, I think, and I could be wrong, that Wizards of the Coast is assuming that anytime anyone creates any content that happens to use the rules of Dungeons and Dragons, that it's covered by the OGL. I don't think that's the case. Now, this is not legal advice. Your mileage may vary, but as we discussed, you can't copyright the rules. You can't copyright the methodology and processes. And that takes us to the thing that no one is talking about. Here's part of the secret. The original OGL kinda sucks, and here's why. The main benefit of the OGL was that it allowed people to include the SRD, the system reference document, in their material. If your material doesn't require a reprinting or quoting of the SRD or the 5e rules, then you probably don't need the OGL. The original OGL allowed people to use what it called, quote, open game content, meaning, quote, the game mechanic and includes the methods, procedures, processes, and routines to the extent such content does not embody the product identity. Now, it did not allow people to use, quote, product identity, meaning, quote, product and product line names, logos, identifying marks, including trade dress, artifacts, creatures, characteristics, stories, storylines, plots, thematic elements, dialogue, incidents, language, artwork, symbols, designs, etc.
See, what he's saying here is that you never needed the OGL to begin with. The OGL, as I said at the very beginning of this entire DramaMama, was a spiritual event. It was an event meant to encourage people, to calm their fears, to encourage them to have trust that you could make things freely without getting sued. It was meant to dispel concerns and to stimulate, therefore, creativity. And it worked.
Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So based on what we've already discussed here, I'm not sure that there was much benefit to the original OGL. It mainly allowed you to use stuff that you were already allowed to use, unless you wanted to actually quote the expression that was found in the SRD itself. And the new OGL does basically the same thing. The leaked OGL allows licensed people to use, quote, licensed content. It says usable D&D content, quote, licensed content. This is Dungeons and Dragons content that is included in the SRD version 5.1, including basic game mechanics, a curated selection of classes, monsters, spells, and items that allow you to make content compatible with Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition. And then the new OGL goes on to say, not usable D&D content, quote, unlicensed content. This is Dungeons & Dragons content that has been or later will be produced as official, that is released by Wizards of the Coast or any of its predecessors or successors, and is not present in the SRD version 5.1. Unlicensed content includes things like the most famous Dungeons & Dragons monsters, characters, magic spells, and things related to the various settings used in Dungeons & Dragons official content over the years. What the old open license content referred to as, quote, product identity. So both OGLs purported to let you use game mechanics of Dungeons and Dragons. And in my view, that's stuff that everyone was always allowed to use. But of course, the benefit of the OGLs, whether it's version 1 or version 1.1, is that it provides certainty. So there's that. But let's differentiate between two different types of content. In one bucket, you'll have what I'll call reproduction content. And in the other bucket, you have what I would call homebrew content. In this first reproduction bucket, you have things that would probably be considered from a copyright perspective.
Fortnite says, wouldn't this be kind of like if the people who created Doom created a license that would then let people make first-person shooters? Yeah, actually, I don't know if that's 100% analogous, but that's pretty damn close. That's pretty close to what's going on here. That's basically, again, like he said, it provided certainty. It was an emotional thing. It was meant to make sure that, I mean, guys, this is part of the thing that we talk about all the time, that capitalism discourages creativity because the only people who can feel safe and be reasonably comfortable in certain types of creativity are people who already have a lawyer or people who have the money to deal with shit like this. Part of the reason why people never embark on certain endeavors is because they know that people get sued by companies all the time, that there are copyright trolls, many of them out there. You guys remember when fucking King was suing people over their game that they invented and copyrighted and trademarked that was called Scrolls? Do you guys remember when they were trying to sue companies for they were just sending out cease and desist letters like a shotgun to anybody who used the word scroll in anything? Do you guys remember that? Now, none of that would have held up in court. What it's intended to do is it's intended to basically discourage people from ever doing the thing in the first place. It's a way of aggressively defending their property, even when it's not a legal claim that they're making. You can't go to prison for being wrong about a cease and desist. You can go to prison for being wrong when you disobey a cease and desist. So see, our system as we have it, our economic system, is slanted in the favor of those with the money to do things like aggressively defend their IP. Oh, it was ZeniMax? Sorry, my bad. It was ZeniMax. I thought it was King. My bad. Oh, it was Saga. It was Candy Crush that did the word Saga. Scrolls was ZeniMax. Sorry, I got it mixed up.
Derivative works, that is, works that are based on a copyrighted property that Wizards of the Coast owns. So for example, if you made a t-shirt that features a character that is based on an official Wizards of the Coast Dungeons and Dragons campaign, and you put that on a t-shirt, even if you paint it yourself, well, that's probably a derivative work. And you need to get the permission of Wizards of the Coast. And to their credit, Wizards of the Coast has a fan art policy that allows fans to create fan art. And this is on their website, and I don't think it's changed. But also in this bucket is stuff that reproduces the SRD. Remember, I said that they do have a copyright over the actual exact wording that's in the SRD. And recall that both the original OGL and version 1.1 allow people to reproduce the SRD. So if your livelihood relies on actually reproducing the expression of the SRD, you would need to abide by the terms of the OGL. And I don't think that has changed. And maybe you want to quote large sections of the SRD to put it into a reference manual, or maybe you want to put the entire SRD into a PDF along with your original content. Say if you created an entirely new set of rules, but it starts with a basis of the SRD and you don't want to have people referencing back to the old SRD, well, that is probably covered. And to their credit, both versions of the OGL allows people to do that if you want to quote the SRD. It creates a pathway for that. But this reproductive bucket consists of things that are based on things that Wizards of the Coast can actually copyright. In the second bucket, and this is the thing that I think most people are upset about, would be homebrewed adventures and campaigns whose only connection to Wizards of the Coast is the fact that they use the rules in Dungeons & Dragons 5e. In this bucket, I'm kind of thinking about the things that you see on Critical Role or Dimension 20, where they create a campaign that is 100% original. The characters are completely new. The settings are completely new. And the only connection that these campaigns have to Dungeons & Dragons and Wizards of the Coast is that they rely on the rules that are set out in Dungeons & Dragons 5e. As we discussed, I don't think Wizards of the Coast has much protection over the rules themselves, the processes and methodologies contained in the Dungeons & Dragons rules. So if you create an otherwise original campaign where the only connection is the fact that it uses the rules that are set out in D&D 5e, I don't think that runs afoul of the OGL. In fact, I don't think you need permission from Wizards of the Coast in any case. Even if you videotape and live stream that campaign, I don't think you need their permission. Because at the end of the day, Wizards of the Coast doesn't really have any kind of IP protection over the rules themselves. Now, admittedly, there's a lot of gray area here because it's not as simple as one bucket for fan art and one bucket for homebrew. Wizards of the Coast in D&D has all kinds of different characters. Some are pre-made. Now, arguably, those characters are often in the service of the mechanics of the game. They define the strength or speed or dexterity of these particular characters. But there's also backstory there. So does that create the kind of character that is protected like Colonel Mustard or James Bond? Or is that simply a rule in the game that functions within that rule-based universe? That's a tough question. But I'm also skeptical that the changes to the OGL affect virtual tabletops or Kickstarters as well. Again, the virtual tabletops are basically using the mechanics of the rules themselves, which I don't think Wizards of the Coast has much protection over. And same with Kickstarters over original campaigns and adventures. You know, again, if you're creating an entirely original world that just simply happens to use the rules of Dungeons.
Remember what I was talking about the Kickstarters? Do you remember what I said about how aggressively Wizards of the Coast seem to be targeting Kickstarters? That's because they know that most Kickstarters are made with small teams. They know that they can intimidate these people to just agreeing to pay, regardless of whether they could actually sue you or not. You see, the crazy thing is, even if they can't sue you, if they convince you to pay them, there's nothing that, like, you agreed to pay them. Even if you did so because you were scared you might get sued, it doesn't matter. That's why this is such a dirty tactic. This whole thing is the dirtiest tactic in the world. It is a giant fuck you to the community in the name of making more money by the most manipulative tactics imaginable.
And Dragons, I'm not sure that there's much that Wizards of the Coast can do about that. Though at the same time, if you are trying to do a Kickstarter over something that
big mafia moves, yeah, absolutely. It does have mafia-esque feelings too, doesn't it? Also, A Causality says, it hurts my brain trying to comprehend legal logic. It doesn't seem logical, or at least it's too complicated. Legal logic is not logical. Legal logic is built, the logic of legality is built entirely off of societal norms that have been inherited. The legal logic is so screwed up. There is no actual internal logic. It's all feels, but it's feels that have been endorsed by state powers. This is why you end up with lawyers who are highly logical people, nonetheless defending Christian laws that were written into the law, 100 years ago, and some of them still remain. Yeah. Anyway, it's very twisted. It's not logical. It's not actually logical.
Wizards of the Coast actually has protection over. If you wanted to crowdsource a movie based on the mythos and lore of Dungeons and Dragons, that probably is going to be covered by the OGL. Though another gray area where I'm not sure where a court would come down would be, say, live streaming a playthrough of an official Wizards of the Coast Dungeons and Dragons campaign. Obviously, Wizards of the Coast publishes a number of official Dungeons and Dragons campaigns, and if you live streamed you and your friends playing through that, that is using official Dungeons and Dragons content over which they do have the copyright. That's a tough call. Though I would say that's analogous to live streaming a playthrough of a video game, which is also kind of a gray area. A video game is copyrighted. And it's an open question whether your playing through it is adding enough original content to be covered by fair use. And the same
It is. It absolutely is.
Same would go for playing through a Dungeons and Dragons official campaign. Though I do think that is a separate question from the kind of fully original homebrew type of situation that we were just talking about. Now, if you are a big player in the space, like Critical Role or Dimension 20, there might be some true advantages to making sure that everything is officially licensed by Wizards of the Coast, and they might not be able to.
Smash Widget says, the implicit threat of the new OGL is that they're going to sue anyone who doesn't agree into oblivion. And I'm afraid they're going to do that anyways, even if people move to the ORC, since they're making the new OGL retroactive. I imagine that there will be some people who will be essentially forced out of business because of the way that Wizards of the Coast is going to pursue this shit. However, in an actual court of law, I am not a lawyer, but from what I can tell, they would get obliterated. Wizards of the Coast, in my opinion, I am not a lawyer, but in my personal opinion as DramaMama, is doing this purely as an emotional threat. They have no actual grounding for any of the things that they're claiming. They might be able to claim certain aspects of copyright, but it is the general OGL 1.1 is a bunch of pseudo-legal garbage that is mostly meant to consolidate power via threats and nothing more. Yeah, And yes, exactly. As A Causality said, the threat of lawsuit is what it always hangs above, and that's what matters. Small players can't compete even if they've done no wrong. They will avoid a lawsuit by stopping what they're doing. That's what the goal of this shit is.
Avoid it. And certainly, if you are going to create your home brews that are not officially licensed, you can't say that they are officially licensed, and you probably can't use the name Dungeons and Dragons, except in a nominative or descriptive fair use way, in the sense that you might be able to say something like, this campaign is compatible with Dungeons and Dragons, because even with trademark restrictions, you can describe a thing by its official name, but you're likely to be able to compare stuff and say that this is compatible with the rules of Dungeons and Dragons. You're just not allowed to say that this is from Dungeons and Dragons or somehow officially licensed. Anyway, that's just a theory, a game legal theory. And of course, the situation has now changed. Wizards of the Coast released a statement on D&D Beyond.
All right, we went over this part. All right, that's everything that we wanted to. I already went over this part. We're not gonna listen to LegalEagle go over it too. He doesn't really add anything to this particular part of it. That was LegalEagle, a really tiny but good YouTube channel. You know, not as prolific and famous as I am, of course, but very helpful on describing why you should hoist your black flag and recognize your skull and crossbones and recognize that you never needed the OGL in the first place. That said, we can all acknowledge that what Wizards of the Coast is aiming to do here is nothing short of the most trust-destroying, cynical nonsense that you could possibly imagine. It is nothing but a cheap money grab, a cut-throated gesture towards the community that made their product viable. Oh yeah, Grime Dango says, it's very sad and funny that Wizards of the Coast's magic set, The Battle for Baldur's Gate, which is a D&D one, right, was such a huge problem and honestly, arguably a scam by the Wizards of the Coast executives to get local game stores to try and buy a set that they knew was mid, but they were trying to sell it for legend set pieces that straight up resulted in stores going out of business. Yeah, I briefly mentioned how disgusting Wizards of the Coast has been towards the Magic community as well. This is just the beginning of their assault on the D&D community. When you have a president whose goal, a president whose history is working for fucking in a senior position in the financial department of a worldwide tobacco giant, tobacco companies being some of the most unethical companies in the entire world. Yeah, you ought to be defensive towards that type of shit. Yeah. A kobold bearing a black flag leading an army of orcs is a legit mental image, though. I dig it. I dig it too. I think it's based. I'm here for it. I'll play on the orc gladly. I mean, I already like Pathfinder. I've had a lot of fun with Pathfinder over the years. It's been a while since I've run a tabletop game. I've been thinking about it. Anyway, this concludes the DramaMama for today. But don't you dare go anywhere. First of all, press like and subscribe and make sure that you ring the bell and set it to all. You don't want to miss a single Demon Mama video or stream for that matter. Thank you all for being here. So we have more drama. We're not done. We're not even close to being done because we have a drama video to react to, a very dramatic drama video. So if you thought that this was bogged down in financial nonsense and blah, 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 that's fine, sure, whatever, say what you want, do what you want, but we have a lot more coming. And this isn't the financial bogged down receipts thorough shit. This is just raw ass drama. We got somebody shit talking the online left and we're gonna hear if what they have to say is full of shit. Yeah, this is the Kidology thing. That's right, in just a few minutes, we're going to react to the Kidology video about the left being bad or something. It's gonna be really fun. However, there are two things that I have to do first. Thank you. Oh my God, thank you so much. I'll wait for it. I'll wait on it. Thank you so much. French fry. First, I have to go to the bathroom really, really bad. Secondly, I have to do a very, very quick donations read because a whole bunch of you have been incredibly generous, which is deeply appreciated because I don't have a whole lot of money this month. I don't have a whole lot of money this month, okay? Holidays wiped me out. I've been broke. That's right, your mama is broke. So, if you want to donate and help me out just a little bit, it'd be fantastic. I'd absolutely love that. I would appreciate that a lot. But also, yeah, so I'm gonna do a quick donor read, and then we're gonna jump into this next drama, which is going to be a lot more freeform, a lot more jokes, goofs, gags, sound effects, etc.
My sources that I made buzzing.
Oh my God.
You know, all that. You're gonna get all that stuff, okay? So real quick, I'm gonna throw on the bathroom song for you all to enjoy while I hit the restroom. Then I'm gonna do a dono read while I munch on this burger, and then we're gonna continue because we got a lot of stuff to do. We got a lot of stuff to do. Oh, Jessica Metal says, the mods personally came and robbed Mama this month. No, I will say the mods got a, mods, if you're in chat, fucking throw down a hypers in chat, mods, if you got a nice slice of that fucking income. The mod day raised a ton of money for the mods. The mods walked away with pockets loaded with cash, no joke. So they did really well. So, no, they didn't, no, I'm more than happy to share some of the wonderful bounty of this show with my mods who make the community so awesome. All right, anyway, let me play the bathroom song, and then we'll get back to it. So let me hit the bathroom song, we'll be right back.
Hey chat, Demon Mama has to go to the bathroom, so listen to the Demon Mama bathroom song. She streams 20-hour days and 9 days a week, so let's give her and her bladder a little fucking break. Okay, it's been a minute and she's still in the bathroom. I'm not a math whiz, but I can count to 2. Let's all calm down and spam emotes while we wait and chat. Maybe someone here also needs a bathroom break. It's been a bit since Demon Mama went to the bathroom. Not like I'm counting, but this track's at 142. So don't you fret, my little lips, cause I wrote this track down to give you something boppin' while she's taking a break. Jesus fucking Christ, can Fawn go check in the bathroom? I hope she doesn't lock the door when she uses it. But if she does, you might need a little running start and hope the door hinge is weak enough to break. Okay, you're just fucking with me now. put down your phone. The stream is still running. I can only assume you forgot because you were doom scrolling. Jesus Christ, Demon Mama, do we need to call a doctor? Song's over. Stop. Somebody help her out. Hey chat, Demon Mama has to go to the bathroom, so listen to the Demon Mama bathroom song. She streams 20-hour days and 9 days a week, so let's give her and her bladder a little fucking break. Okay, it's been a minute and she's still in the bathroom. I'm not a math whiz, but I can count to 2. Let's all calm down and spam emotes while we wait and chat. Maybe someone here also needs a bathroom break.
Oh, we looped, didn't we? It's alright. We looped. We looped. Of course I washed my hands. Actually, you want to know the real reason? You want to know the real reason it took so long? See these things right here? There's these weird little... like, chainy looking things on this banging ass hoodie, this fucking Jedi ass shit. There's these weird little chains on them. And unfortunately, I accidentally got one tangled while I was in the bathroom. And so I had to fix it. Oh, my lovely, lovely imps. Oh my goodness. Let me change the stream title so that people know what we're doing, because I have a feeling a lot of people are going to be interested in this. But first I have to, here, let's go. The Kidology drama. OGL drama. The Kidology drama. We're going to change the title to that. There we go. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Decorative ties are pretty, but not the easiest to move in. Yeah, there are some issues with the design of this thing that I don't like, but the hood is awesome. The neck is awesome. And the overall design of this is just, frankly, really good. So I'm quite a fan of this. Believe it or not, I did not pick this out. Originally, my girlfriend bought this for herself, but it was actually, she didn't like it. And so I was like, I like it. And so I got it. So my girlfriend gave it to me because she didn't like it, but I did. Where's the hoodie from? It's from Killstar. It's a fashion brand that is very popular with goths online. It's very cool. It's Killstar. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Anyway, let me read through real quick. Let me read through the donos. Ninja Taco with the $25. Man, being broke during the holiday New Year window is not allowed. Thank you very much. Deeply appreciate that. Hungry Clover with the $10. Demon Mama, I'm recovering from surgery for a few weeks, so I'm really glad your streaming will keep me company. Thank you for all you do. You are very, very welcome. Thank you very, very much. Holy shit, thick boy, the thickest boy of all. $100. Nobody fucking tell her. Holy shit, thank you so much. Windleby with the $20. Coggers. Excellent. Discordant Vol with the 5 tier 2 subs. Oh my God, needs more green. I agree. Thank you so very much for your generosity. Ugly Pie with the tier 1 sub says, "Duh mama." True. Socialist Kowalski says, "Hey sup Demon Mama, please read my things in chat. I'm not joking about my cousin. He's always doing shit for the Trevor Project and going to the White House. Could spread our message of help that is much needed." Yes, email me about it. We'll follow up. That'd be cool as fuck. Matthew McConaughey with the tier 4 sub. Oh my God. I built an entire game system in Genesis. It was a survival tabletop game that focused on man versus nature. That sounds absolutely incredible. I really like Genesis as a system by and large. It's pretty sick. Fake Alec Kyle Parker with the $25. I'm gonna be honest, I still have no idea what's going on other than companies are hating on freedom and creativity and they are out for the blood and marrow of normal people and groups. That's a pretty accurate summary. If you don't know D&D, it can be a little hard to understand all of the D&D stuff. However, you are correct in that takeaway. 85D2D Derek with the incredibly generous $5. I think the original authors of the license saw the direction of the company and worked a bit of wizardry of their own to get that clause into the first OGL. I think so. Kika182 with the $5. I was wondering why you think vegan is expensive when vegan staple foods are the cheapest at grocery stores, such as beans, rice, potatoes, and frozen veggies. I've saved so much money this way. I can tell you why it's expensive. It's because most people do not know how to cook flavorful and sustaining meals on beans, rice, and potatoes. It's just not the way that Americans are raised. I was gonna talk about this a little more earlier on, but I kind of got distracted by the Hannibal stuff. But it's like, your culture has a lot to do with what you eat. Like, culture and food are tied very deeply. And in our culture, most people don't grow up, and most people don't even, while they're adults, learn how to make recipes that are exclusively beans, rice, and potatoes that taste good. Most people know how to mix beans, rice, and potatoes with other delicious things, like that they know, like meats and whatever. They know how to use them with something else, but they don't know how to do them exclusively. And that means that people turn to vegan products, which are expensive. Additionally, changing your entire diet can be a very expensive process because you're gonna mess up a lot. You're gonna make dishes that aren't hungry, and then you're gonna need to make more food that costs more in order to make up for the dishes that you mess up. It's just a simple truth of the reality. Additionally, there is a cost that is not monetary, which is time and mental effort. It takes a lot for people to learn entirely new cuisine, especially people who do not cook as their primary activity. People who just cook, to sustain themselves, jumping between jobs or whatever. It takes a lot of mental effort to learn a completely new style of cuisine. And that means that that can be an expense in and of itself. Yes, also, as Puerto Rican musician says, I think that's silly. I'm vegan, but beans, rice, and potatoes need to be seasoned, and it takes time and effort and knowledge to learn to taste good. The vegan staple thing is inaccurate when so many are food secure. Again, I'm a 10-year-old vegan. There are better arguments. Or 10-year-long vegan. I agree with you. Food deserts are a huge problem that a lot of vegans never talk about. America is, I mean, just unironically, I don't want to spend too much time on the veganism issue again right now, but just look up a map of food deserts, of government-recognized food deserts in the United States. And that's just the low bar the government holds. If you actually go to people who seriously study food insecurity, you will realize that not only do people not have a lot of access to high-quality fresh vegetables, but they also don't have a whole lot of access to any type of food that you can cook yourself. People end up buying frozen food that's prepackaged, all of which includes meat, with few exceptions. All right. Thank you very, very much for that. I deeply appreciate that. Doomed Potato with the $5. You are the best in the game indeed. Excellent. Thank you so much. Discordant Vol with the tier 2 sub. Get greened. Thank you very much. 85D2D Derek with the $51.11. Oh my God. I mailed you that book. I'm aware of the irony of giving a large monetary dono about this book, since the book that I was mailed by 85D2D Derek is a book called The Man Who Abandoned Money, or The Man Who Stopped Using Money. I can't, wait, how is it? What's the title of it? Hold on. The Man Who Quit Money is the name of the book, and I'm going to read that. I'm very, very interested in reading that. Thank you so much, not just for the donation, but for the book as well. It talks in great detail about how money is a form of control which enslaves people through obligation. Unbelievably true, something that I think about and try to find solutions to, but I am not that wise yet. Maybe someday I will also be able to abandon money, or quit money. Ninja Taco with the $25. Man being, oh wait, I already read that one. Thank you so much, Ninja Taco, once again. Thank you so much, 85D2D Derek. Fought Night with the 10 gifted tier 1 subs. Oh my God. Tuition was much cheaper this semester, so obligatory donation. Thanks for being the most consistent lefty streamer. You fucking know it, and we're going even further. My channel is only gonna get more epic and based. Also, how many times do you get to, how frequently do you get to log in and get talked to by somebody in such epic, you know, boundary challenging drip as me? It's not often that you get talked to by somebody who appears to be a space cultist of some sort. Huh. Anyway, I should probably take this off before people start laughing at me. Just kidding, I actually really like it and I don't care. You can literally laugh at me all you want and it'll be me who's laughing when I'm frying you with my finger lasers. Thank you, AJ, or AJ20. I don't know if I'm saying your name. You said I was saying your name wrong. Is it supposed to be AJE20? Maybe. Evil Empress Space Socialist, true. Okay, hold on, real quick, I gotta eat this cheeseburger. So let's chat and chat for just a few minutes and then we're gonna get into the drama, okay? Did you star in Dusk? Maybe. RJ. Okay. I know we were talking about veganism, and now I've been given a fast food burger, but, you know, whatever. I don't know who even bought this, so. And not my whole household is vegan, which is another thing. Or is even aspirationally vegan. Yeah. Also, that's another thing that people don't talk about. People eat communally. And sometimes you can't convince your entire family to go vegan, which means you're shit out of luck. That's true. That said, I actually quite like the Impossible Burgers. I think those things are really good. Beyond Meat and Impossible Burgers are both very good. It's just too bad you can't get them basically anywhere. The Impossible Whopper is indistinguishable from a Whopper. But then again, Whoppers are like the lowest tier burger that you can currently buy with money. So I don't know if that's saying anything. Like you can't taste that it's not actual meat, but you can't taste anything on a Whopper anyway, so. Mr. Krabs with the $7. I got something for you in chat, 60 seconds long. All right, chat. All right, Mr. Krabs. This person made this animated by themselves to recreate an old YouTube classic. No link. Matthew McConaughey says, I was a vegetarian for 3 years, but I stopped. I've tried being vegan, but I make so little and I don't have a lot of time to spend cooking between work and school. That's totally understandable. It's just how it is. It's not your fault that you happen to be born into a meat-worshipping culture. I mean that. Americans worship meat. Oh yeah, black bean burgers are fantastic, I will say. Yes, if you learn how to make black bean burgers, they are absolutely delicious. I fucking love black bean burgers. Okay, 1 second. I'll play this meme. We got a meme. It's the perfect time for a Mr. Krabs meme. I knew it. It's the perfect time. It's a perfect fucking time for a Mr. Krabs meme. Hey, wait. Mr. Krabs meme time. Is this Rashadi B? Is this Rashadi B? Is that the musician? Who did the music? Is this Rashadi B? Tell me. Tell me. Here's the meme if anybody wants it. That music was fucking banger. It sounds like Rashadi B. Oh, Power Glove. Okay. Power Glove. All right. Damn. Well, thanks for that. Thank you very much. It's so quiet now. Yeah. That's how it goes. Sorry, I need to eat a couple of these French fries. They're a little crispy. They had to be reheated, so, you know, they dried out a little bit, but they're still good. Laya King says, "Oh, Demon Mama, you got me into Darkwood. I've been watching your old streams and saw that review on of the game." Yes! Oh my God, that makes me so happy. What a based game. Oh my God. Okay, straight up. Oh my God, thank you. That is like the most flattering comment I've received tonight. Nothing makes me happier than when I recommend a piece of media and someone fucking loves it. Holy shit. Holy shit. Oh my God. Oh. That makes me really happy. Yes, Windleby, I didn't know that. That's fucking sick. I love Darkwood. A beautiful game, still haunts me to this moment. I did know that, Thick Boy, actually. That he was trying to be spiteful, wasn't he? He was like, okay, fine then. And he cut the potato so thin that you couldn't even taste the potato and just covered them in a ton of salt. And then it made what we know now as potato chips. What is Darkwood? It sounds like a porn. Darkwood is a Polish horror video game made by Acid Wizard Studios. It's incredible. It's one of the scariest games I've ever played. It has an absolutely incredible level of like completeness. All of the mechanics plug into each other. It has unbelievably good music. Actually, hell, you know what? I'll just play the music. Hold on. I'll play you one of the songs. Here we go. I'll just play this real quick. Here we go. While we eat. You should, Mistress Lynn. Oh yeah, by the way, let me tell you something about this. When they say, this game is called Acid Wizard Studios, and I can tell you this much. The art of this game accurately represents at least a small bit of what it feels like to be on a lot of acid. I can tell you that up front, okay? I won't tell you how I know that, but I can tell you it's true. I do have a gaming channel. It's called Demon Mama Gaming. It's basically a channel where we put all of my gaming VODs and stuff. And I intend to be doing a lot more work on Demon Mama Gaming in the future, but right now, you know. I agree, Kika182. And anyway, I love mushrooms. I do, Stone Zebra, yes. Stone Zebra asks, Demon Mama, do you still plan on streaming the Metal Gear series? Yes, I do. Sorry, I should turn this down just a tiny bit. I do plan on streaming the Metal Gear series. I have to do some work though, because I need to get my PS3 hooked into my streaming setup. So yes, I will be playing the Metal Gear series on stream at some point. Harasu Kafka says that if you are from any Eastern Bloc, former Eastern Bloc, Eastern Soviet bloc, you will see loads of familiar items in the game. Yes, this game is, I don't know. Darkwood is one of my favorite games of all time. I seem to say that a lot, but it's because most of the people who are talking to me about games are asking about my favorites. Darkwood is one of them. It is masterfully created, genuinely horrifying to the degree that it's a game where I used to have to like stop to take breaks because I would get so scared. How much more Cult of the Lamb do we have to play through? Not that much. We're almost to the end of Cult of the Lamb. Our last stream, we got to the final boss. So we need to beat the final boss. We have to do a couple of the side quests, and we need to recruit a couple more animals. We're almost there. Yes, we are Stevie Blunder. Or no, Stevie Blunder. We're watching the left bad one. We might watch the other one depending on how much energy I have. We might just push that to another day. Hell yeah, Arlox, that's awesome. Matthew McConaughey, we keep resurrecting you. You're one of our MVPs. I know that you've missed a lot of the streams, but just so you know, we've resurrected your character like 4 or 5 times. You're like a serious MVP. That's awesome, Witch Night Melody. It's a great game. Yeah, I am a big fan of Cult of the Lamb. I'm very excited for the DLC. My biggest problem with Cult of the Lamb is just there's not enough content. I want more content. Oh, I already played that one, Vox Syndicate. Maybe I will play it again at some point. There's more DLC coming? Yeah, they're doing a DLC soon. Okay. That's true, you did, Tronsler. I'm sorry about that. Puerto Rican musician asks, hey, Demon Mama, did you ever talk about the Andrew Callahan sexual assault stuff? Not yet. I have, however, been putting together a document. We will probably be doing a deep dive on the Andrew Callahan stuff sometime this week. I think it's pretty important to talk about, especially given the latest developments in the story, but a lot of people are out of the loop, and I want to make sure I get my stuff down pat. So I am taking my time and putting together a carefully researched document. But yes, you should, Mistress Lynn. I'm not kidding you. It's genuinely good. Darkwood is terrifying, but amazing. It will suck you in. I literally, the only time, once I started playing Darkwood, the only time I stopped playing it was when I got too scared and needed to take a break. Other than that, it was the only game I was playing at the time. It is so good. All right, that sounds fantastic, Kika8182. That sounds really fantastic. Please have him email me. Evie Lupine? I've heard of Evie Lupine. Laia King says, sorry for all the gaming questions tonight. Don't ever apologize for gaming questions. I love gaming. In fact, I've considered many times becoming just a gaming streamer and just leaving politics behind. Gaming is probably one of my biggest passions, like if not my biggest passion in my life. It is, so don't worry about that. Will you ever finish Death Stranding on stream? Maybe, but Death Stranding is a very hard game to play on stream, and I think if I was to do that, I would have to do something special for it where, I don't know, there's a gimmick or something like that, because Death Stranding is a hard game to play on stream. I love it a lot, but yeah. You would do one gaming stream and then have a stroke because you couldn't talk about politics. Okay, unironically though, people have joked about like, oh yeah, like there have been, I swear to God, I've heard like every politics streamer say that like, if you do politics streams, because if you don't, then you would just drive everyone else crazy by talking about politics all the time. Well, I already drive everyone crazy talking about politics all the time, so this is like a super important outlet for me. What makes Death Stranding so hard to play on stream? Well, first of all, the beginning of Death Stranding is like, there's like a movie that is about about 30, not even that, like, yeah, maybe 20 or 30 minutes into the game, it plays like a legitimate, like basically a movie. And that can be really hard for people to stay like focused for. When they're not the one playing the game. It's really, really good. And the movie that plays is really fucking good and really important to the game. Also, Death Stranding is just a very deliberate, it is a very task-oriented game in a lot of ways. It is an unbelievably beautiful game, but sometimes it can be very easy to like, it's a meditative game, if that makes sense. It's a game that encourages you to just get lost in your thoughts, to think about what you're seeing and what you're doing, maybe at most to have a conversation with somebody who's playing the game with you in the room or whatever, but it's a hard game to like run a stream off of. Yeah, but I am gonna play Metal Gear Solid, so yeah. Yeah. Truck Simulator 3000, more like Truck Simulator 100,000. It has so much more going on than just trucks. It's great. Oh, no, wait, I can't do that right now because, whatever. All right, everybody. It's time. I've had my food. My body is happy that I have given it sustenance. It's time. We need to do the drama, everybody. It's time. It's time for drama. Get it all up and get ready. And then we'll do the intro and everything. All right, everybody. My lovely, lovely imps. Today, we are diving into a unique little bit of drama. We are going to be diving into a video called Kindly Do Better by a channel called Kidology. Here is the video itself, okay? This is the video, and this is the channel Kidology. Now, I have watched the first approximately 15 to 17 or so minutes of this video last night, actually. And this was the first time I've ever heard of this channel. I've never heard of the channel Kidology before, but as you can see, they're quite a prominent channel. They have about 140,000 subscribers, which is a pretty, hefty number of subscribers. Now, one of my friends does know Kidology and was like, wait a minute, Kidology, I used to watch Kidology's videos. They always came off as very lib to me, with some things that made them feel sus. So that was an interesting thing for me to receive. I had never heard anything about this channel. The first thing I found out was that one of my friends has watched a ton of their videos and said that they were lib with a little bit of sussiness mixed in. Now, when I say sussiness, I mean conservative crap. There are a lot of channels that are like, you know, that try to be like, you know, like sort of milquetoast libs or centrists, and then they drop some major conservative crap on your lap. And I hate when that happens. It's incredibly annoying for me to be like watching a video that is just like mildly distasteful, and then all of a sudden I just realize, oh, this person is like propagating hate speech very subtly. I hate that stuff. Now, I don't know if it was that bad, but this was the characterization I received from one of my friends who just said that they stopped watching because they felt like there was some sus conservatism leaking into the content. Now, now, once again, like I said, until last night, I hadn't really heard of this video, and then I saw that that this video came out talking about the left, and while I was sort of floating in my mind palace, as I was drifting through the lost corners of the hellish realms, I heard the twittering and the tweeting and the chirping of birds from above me, and I heard them talking about this video, and I was like, what the hell's going on? So I saw the video, and then I heard people saying, oh, I don't know how I feel about this video, and I was like, all right, I gotta look into this a little more. And then something very strange and fortuitous happened, which is that I happened to open the video, just like I'm doing here, and I was scrubbing through, and I saw this. Do you guys see that right there? Do you see what that is right there? And then I knew I had to watch this video. I knew. Once I saw that this was a video about the online left, and that Shoe on Head and Xander Hall calling out Shoe on Head for blatantly standing by while her rabid, conservative, anti-LGBT fans literally call queer people demons in her comments, and she does nothing, and then she also goes on to lie about it and pretend that those people don't exist. I knew that this video had to be watched. So I started to watch the first 15 minutes or so. And then I said, I gotta watch this on stream. So now you understand the path that I took to getting to this point, my lovely, lovely imps. And let me tell you, I think we're going to have an interesting ride with this video. Again, I did watch the first 15 minutes, and I stopped because I knew that I needed to blind react to the rest of this video with you all. Now, I don't know if this person takes Shoe on Head's side on things. I don't know anything about it other than the arguments at the beginning of the video were so egregiously bad that I just knew we had to go over it together. Now, I want to point something out. This video already has about 76,000 views. So this is not a video that has not been seen. And earlier today, upon some further investigation, I realized that actually this person has been beefing with FD Signifier, which is a strange thing to hear about. And in fact, FD Signifier has accused this person of dog whistling, which I'm like, And then I looked a little deeper and I saw, you know, videos about femcells. I saw videos about ethnicels. I saw videos about queer cells. And I started to get the feeling that we had discovered maybe one of the ancestors, or descendants, I should say, maybe one of the descendants of the master centrist himself, Tim Pool. You know, Tim Pool is a man who verbally fence sits so hard that the fence appears to be poking out of his mouth, while at the same time being absolutely nothing but a patsy for the far right. And as you all know, I do not think particularly highly of so-called centrists. Being a centrist is an absurd idea. The idea that you can just sort of plop yourself in the middle point between two opposing ideologies, between two ideologies with radically different interpretations and prescriptions for the world, and that you are going to come to a coherent position. Okay, it is an absurd idea. That is the idea of a centrist is like it's like the biggest red flag you can possibly imagine. It's like somebody who literally cannot imagine that politics isn't actually like a seesaw. Like they actually think that politics is like physically a seesaw and you could just sit in the middle to make sure it stays balanced. Not that like the right is pushing for a world where queer people are no longer allowed to exist publicly and are thrown in prison for being gay, whereas the left is fighting for liberation of all people. Like they think that there's only two political sides and that's it. You just need to sit in the middle and make sure it's okay. And again, as I looked deeper into this, it got more and more concerning. Let me just point something out real quick, okay? Let me read you the description of this video. Oh yeah, I gotta put this back up. Hold on. Kidology. There we go. Let's take a look here. A note of caution. Just in case you are wondering, I am apolitical. I do stay very politically informed, primarily due to my own curiosity and interest. However, I do not participate in politics, nor do I vote strategically. This is purely because of my context. I am a minority with very little socio-political power, yet my human rights are sufficiently protected under the EU and international law. I am not conservative nor right-wing. I am anti-neoliberalism as it manifests itself contemporarily, but I can appreciate its theoretical value. The theoretical value of neoliberalism is just capitalism. Like, what? Neoliberalism is just capitalism that was rebranded. There is no the theoretical value of neoliberalism there is no theory. It is literally just capitalism. It is the primacy of private property, the primacy of the corporation over basically anything else. Perhaps someday or due to circumstance, I will engage in politics. However, at this point in my life, I do not care for it. This video is purely analytical. Please do remember that. I adore you all, lefties and righties alike. Well, it's nice. It's very good to know that this person will kiss Hitler and also the victims of Hitler. How nice. What a great position to be in. Now, of course, it is absolutely absurd to claim that you are apolitical in a video titled Kindly Do Better that is about how the left needs to do better. That is in and of itself a political statement of a definitive political statement, okay? Nothing is truly apolitical. No person can be political. If you live, if you breathe, if you drink water and eat food, you are political, of course. However, especially if you make a video about politics on YouTube in which you claim to be asserting that this is an analytical video, you're definitely engaging in politics. However, I want you, real quick, to read one more thing with me. The political spectrum. Let's take a look at what the political spectrum is here. This is the political spectrum as drafted by Kidology. Do you remember how I said that a person who believes themselves to be a centrist is somebody who perceives politics as a literal seesaw? What do you think you are looking at here? This is a literal, this is a binary spectrum or a bimodal spectrum? Democratic, neoliberalism, liberalism, eco-socialism, democratic socialism, socialism, the new left, communism, anarchism, anti-fascism. I don't understand what this means here. Like, I don't know why anti-fascism would come before communism and anarchism when anti-fascism is like deeply ingrained in both communism and anarchism historically. The fundamental left, urban guerrilla tactics, anti-imperialism, radical politics, reactionary politics, status quo, isolation, progressive social change, monarch. This is just, to me, very silly. I don't know what any of this is actually supposed to mean. I don't know if this is supposed to be a timeline. It appears to be that if you go furthest to the left, you stop being an anti-fascist and you become an anarchist, which makes no sense at all. But okay. There we go. So there's the political spectrum. This is based purely on theory, re North America and Northern Europe. Neoliberalism, for instance, historically is more to the right. However, I would argue its prevalence since 1979 has shifted its ideas and appeal more center-left. When I think what she means when she says theory here, I think she means like a game theory, you know? Like, when people say it's based on theory, usually what they mean is that they have read a whole bunch of political theory and they have condensed it into something else, therefore it's based on theory. But I think what she means here is that that's just a game theory. So, you know. The left, let's read what she says about the left, encompasses political ideologies centered on egalitarianism and social equality, e.g. social equity via social reform, influenced by critical theories of society and socio-political identities. A belief in relatively expansive government role and influence in achieving social progress. Now, most of that definition was nonsense, or at least it was imparsible. But the ending is just absurd. They're like leftist ideologies, like most of them are anti-state, like historically. While yes, there have been leftist movements that are pro-state movements, and there are leftist movements that are pro-state, like it is incredibly difficult to make the argument that leftist movements, which started, the leftist movement started by fighting against monarchy, and then they developed into anti-capitalism with Marx. It seems very funny to make the argument that the left is defined by expansive government role and influence in achieving social politics. That is, it's a lot. But it gets even better. The right. Let's take a look at this definition of the right. Political ideologies that place civil rights and liberties at the center of decision-making. Oh yeah? The right is the one who places civil rights and liberties at the center of decision-making? Minimal government intervention. Now this one really gets me. Minimal government intervention in the lives of individuals, families, federal states, and communities. Okay? Now I want you to take that one, hold that one in your mind, okay? That she believes, the right believes in minimal government intervention in the lives of individuals. Okay, ready? And observance of natural laws. Morality, social hierarchy based on merit, divine rights, tradition, or history to direct and order society or culture. So I want to know, this is her definition of the right, okay? This is supposedly her centrist definition of the right. And I want to understand how she squares the idea that the right believes in an observance of natural law via divine right, social hierarchy based on divine right, and then also believes that the right is defined by minimal government intervention. Like, how do you hold those two thoughts in your head and go, yes, this is an accurate definition? Like, I can understand people coming to a different definition about the right than I do. You know, I use a fairly bare bones definition of the right, which is that I believe that the right is defined as a group by people who believe in the validity of hierarchy. They believe that hierarchy is a good and natural thing, whether they believe that it's good and natural because of science, or whether they believe it's good and natural because of religion. That's basically what characterizes all right-wing ideologies, all of them. All right-wing ideologies essentially assert that hierarchy is a good and desirable thing. And what tends to define leftist ideologies is their fixation on liberation and their breakdown of hierarchies. Even if there are indeed left-wing movements that embrace authoritarian hierarchies, it is generally, at least by their claim, they claim that they do so because they believe that ultimately it will destroy hierarchy. I'm being very charitable here. Obviously, I think that Marxist-Leninists are absolutely full of shit. So these are some very interesting definitions. And then there's the citations and all that, blah, 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 okay? So we're gonna jump into this video now. Now it's time for us to actually do the react. We have a lot to react to, but I just wanted to give you guys a taste of what the description said. You know, and I think that's fair. I think it's fair for me to read the description of the video with you all before we watch the video, especially when the description is so psychologically informative. Is it not? Is it not interesting that somebody, that this centrist believes that the left believes in big government and the right believes in small government, and also simultaneously believes that the right believes in small government and also believes in social hierarchy based on divine right and tradition? And also merit at the same time, which is certainly a whole bunch of very interesting things to try and put together in a definition. Needless to say, I think we're in for a ride. Are you guys all ready? Are you all ready? If you are ready, press that motherfucking like button and subscribe, because we're about to get into this whole mess. And by the way, my sniffer, my ability to smell drama that's cooking, I'm telling you, I got a feeling a lot of people are gonna be reacting to this video in the coming days because, well, let's just get into it. Let's get into it, shall we? Let's do it!
The left needs to up its game. The left are
Jesus, whoa, too loud, way too loud.
heading toward Napoleon territory. And by that, I don't mean toward territory of Napoleon Bonaparte, the Emperor of France. I mean Comrade Napoleon, the Berkshire boar from Orwell's Animal Farm.
We got George Orwell. We got George Orwell 1962. We got George Orwell Animal Farm. George Orwell, hell yeah, love it. Let's get into it.
Farm started off as a dream, a vision of a world all but free of human beings. This world would be one where no animal must tyrannize over his own kind. Weak or strong, clever or simple, we are all brothers. All animals are equal. The intention was bright, glistening in the opening chapter of Orwell's novella. However, we all know the ending. And this is an ending which, regrettably, I'm increasingly seeing repeat itself among...
What's the ending? I'm not kidding you. I actually do not know. I've never read Animal Farm. It's the George Orwell piece that I haven't read. I was much more interested in 1984, which is the one that most of them will cite. What's the ending? Is it like they're bad? Is it like the pig is bad or something? The ending is that the pigs and the humans end up looking indistinguishable from each other? Oh, okay, that makes sense. All right, cool. Let's do it.
Those whom...
The pigs become capitalists? The pigs turn into the human oppressors? Okay, all right, makes sense. Napoleon the pig takes over and becomes indistinguishable from the humans. Okay. All right, so the argument is that she has witnessed the left take over and turn into dictators? Is that what she's trying to say here? Oh yeah, totally, yes. As President Sunday so wisely points out, has becoming a pro-imperial right-wing stooge. Yes, exactly. The humble Has of infrared, who started his origins by yelling at trans women on the internet and ended his story by drunkenly ranting in a Twitter space about how he believes his movement is going to attach is going to build a spaceship using the pyramids of Egypt because he believes that they're secretly planted there by leftist aliens for him to escape the planet. Yes. Ah, yes, that has. Ah, yes, he's such a leftist, such a good leftist. Yeah, let's go.
Purport to be on the side of progress, on the side of equality, and on the side of visionaries. The left.
The tendency to convert to concrete.
So hold on a second. I want to hear that again one more time.
Purport to be on the side of progress, on the side of equality, and on the side of visionaries. The left.
The tendency to convert to concrete issues into ideological problems, to invest them with moral color and high emotional charge, is to invite conflicts which can only damage a society.
So why am I making this video? Well, I would say that there's two reasons. The first being that I believe that historically and presently, the left has substantial potential. I think this is purely in the fact of what the left stands for. The left stands for innovation, for progress, not just technological and economic progress, but importantly, social and moral progress. There is among the left an appreciation that change is inevitable, but that isn't something which we should be fearful of. It isn't something which we should cower away from, but should rather embrace and confront. It is no coincidence that throughout modern history, intellectuals, philosophers, public intellectuals, profound thinkers and writers have overwhelmingly been left-leaning. It is also no coincidence why, when it comes to the most memorable, the most outstanding art and creativity and expression of oneself, we see overwhelmingly yet again that these individuals are minorities, that they are often individuals who have lived in oppressive situations and societies, that they tend to lean toward more revolutionary thinking or toward more evolutionary thinking, that they are anti-establishment, that they are anti-tradition, that they often forge an identity of their own that goes contrary to the status quo. I think
Bot Knight says, I'm betting this is going to wrap up with saying that the left is creative, but the right is intelligent and practical. Just wait.
For instance, historically, this is why the Jewish diaspora has done so exceptionally well in the arts and in many a sphere of modern life, and why, overwhelmingly, the Jewish diaspora is left and liberal leaning. I'm not going to go over what I mean by left, liberal, and right here. That will be included in the description box down below for you to read at your own leisure, because I think we all have our understanding, broadly speaking, of this, and so I
actually don't know if that's statistically true. I don't know if it's statistically true that the entirety of the Jewish diaspora is predominantly left-leaning, because I do believe that I mean, maybe I'm wrong here, but a lot of people who now live in Israel, and Israel is a very far right-leaning country, would have considered themselves at one point or currently still a part of the Jewish diaspora. I don't know. It is a little bit of a weird start, I will say. Yeah, I think in America that's true. I do think it's true. It definitely used to be true, but Israel has definitely challenged that. But yes, it is a bit odd to start out a video about the left with immediately jumping into generalities about the Jews. And I'm not trying to say, I want to be fair here. I'm not trying to say that she's being anti-Semitic. All I'm trying to say here is that, like, when you're talking about the left, versus the right, and you're trying to compare and contrast the left versus the right, and one of the first things you bring up as a part of the left is to immediately do a long paragraph about how Jewish people have had great success. I think that might leave you open to your message, at the very least, being twisted in the wrong direction. Yeah, it's. Are we watching the whole hour? Oh, yes, we are. Oh, yes, we are. Yeah. I don't think that, like, I don't think that she's intending to do like a Jewish question thing, but I will say that, again, like I always say, this is one of those issues where you do need to be careful about your wording. If you go in and say that Jewish people have been successful in Hollywood, the arts, and academia because they're left-wing, because they're communists, I mean, guys, That is literally, that's the same claim. That is a much nicer way of saying that cultural Marxists run Hollywood and the you know, academies, or in the university system of America. I know people are telling me that I need to, that I'm being very generous. I'm trying to be generous. Right now I'm trying to respond in kind to what's been put out so far. Okay, let's continue.
Don't want to keep going over this concept and these concepts, but I would say that based on the traditional and conventional definition of leftist politics and its more liberal tenets, we can pretty much say that progress is something that we largely associate with left or liberal politics. And so that is my first reason for making
Left, no; liberal, yes. Progress is a very loaded word. Progress is a word that is heavily latched onto by liberals. The idea of it builds out of this like sort of inevitability that capitalism is going to progress us forward and the world will continue to get better until it can no longer progress any further. I think that's a liberal concept. I don't know that progress in and of itself is like a leftist concept, especially historically. If you go and read leftists historically, you will not hear them using the word progress. They tend to be much more pointed with their language. Why are you trying to be kind? There's no reason to be kind in my opinion, because while I do not think particularly highly of the description of this video, I want to give this person a chance. Like I said, I have some suspicions about them based on what I've heard, but I want to give them a chance. So yeah, no need to be over the top, all right? Let's continue.
Making this video. The left has great potential, as we can see from its historical figures and its place in history. And this leads to the second reason why I'm making this video. And this is the belief that the left is wasting this potential and has kind of turned on itself in a way which is in no way conducive to everything that the left could be, and I believe ought to be, as a position, as a political and socio-economic position for people to follow, to embrace.
So this is going to be interesting. I'm very curious to see how she builds this case, because usually when people say the left is eating themselves, that is almost always it's almost always a Tim Pool video title. That is usually what that is like one of the catchphrases of the right, that the left is eating itself. And usually what they mean by that is that there is conflict between the left, anti-capitalists, and liberals, capitalists. And that conflict is natural. That conflict has to occur. Liberals who assert that capitalism is the ideal way to run the world are ideologically in opposition to anyone who doesn't believe in capitalism. Now, there are liberals, there are people who consider themselves liberals who are capable of being convinced otherwise, but the actual ideologies are not compatible. Liberalism is not a left-wing ideology. Liberalism is a right-wing ideology. I'm not kidding you. I know that that might sound absurd given that we use the word liberal in America to talk about Democrats generally, but liberalism asserts a merit-based world, a world in which an idealistic world. I mean, literally in the idea that it is the conflict of ideas that wins over the entire world and not material conditions. It is a liberalism and leftism as a whole are not 100% in line. No, actually, President Sunday, I mean, liberalism in the past had certain things that we would categorize as left-wing now, but keep in mind that liberalism, even in the past, while it did oppose monarchy, ultimately asserted that capitalism was the ideal form, and they haven't changed from that. So I understand what you're saying, but I don't entirely agree. Let's continue.
Race to identify with. I do think it's important to preface this video by saying that the left has great potential, that I am rooting for the left, but that I am, for the reasons which I'm about to list, not a leftist, and likely will not be a leftist. But I think as human beings, all we have is faith and hope, and I have faith and hope in humanity, and that includes
So what you're about to say is that you're going to explain things that people did that you feel distasteful, which prevents you from having a worldview that agrees with leftism. See, this is one of the problems about the discussion around leftism in general, is that leftism doesn't fucking mean anything, okay? Barely. It has a very broad definition, and that broad definition gets divvied up like crazy. The left, like I talked about this recently in the whole men's rights activist thing, that the left can be as broad or as small as whoever's talking about it at the moment. And it seems weird to me that you would say, oh, I don't consider myself a leftist when you're, I don't know. When I say that I consider myself a leftist, it's because that's where my principles lie. I believe that that is the sphere in which my principles lie, and no behavior by a leftist is going to change that. A leftist being a piece of shit is just a person being a piece of shit. My beliefs are going to remain the same. Continue.
People on the left, and therefore I think that this video is more so my trying to advise, or more so trying to put forward an alternative form of critique that isn't critique with the intent of putting down and promoting the other side or another.
We'll see about that, won't we? We'll see. It's always wonderful to have centrists talk down to you about how they're trying to help. I'm trying to help you. Okay, sure, we'll see.
The side or argument, but more so the kind of critique that is important in any political discourse and context. Coming together with our different opinions and perspectives and taking on board the criticism from outsiders, taking on what others are saying in order to improve and better ourselves. So that is where this video is coming from. Am I filming this video on Christmas Day? 1000% yes. There is no rest for the wicked. I was rather sad to read a few days ago that a columnist who I follow quite regularly, who writes for The Guardian, Hadley Freeman, has resigned. Hadley Freeman is a columnist. She's a writer, an author, and also a journalist of American British descent. She's been writing for The Guardian for well over 22 years, and I've been reading her since she wrote purely about
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
fashion, and then moved on to writing more about social and political issues. I was pretty surprised to hear that she had resigned, because she is sort of the creme de la creme of The Guardian and everything that it tends to stand for. An appreciation of...
She's not very high praise, okay? The Guardian is not exactly the most respected, especially on specific issues. I would argue that The Guardian has practiced journalistic malpractice with regard to its coverage of trans people. But are we gonna find out? Are we gonna find out that this person is a, oh, she's a gigaturf? Do we have truth? Do we have proof of that? What did she write? Yeah. The creme de la creme of the shit pile is still poop. Yep.
Of identity politics, of diversity, of our changing world, an appreciation for progress, criticism of elites, as well as feminism, particularly.
You want to go to her Wikipedia? All right, let's see. What was her name again? What was the lady's name? Does anybody remember the name? I forgot her name already. Jesus Christ. My memory of names is bad. Hold on, let's just rewind real quick. Hadley Freeman, there we go. Oh boy, here we go. All right, let's take a look. In June 2018, Freeman denounced the treatment of undocumented child immigrants arriving in America. Okay, that's based, that's good. Guardians, in November 2018, U.S. journalists from The Guardian published an opinion piece criticizing the Guardian editorial about the Gender Recognition Act, claiming it was transphobic. In tweets, Freeman defended the editorial. We talked about that. We talked about the Gender Recognition Act shit. She has since been cited as expressing views that trans-allied feminists consider transphobic. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. What do we got here? There's nothing feminist. Wait a minute, I know Anna Valens. Hold on a second, I know this journalist. I love Anna Valens. Anna Valens is amazing. There's nothing feminist about attacking trans women. The Guardian had a brilliant idea for Trans Day of Visibility. Instead of honoring trans men, trans women, and non-binary people living out openly, the publication ran a piece on Saturday by feminist columnist Hadley Freeman called "Don't You Just Love It When a Man Explains to You What It Means to Be a Woman?" Hadley Freeman, don't you just love it when a man explains to you what it means to be a woman? By a man-sized margin, my favorite recent news story is the one about two women, feminists, who went to a men-only swimming session in Dulwich because, as they explained, they now self-identify as men. This is literally, okay, let's just be clear. That is raw transphobia, okay? If you say to a trans person or about a trans person, you are not, your gender is not valid, you are not who you say you are invalid. That is definitionally transphobia, okay? You can have all kinds of opinions about the world, about gender, about all kinds of things, but if you assert that trans women are not women and that trans men are not men, you are a transphobe. No ifs, ands, or buts about it, okay? So I just want to be clear, who this person is talking about, who Kidology is talking about, is the person who wrote this article. Don't you just love it when a man, referring to a trans person, explains to you what it means to be a woman? Okay, well, that's, like, what else do I need to say at this point? Now, I watched this part last night, but I didn't actually look this person up. I took her word that this was going to be, you know, that this would be an actual grievance, but I shouldn't have. Freeman, oh boy, here we go. Another quote from Freeman. Contrary to what these bullies have claimed, gender-critical feminists do not hate trans people. I certainly feel no anger or animosity towards trans people. The only feeling I have towards them is compassion. Not to the point where I'm willing to give up all of women's sex-based rights, though. Come the fuck on. Come the fuck on. All right, let's get back to the video.
Third wave, I guess in a way we could say that we're heading toward fourth wave feminism. And she writes incredibly
now we're
well.
On like 9.
Even though I don't agree with her on a lot of things, I still can appreciate that she is an exceptional journalist. And so the reasons for...
Do you agree? Wait, here's a good question. You say you don't agree with her on a lot of things. Do you agree with her that trans women aren't women and trans men aren't men? Because if you do, then you are a transphobe as well. It is that simple. And if you don't like that, you can cry about it. And so can every other transphobe. If you can't acknowledge that people have the right to define their own gender, because like you are a transphobe. I'm sorry, that's just what transphobia is, or at least one part of transphobia, a major part of it. All right, let's go.
Her resignation that I heard on Woman's Hour was truly shocking.
You are saying that you specifically were not allowed to write about this. Are you saying others were and you weren't?
No, I was specifically not allowed. I was specifically told by upper management that I wasn't allowed to write about gender stuff in about 2018, 2019, I think. And others weren't either. I know of multiple reporters who asked.
Oh my God, she resigned. She resigned because they told her to stop writing shit about gender, not because they told her to stop writing in general. They literally didn't fire her. They didn't ask her to leave. They just said, please stop writing crazy bigoted shit about gender. Holy fucking shit.
if they could interview, for example, Maya Forstater during her case, Alison Bailey, Jess DeWalls. I asked about interviewing J.K. Rowling and Martina Navratilova, and we were all told no. Meanwhile, you know, the paper ran these long glowing profiles of trans activists such as Monroe Bergdorf and Paris Lees and Fred McConnell, and I'm proud to have worked at a paper that spotlit marginalized people like that. I just don't understand. Well, I do understand, but it infuriated me that feminist campaigners such as Julie Bindel, who I also pitched to interview when her book came out, and J.K. Rowling were basically shut out from the paper.
Okay, first of all, J.K. Rowling is not a feminist icon, okay? And is not a feminist activist either. J.K. Rowling sometimes posts on the internet about feminism and then goes to the bar with gender-critical TERFs. That is not the same thing. Also, I don't even want to start on Bindle. Let's not do that.
I know that upper management, you know, say, well, both sides are equally passionate. You know, it's very hard to balance both the gender activists and, you know, what people call gender-critical feminists. I call reality-based feminists. But the fact is, only one side in that argument demands censorship.
Reality. Oh God. Oh my God.
And never had any problem with Guardian interviewing and spotlighting, you know, trans activist books, but I was not allowed, and nor was anyone else allowed to interview gender-critical feminists or, you know, feature gender-critical.
There are some. I suppose that's the point.
Kathleen is Kathleen.
And I did read an interview with Maya, but I think
in the Observer.
In the Observer, and we should say, just again, if you're not familiar with the media world, the Observer is edited by a different editor.
Yeah,
that's right.
It's edited by a different editor.
Okay.
Alongside Hadley.
Wait a minute. Did Hadley defend Kanye West? Oh my God. Hadley Freeman wrote an article defending Kanye West.
Another journalist and feminist writer, Sarah Dittam, has also announced that she is leaving The Guardian and is now going to be writing for the Sunday Times. I've additionally seen a lot.
The Sunday Times is a rag. The Sunday Times is a tabloid. What? Okay, if somebody was just leaving a magazine on frivolous grounds, why the fuck do you think they would have to go work at a fucking tabloid? For real. Do you think that, like, it's a glittering move to resign from your job and then not be able to get work anywhere but a tabloid? For real. Yes, that is run by Rupert Murdoch. It's a conservative tabloid. Oh, God.
Of these writers that I've referenced, writing for a rather unknown publication, which is purely online, called Unheard. I've been reading Unheard for about a year now, and I find it incredibly interesting because...
Why society still needs the family, conservative. Wait, this is an article by Nick Cave? Wait, isn't Nick... Oh, okay, I don't want to speak out of line, but... Why society still needs the family, the year the West erased women. Christmas is still scarred by COVID. Oh boy. Oh boy.
There are quite literally journalists from every single side of the political spectrum, individuals who are religious and writing from a religious perspective, and individuals who are atheists and writing from an atheistic perspective, and they all come together to write exceptional.
Thank goodness they have Stone Age Herbalist. Damn, thank God they have Stone Age Herbalist here. Was the sexual revolution a government psyop? Masturbation has long been seen as a political soporific. Oh my God. Do you remember what I said about centrists? How centrists are people who are like incapable of thinking clearly because they believe that there's like a giant invisible seesaw that you just have to stand in the middle of and everything will be okay. And that, by the way, they always end up just spouting right-wing talking points. This is exactly why. Oh my dear fucking God. Let's go.
pieces and articles and essays. I would highly recommend subscribing to and reading Unheard. This video is not...
What? You're opening the video about how the left needs to do better by directly promoting the article of the people that you're trying to talk about here. Not only is that like questionably ethical, it's also terrible from an argumentative perspective.
Sponsored by them. I'm purely saying this because I am a huge fan, and I think it is very, very important for us to really find journalists and journalistic writing that doesn't just reinforce our preconceived biases and our preconceived prejudice and opinions. When I saw that Hadley and Sarah had left The Guardian, it made me think about why individuals may be skeptical of, or may, as we can see online at least, be leaving the left. And I think there are three.
These people aren't leftists. The examples that you've used, both of the examples that you've used, are people who published anti-trans articles in which they called trans women men. I'm not just talking about light confusion, like, I don't know how I feel about this terminology. No, we're talking about people who literally made arguments calling trans women men and saying that trans men have no right to say anything about feminism. Like, what the fuck is this? These people were never leftists. What do you mean? They didn't leave the left either. They left their jobs because they were too stupid to be able to write about anything except for apparently bigotry. Oh my God. And imagine, this video has started as a, let me try and help you. Let me try and help the left. I need to help the left get better. We're not getting better by digesting without any question this bullshit that you're trying to dump in front of us. This is bullshit. You trying to make the argument that these are like poor, aggrieved journalists. They weren't fired. They weren't driven out. Nothing happened to them. They resigned because their bosses told them to stop writing bigotry. Useful idiot. Let's continue.
Reasons that, broadly speaking, answer this question. The first, I would say, is political dogma. The left has started off with good intentions, very good intentions, particularly when it comes to representing and speaking for and giving a platform to minority issues. However, the left has largely left these good intentions in the dust in pursuit of more accessible ends, as well as more accessible causes.
Citation needed? Didn't you say this was going to be an analytical video? Where's the citation? What are you talking about? Where's the citation? Where's the citation on the political dogma? What is the political dogma of the left? You can't just assert a claim that large. You said that this video in its description was going to be an analytical look at the left. That's not analytical. That is your feelings. This is pure feelings.
Namely identity politics. For instance, representing minority issues such as that of trans individuals is an exceptional and important thing. However,
then why do you support someone who is actively against it? If you say that supporting trans individuals is exceptional and important, but then you spent the entire beginning of this video literally sucking the dick of someone who was asked to stop writing bigoted articles on The Guardian, articles that are just literally raw transphobia. How do you square those in your head? Again, I just can't help but think that like centrism is the product of some sort of disconnect between sections of the brain. It's like there's a I don't know if it's like meningitis or what's it called, encephalitis, where your brain starts swelling and you just can't you can no longer acknowledge contradictory ideas. How do you square those? Tell me, how can you square saying that you believe in trans rights, but you also are spending the entire beginning of this video going to bat for somebody who explicitly does not believe in trans rights, who explicitly believes trans people are lying about their gender, and also believes that they should not be included in a feminist movement? I know the answer. The answer is that Kidology is a fucking liar. That's the actual way. Unfortunately, this cannot be explained by encephalitis.
Doing that at the expense of letting a woman write about gender causes issues, understandably, and is something that I would say is ultimately an example of leaving good intentions in the dust in pursuit of a far more accessible and palatable perspective. And in this, I think, regrettably, the left has very little to say, specifically the online left. Say is doing that of trans individuals is an exceptional and important thing. However, doing that at the expense of letting a woman write about gender causes issues, understandably, and
that sentence doesn't even make sense. Wait, that's actually, her sentence doesn't make sense there. Did she proofread her script? Doing that at the expense of letting a woman write about gender. What do you mean by that? Do you mean, like, what is that? What? I think what she meant to say is not letting a woman write about gender, but no one didn't let her write about gender. She still writes about gender. Obviously, you just promoted her website where she writes about gender. It's just that The Guardian did not want her specifically to write about gender, not women. There are plenty of women still writing about gender at The Guardian. Not a woman not being allowed. She was not banned from it. In fact, she wasn't even fired. What is this? This is deranged. The amount of lies is like out the gate, just so stupid. And also, this just makes no fucking sense. She's trying to say the left won't allow women to write, but would allow trans women? Oh yeah, dude. That's been evident so far. Can we get a fucking...
My source is that I made it the fuck up.
Causes issues, understandably, and is something that I would say is ultimately an example of leaving good intentions in the dust in pursuit of a far more accessible and palatable perspective. And in this, I think, regrettably, the left has very little to say, specifically the online left, has very little to say in the way of macro issues, contrary to micro issues. The left has a lot to say about micro issues, and I would say that trans issues are a micro issue in that they affect a small, very small
Yeah, I can't believe that we're actually listening to a MLK's white moderate. Listen, this right here fucking proves that you don't have to actually have white skin to be a white moderate.
Micro issues. The left has a lot to say about micro issues, and I would say that trans issues are a micro issue in that they affect a small, very small.
It's not a fucking micro issue to all of the trans people. And also, trans people make anywhere between 0.5 to 1% of the population. You might think that 1% is a small number to your pea-brain. However, I want you to understand that 1% of the population is a lot of fucking people. It is a lot of people's family members. It is a lot of people's partners. It is a lot of people all across the world. 1% of the world is not a small amount of people. You might think the number 1 is small because you are like baffled by the existence of numbers, but that is not what this is. That 1 out of every 100 people is not a small number of people. Mixed Dizzy says, if she lives in the UK and she's black in the UK, black people in the UK only make up 3% of the population. By this logic, then it should be okay to, I don't agree with that exact wording, but that by her own logic, it should be considered a micro issue. Black people's rights in the UK should be considered a micro issue, which is fucking stupid. Oh my fucking God. Oh no. Uh-oh. 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 Oh no. Oh no. Uh-oh. Oh shit. Oh no. Oh, she does live in the UK. Okay, let's fucking continue.
Small minority of the modern population. Identity politics relative to politics in general is a microcosm and a micro issue of overall politics, but
Yes, as our locks in chat says, 1% of Earth is 80 million people. You really think that that's a micro issue, an issue that is affecting at least 80 million people? Come on.
that seems to have dominated all politics among the left. And then when it comes to the complexity and the overwhelming presence of macro issues, namely that affecting the majority of people, namely economics, particularly neoliberal economic frameworks, the contemporary left has very little to say. And this includes the left-wing populist movement in North America and Northern Europe. The second reason I would say that...
Sorry, I didn't actually understand her point there. It dragged on. I think that was one entire sentence for the entire thing. Can I...
And I would say that politics, but that seems to have dominated all politics among the left.
That's not the left's choice. The right is pushing a blood libel against trans people in the United States right now and in the UK. That is not the choice of the left. The left has to battle where the oppression is. The oppression is being aimed directly, it's like a gun being pointed directly into the fucking forehead of every trans person in the country. The right is obsessed with us. The left didn't choose that battle. The left is engaging in that battle because the left has fucking principles.
And then when it comes to the complexity and the overwhelming presence of macro issues, namely that affecting the majority of people, namely economics, particularly neoliberal economic frameworks, the contemporary left has very little to say. And this...
That is so untrue. That is so untrue. The idea that the left has very little to say about neoliberalism, just search the word neoliberalism on YouTube, and I guarantee you every single major left-leaning even channel has done a video taking down and addressing and educating people on neoliberalism. Just, you cannot be this wrong. This is the biggest fucking my sources that I made it the fuck up moment. It is seriously just endless. My sources are that I made it the fuck up, made it the fuck up, made it the fuck up, made it the fuck up. Bullshit. Bullshit. All bullshit.
Includes the left-wing populist movement in North America and Northern Europe. The second reason...
Also, it is a little bit funny. It is a little bit funny when the most recent major populist left uprising in recent memory was the George Floyd protests all across the United States. That's the most recent, like, large-scale left populist movement in the United States. The idea that that was not valid because of identity, when it is very clear that policing in America is an identity-based issue, once again, the left didn't choose that battle. The left is engaging on that front because that is where the fucking oppression is. Like, how can you be so irresponsibly hand-wavy towards this? Anyway, it just comes off as racism. Can I just be honest about that? It just unironically comes off as racism. Oh, thank you so much. Can you bring me up one of those body armor drinks too? That'd be incredible. Fresca would be fantastic. Thank you. Anyway, let's continue. Danny Fallen says, DramaMama said that she was acting like a white moderate, which, yeah, I was just browsing her videos, and she has a video in which she says that she feels much closer related to white women than people of her own skin color.
Reason I would say that the left is losing people, or the reason why people are skeptical of the left is...
The left isn't losing anyone. Again, my sources that I made it the fuck up. The left has only been growing. The left is not shrinking. There are more leftists every single day. There are more people on the left. The left the way that she defines the left, okay? Not the way I do, just to be clear, the way she defines the left, which includes liberals, is the biggest political faction in America. They're not losing anybody. The Republicans have to literally break the electoral system in order to win. They have to gerrymander in order to win because they do not have the people. They do not have the numbers on their side. What is this person talking about? What is this fucking talking about?
The modern left likes to revise history according to the postmodern staple of there being no grand narratives and no universal truths. And the left's adoption of this postmodern staple.
Right, conspiracy theorizing, left, postmodern theorizing? This is not to say that the far right does not revise history. Conspiracy theorizing is a staple of revising history, popular among those on the extreme right. It's not even on the extreme right. Everyday righties engage in deep levels of a conspiracy theory. This is something that we saw with the fucking Balenciaga shit. These people live on conspiracy theory. The most popular shows on the right, not just the far right, on the milquetoast right, are conspiracy spouting freaks. Rush Limbaugh was the most popular right-wing political radio show in the fucking world, and that dude loved his conspiracy theories. Alex Jones. I will say Alex Jones is what I would consider to be far right, but not any of the others. I mean, Tucker Carlson is, but his viewership is very broad. However, I will get into later, conspiracy theories are far more persuasive in line with anti-establishment thinking than postmodernism. What does anti-establishment thinking have to do with anything? Oh my God. Oh my God, this person is holy shit. The left has a less persuasive and harmonious relationship to postmodernism, e.g. Marxism is antithetical to it. Huh? Is this just actual nonsense?
Has led it into a lot of contradictions and therefore into a lot of infighting. This infighting distracts from those macro issues, from those macro concerns and conversations, and results in a lot of infighting that mainly in this day and age revolves around particularly trans issues or anything pertaining to.
Actually, I would not consider the infighting to be around trans issues. That's a very weird fixation. That's an incredibly weird fixation. If I was to say that there was any infighting, the biggest example of left-wing infighting was the Bernie versus Biden schism, which had nothing to do with trans issues. It's weird. It's almost like this person has a weird obsession with trans people. Do you think maybe we're gonna see that happen as this goes on? Let's continue.
Critical.
Oh, also, by the way, sorry. What would you call what happened in the House recently? What would you call that? The 18 repeated votes in the American House of Representatives. That was, by the way, purely. Would you call that infighting between the right? Because it was the biggest example of right-wing infighting we've seen, far deeper than any left-wing infighting we've seen in any recent memory. That was like one of the most blatant examples of right-wing infighting. Right now, the political candidates for the right-wing position, Donald Trump and Ron DeSantis, the two sort of front runners for the Republican presidency coming up in this recent thing, are literally just calling each other freaks and pedophiles. Like Donald Trump has been spending more time shitting on Ron DeSantis than anything else. I just don't get this. None of this makes any sense to me.
As we know, critical theory holds a paramount place within leftist discourse. And this is completely understandable and, in fact, I would argue, a very good thing. However, when that critical theory and that criticism is tearing apart the very ideology, the very perspective, the very...
Hey, funny in a YouTube chat. You want to debate about it? You want to talk about it? Put up or shut up, real quick. Just sorry, Danny, you can cut this out of the final edit. Real quick, funny. You wanna talk about it? I invite you right now. This is your opportunity. You've now dropped 2 almost identical messages in chat. would you like to debate about it? Because this is your opportunity. You can join my Discord right now and you can have a debate with me about it. And then we can continue this video afterwards. Or you can shut the fuck up and I'll give you a mute for the next hour while we finish this video. Those are your options. Okay? Mods, please keep an eye on YouTube chat. And if Funny agrees to not be a giant coward, then help him get onto the Discord and we'll do it. I'd rather not join your server. Wow, who could have seen this cuck behavior coming? You are a fucking cuck. You come in talking mad shit. You come in dropping something totally unrelated to the video at hand, and you fucking cuckold out, just like every other right-winger who's too scared to actually have a conversation. Go on, come on. Coward. Literally every single one of these fucking dumbass shit talkers come in and they're like, oh, you're bad for this, you're bad for that, you have a bad opinion on this. I'm like, okay, put up or shut up. Fucking cowards. Straight up fucking cucks. Let's continue. Funny, by the way, you can talk to one of the mods if you want to, and you can connect, but I don't think you're gonna. I think you're a cuck. All right, let's continue. Let's continue.
Foundation of the left, there is a bit of a problem.
It makes me cringe to identify as a lefty personally, just in terms of my personal politics and my beliefs, when I see how a lot of the left engages in.
This is a video called Trans Protesters Lose It by ABBA and Preach. Now, I don't know who these people are. I've never in my life heard of these people as lefties, so I find it weird that he would say I'm scared to call myself a lefty, because I've never heard you call yourself a lefty. But all right, let's continue.
Conversations and stuff like this.
They're MRAs? Is that for real?
You get what I'm saying? It's like the trans women in sports.
Yeah.
These motherfuckers are just saying, oh, you came in 17th, not 16th. Well, you're a fucking loser. So why are you complaining about the trans woman taking your spot? Or they're saying stuff like, who cares? If you weren't good enough to make it with a trans woman president, then what does it matter? It's like, you're stealing scholarship, whole work-life opportunities from athletes. Like, not everything is about placing in the top 3. Some of it is just about being even in the race itself. That's a huge honor. For people who go to the Olympics, they know a lot of them are not going to win. But the honor of being in the Olympic Village, to represent your country proudly, to be able to compete on that kind of stage where everyone is actually watching athletics with intention.
Did she think this was going to be like a sick own on the left? This is manosphere content. Okay, I see. I'm looking through their videos right now. Let me give you some titles. Oh, it's all Andrew Tate stuff. It's making, oh, there's a video making fun of trans people. The female gaming experience. They tried to cancel her for talking about women's experience. If your wife spends more than you can make, you should make more money. Making fun of fat people. A video making fun of people they think is ugly. An incel video. Ah, interesting. Super interesting. Super curious. Super curious. Let's continue.
Experience and stuff.
It's life-changing. And so when I see left engaged like this, well, fuck women's sports. Who needs anyways? I'm like, really?
People said that?
Talking. Yes.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. So many. Oh, yeah. So many trans people say that. Oh, I love it. So many trans athletes just go up and go, who needs women's sports anyway? Yeah, that's a thing that's happened.
My source is that I made it the fuck up.
And so it's like, what I'm seeing.
Senator Armstrong, have mercy. I'm so sorry for your goddamn voice. We're going to have to be using Senator Armstrong so much.
With like a lot of this stuff is that the way that they engage with this stuff is like violent. It's violent or extremist.
What? Oh yeah, those trans people, all those trans people showing up with their guns and rifles to protest, I don't know, women's sports. Oh yeah, totally, bro. Totally, man. Oh God, we are in delusion world. Okay, real quick, just a small break from this. Can I point out remember earlier today when I said that like that in our current state of politics that we are engaged in a battle for reality? This is the type of shit that I mean. These people live in a reality of their own writing. There is nothing that they are basing this off of. They saw a clip of apparently some trans person who was angry, and now they are under the belief that trans people are always violent and want to outlaw women's sports. Just actually demented. We live in a world where there is no agreement on reality. These people live in a totally different reality than us. We may as well be in like, you may as well be in like I don't know, fucking medieval Spain and encountering like 20 different cults to like various gods. Some of them are worshiping the Druidic gods. Some of them are worshiping the Hellenic gods. There's a whole bunch of like 6 different flavors of Christian missionary. None of them can agree who's the actual God, and all of them are telling you that you should believe in the true God. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God.
And I don't identify with that, even though my politics lean left. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I believe that.
Feminists do not need to do better in reaching out. Is it like, doesn't it seem really weird how defensive these?
Uh-oh. Oh no. Is a Vosh clip gonna be used in favor of a right-wing narrative? Oh God, no. Oh no, it is. Oh God.
Feminists do not need to do better in reaching out. Is it like, doesn't it seem really weird how defensive these people are about the concept of doing better to expand a movement? I would feel this is something they would have like a default appreciation for, right? Like, in concept, shouldn't we always do better?
And I would say that the third reason why I think the left is not gay.
This person gave Vosh positive attention on his stream. Vosh was under the impression she was chill and was positive towards her. You need to tell him to do a segment on it. Oh boy. Oh boy. Not my business. Interesting clip of Vosh to be used here.
Gaining as much traction as it ought to in this day and age, as represented by Hadley and Sarah, is a reason that
I know for a fact that if Vosh saw this video, he wouldn't agree with what is being said. But I can understand if she like was intertransracial adoption. In this case, no. Society isn't ready for interracial adoption. I'm a different race. Get me out of here. Being adopted into a racist family? Oh God, oh no. Oh no.
I guess is rather mean, but this is a video of honesty and it comes from a place of, I believe.
Vodka says Vosh didn't actually do a proper segment on Kidology. Well, that's unfortunate. All Vosh did was make a joke about DMCAing the video. Well, okay. Shame, because, yeah.
Good faith. The left is truly starting to remind me of Comrade Napoleon.
Mixed Dizzy says, I get why Palace Riot has been upset with Vosh lately. Sometimes his approach, or his naivety, as you say, often allows bad actors to take advantage of him. I don't know if I would describe it as naivety. I don't think that's the right word. I think sometimes that when Vosh gets into a conflict online, he will say inflammatory things that later get used by right-wingers as proof. Like they'll say, well, look, Vosh is a successful leftist and look at what he says about the left, which I know that he doesn't intend for that to be the case, but I think it's something that we have to think about sometimes anyway. Yeah. Yeah, I do think he's right. Vosh is my friend. I genuinely agree with a lot of the things that Vosh says. I do sometimes think that in his approach to Twitter conflict, especially. But yeah, no, it's okay, Mixed Dizzy. I know that you're not trying to shit on Vosh in that. You were quoting somebody else anyway, somebody who I don't always agree with. But I do think they post some things that are accurate. I think some things that they go a little across the line on. Anyway, let's get back to the video. President Sunday says in George Orwell's 19 Animal Farm, Napoleon was corrupted by the power and wealth that came with administering the farm and began colluding with the humans to maximize pigs' profits by exploiting the other animals. This analogy is completely nonsensical. Yeah, I think we've dropped the analogy so far. I haven't seen anything about the animal farm stuff. I think she just forgot about it and dropped it and is continuing on.
Because the left, at least in North America...
Oh, she did just bring it back. Okay, well, joke's on me then.
And in Northern Europe is lazy. The left is lazy insofar as getting very comfortable in its own self-righteousness and in its own bubble of information. Because on the one hand, the left lacks expertise. For instance, in the way of understanding transgenderism relative to transsexualism, say, and also in understanding righteousness and in its own bubble of information. Because on the one hand, the left lacks expertise. For instance,
the left lacks expertise
in the way of understanding transgenderism relative to transsexualism.
The left lacks expertise such as in the way of understanding transgenderism relative to transsexualism. What? I don't know what that's supposed to mean. And secondly, the left, like, I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Is she trying to say that the left doesn't know the difference between a transgender person and a transsexual person? They don't know the science? What? How would you even evidence that? And what do you mean when you say that? Because the science is very clear. The science, as we understand it to this day, strongly supports the concept of being transgender. That transgender is a real thing, and transsexual is as much of a real thing as transgender. Stop being lazy, do more streams, Demon Mama? I know, I have to. I should debate her? Yeah, that would be interesting. Sure, I'd do a debate.
And also in understanding the medical knowledge that is needed behind transgender identities. Hello, editing me. I would have
the medical knowledge that is required behind transgender identities? Okay, I'm really sorry. Okay, I need to be completely honest. This is gibberish. This is a unintelligible script. The words that you are saying don't make any sense. That is not a sensical. They lack expertise. The left lacks expertise in the way of understanding transgenderism relative to transsexualism, say, and also in understanding the medical knowledge that is needed behind transgender identities. That is nonsense. That is literally nonsense. That does not mean anything. It's literal word salad. And also, what is it even supposed to mean? I can't even parse what is intended to be said there. Is she trying to say that the left doesn't recognize trans people's need to medically transition? The left is the literal only faction in politics that recognizes the medical need for trans people to transition. Oh my God.
But has it that a good example of this is the controversy surrounding Leah Thomas? She is
Oh, come the fuck on. By the way, this right here is the furthest I've seen into the video.
known for being the first openly transgender athlete to win an NCAA Division I national championship. Now, Leah's success and identity opened up a huge conversation and controversy surrounding
What you mean is that transphobic freaks with no scientific basis freaked the fuck out, made death threats, and threatened Leah Thomas for weeks. They plastered her face all over hate screeds, all over fucking the Daily Stormer. These people were writing about Leah Thomas. That didn't spark a huge conversation and controversy. Bigots freaked out in the same way that they freaked out about the first African-American athletes that were allowed to participate. They did the same thing to them that they're doing now to trans people. It's the same shit. Don't fucking euphemize this shit. It didn't spark a huge conversation. It was bigotry. Everything in this video so far from this so-called fucking apolitical centrist asshole has been nothing but right-wing drivel. We've literally received absolutely nothing but pablum towards the left and right-wing propaganda. I fucking hate centrists. Holy shit.
Transgender women competing in women's sports and divisions in professional sporting events. For instance, this article is from a left-leaning publication and it contradicts.
What's the left-leaning publication? Let's see it. The what is this? What is this?
Throughout. The data doesn't tell a.
What a citation! This article is from a left-leaning publication and contradicts itself throughout. Hold on, let's look it up. Let's find out. Sports.yahoo.com. This is an article published by Yahoo Sports, which was republished from the fucking Independent. This person is so dishonest, it's unbelievable. This is so fucking unbelievable. Also, we're going to talk about this.
Story, as the title of the article suggests. Instead, a very mixed and complicated story that is obviously going to be misunderstood is told. The author says, and I quote, "The scientific evidence is mixed, and post-HRT trans women do not currently dominate professional sport." And the thing...
Hold on a second. The title says, critics accuse trans swimming star Leah Thomas of having an unfair advantage. The data tells a different story. The data does not say that she has an advantage. The scientific evidence is mixed, and post-HRT trans women do not currently dominate professional sport. Critics are saying she has an advantage. The data does not agree with them. That is not contradiction. This person, like, again, oh no, oh my God, I'm losing it. I told you this fucking shit was gonna trigger the shit out of me. That is not a contradiction. That is literally the truth. The right wing ran with an insanely bigoted, disgusting propaganda campaign against a totally innocent athlete who did nothing but achieve well in her field. Leah Thomas was not some kind of gigantic trans activist. Leah Thomas was not like a terrorist who was secretly blowing up straight people's houses. Leah Thomas was a swimmer who won something. And the right freaked out and said, oh, you have an advantage. You have a biological advantage. And they had no fucking evidence for that. Holy fucking shit. Kidology, more like fucking kid brain.
Mixed, and post-HRT trans women do not currently dominate professional sport. And the thing is, everything in that statement is true. Trans women don't dominate professional sports, similarly to how women don't dominate professional sports.
What do you mean? What? What is that supposed to? Oh my God. Oh. That is one of the stupidest things I've ever heard uttered in my entire life. Saying trans women do not dominate professional sports when there is a narrative that trans women have a biological advantage. What saying that trans women do not dominate professional sports is pointing out the fact that trans women aren't winning in men's leagues and they aren't dominating in women's leagues either, which means that the narrative that trans women have a biological advantage is fucking propaganda. What the fuck is this response? Okay, I'm just gonna say it, Kidology does not have a functioning brain. I don't know what's going on here, but there is not a functioning brain inside here. Holy fucking shit. That is the dumbest, that is one of the stupidest transphobe arguments I've ever encountered. I have literally argued with dyed-in-the-wool transphobes. I have argued with dyed-in-the-wool homophobes, and most of them wouldn't even dare uttering something so incredibly fucking stupid. Oh, don't worry, President Sunday. We already looked at this. We already looked at this one. You guys remember this shit? This should have been the sign. You know what this is? You know what this is right here? Hold on a second. Let me just show you. This political spectrum overview is this. It's this. Hold on, I'm gonna show you right here. There we go. Your doctor asks you to draw a clock. Your doctor asks you to draw the political spectrum, and this is what you return. And it's the same thing. They're the same fucking thing. I'm not kidding you. Can you tell me? Can you tell me this is not it? Somebody asked you to like portray the political world and you end up drawing this fucking shit. Jesus fucking Christ. Holy shit. All right, let's try to proceed here. I don't know how fucking stupid you can be. Like, this argument right here is a DJ Mule level stupid argument. Just phenomenally dumb. Women don't dominate professional sports. Women dominate women's sports, don't they, you fucking idiot? The problem here is that you are commenting on a culture war issue where right-wingers are claiming that trans women are dominating women's sports. And what this is pointing out, correctly and truthfully, is that trans women don't dominate in men's sports or in women's sports. Gayfesh says maybe she has a doctor who is observing her encephalitis without letting her know she has it. Yeah, maybe I should stop being so cruel. How do I know that she's not currently afflicted by encephalitis and has a corrupt doctor that won't tell her what she has? Oh yeah, totally. Man, this is a special level of stupidity. Holy fucking shit.
Only a small subsection of the human population compete professionally, of men in men's professional sports, of women in women's professional sports.
Anti-corporatist says, the fuck is a DJ Mule? Look it up. Search up DJ Mule, and you're gonna see what I'm talking about. You'll find DramaMama's video on DJ Mule. You'll be in for a treat. Was I being ableist? Sorry.
And so inevitably, in terms of trans women, only a small percentage of trans women in the small percentage of trans women that
Listen, hold on. I need to issue a sorry. You know what? This video creator was correct. The left is tearing itself apart, and it's my fault. I need to issue an apology to everyone out there with undiagnosed encephalitis that is currently making YouTube videos under the name Kidology. I'm extremely sorry for engaging in a dark dark and evil form of ableism towards smug video essayists with undiagnosed encephalitis under the name Kidology. I'm really sorry. My apologies. I'm very sorry.
they are on this planet are going to compete in professional sports, and this obviously takes a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of training, a lot of money, a lot of investment. And it is also true to say that the scientific evidence is mixed. Every sport.
This is not true. Also, by the way, the scientific evidence on trans people is not mixed. In fact, I'm going to take a moment here to shout out a fellow video, or not a fellow, I'm not a video essayist, but a video essayist by the name of Jangles Science Lad. Jangles Science Lad published a broad analysis of all of the current studies on trans sports, on trans bodies and how they relate to sports. Jangle Science Lad is a credentialed and practicing a practitioner of sports medicine. He is about as qualified as it comes. He has a Bachelor of Science, specifically focusing on sports medicine and nutrition and wellness. He's literally qualified to do that type of work, and he published a fantastic video. No, the evidence is not mixed. Trans people do not have a meaningful advantage in any sport, with the exception of, I believe, rowing. I believe that the only evidence that there has been shown is that rowing, people who have been on hormones for less than 1 year have a slight advantage in rowing. And I believe that's literally the only one that there was any sort of measurable advantage. Outside of that, there is no evidence whatsoever. However, as I will note once again, the right wing is pushing without any evidence the idea that trans people have a dominant advantage in sports. And there is no evidence that that is true. Even if you were able to currently say that there was some level of biological advantage, which once again, the science disagrees with you on that, but even if you were able to produce it, it clearly is not enough of an advantage to give trans people, specifically trans women, an advantage against other athletes. So if there is a biological advantage, which there doesn't seem to be evidence of, it's not enough to actually let them win things. So why does it matter?
Is different, and this should, in my humble opinion, be left up to the experts and to the professional sporting authorities themselves. This is going to take a lot of time and a lot of understanding.
Flashy Job in chat says, speaking of her stupid quote-unquote science arguments, I've watched a bit of her interracial adoption video, and I will say very frankly that it unironically sounds like the arguments of segregationists from the civil rights era, but with progressive linguistics pasted on, and uneven applications of her warped view of reality. Jesus fucking Christ. Jesus fucking Christ. What have we stumbled on? What have we fucking stumbled on here? What den, what nest of villainy and derangement have we stumbled upon?
In fact, a very nuanced perspective, which I heard on this by a transgender individual, political analyst Jordan Evans, I think is important, but is one...
Okay, hold on a second. How much we want to bet that this isn't going to be nuanced at all?
That is systematically and routinely deemed to be transphobic.
So I am not a professional athlete. The closest thing I have ever done to anything athletic was I used to do competitive show choir. I don't feel really qualified to make carte blanche statements about whether or not trans women should compete in every kind of sport. And I understand that that is kind of, that's a hard pill to swallow. And for me, my first inclination is to approach everything through a lens of inclusivity. But at the same time, I also can't speak accurately to every kind of sport and the different things that go into it.
The nuanced statement here, the nuanced statement is, I don't know because I've never done sports, so I don't really know. Is that a nuanced statement? Is this the best that Kidology can bring to the table?
So I really think in these instances, the decisions are best left up to the professional governing bodies that dictate these.
Oh, hell yeah. Oh, yeah. The decisions are best left up to the professional governing bodies. Well, guess what, everybody? Great news. Every major professional sport governing body has already accepted the fact that trans people do not have an advantage in sports, including the Olympic committees. Wow. Holy shit, her own source disagrees with her fucking stupid argument.
These particular sports.
And just going back to the article that I referenced from The Independent, in my opinion, it was so poorly argued that the final sentence completely contradicts its primary thesis, that transgender professional athletes have little advantage over their female counterparts. And I quote, sports physiologist Dr. Ross Tucker told the New York Times that Leah Thomas is the manifestation of the scientific evidence. The reduction in testosterone did not remove her biological.
That's not a contradiction. That's them giving somebody who disagrees, that's them portraying the opinion of someone who disagrees. That is them doing what you supposedly want us to do as centrists. They are saying, this guy disagrees. But notice that his argument says Leah Thomas is the manifestation of scientific evidence. So what you're telling me is that in this sports physiologist, okay, in this sports physiologist's mind, his idea of scientific evidence is that if a trans person ever wins anything at all, if a trans person ever wins, that means it's proof that transphobia is correct. One guy's opinion. Man, this is fucking stupid. This is infuriatingly stupid. And it's really funny because this is in a segment that's called Lazy Politics versus Labor. You want to talk about laziness? This is one of the laziest videos I've ever fucking seen in my entire life. This is literally Tim Pool tier laziness. This is almost like teetering on the quartering level of laziness, where you literally don't even think about the words that you're saying. You just grab things that kind of look the shape that you want, and you don't even read to think about whether they agree with you or not. You are the fucking Kidology. You are the absolute fucking pinnacle of lazy politics. Unbelievable.
Advantage. And that is the end of the article.
Holy
a very
fuck.
confusing article. And it is a lot easier to just say that somebody is transphobic as opposed to actually just having a conversation with them.
Did anyone call that one lady that you just showed? That one lady who was just talking about trans sports and said that she doesn't know because she's never played sports before? Did she get called a transphobe, or is she doing just fine? Because you've not provided any evidence of people calling her transphobic for saying what she said. AKA, there is no support for this stupid argument. This is literally just a Kidology spitting out her general feelings in a weird, disjointed stream of consciousness.
My source is that I made it the fuck up.
And actually conceding a very hard fact of the matter, for instance, at least according to current mixed evidence in science. And this is something for the experts, for scientists, for actual sporting professionals and their associations and boards of expertise. And as I will get into later, this is something that the online left is most guilty of, I would say. And I think
that is compromise on specific issues where expertise should be central. That is compromise on Good night, Windleby. I know you're probably making a wise choice by getting out while you can. I'm suffering severe mental damage from this. She has a video series where she actively analyzes the Squid Game series, and she's wrong about almost everything. She thinks it's about bureaucracy. How? How do you come to that conclusion? Wow, Windleby, I'm envious of you.
that this is something that is really to its disadvantage. Sports scientist Ross Tucker's very, I would say, empathetic and nuanced arguments have been disregarded. Leftist commentators and individuals in the comment section of this article labeled him as transphobic, rather than engaging with the science or with
What? Shouldn't transgender unequivocally dominate? That commentary misunderstands how you assess advantage. For a trans woman to win, she still has to be good enough at the base level without the advantage, in order to parlay that advantage into winning women's events. If I was in the Tour de France and you gave me a bicycle with a 100-watt motor, I wouldn't win the Tour de France. I'd do better than I would have done without it, but I wouldn't win. Does my failure to win prove that the motors don't give me an advantage? Of course not. My failure says more about my base level of performance than it does about the motor. So he's saying, when in the face of evidence, in the face of him being confronted with the unreality of his situation, he decides to say that no, actually trans women are just uniquely bad at sports. Do you understand why people might have called this fucking idiot a transphobe? Do you understand why people might have come to that conclusion? This is literal children brain logic.
Experts, the entire field, which
Commenters called me transphobic when I said that trans women are lazy and that's why they lose. They have a biological advantage because they have testosterone and they're men. The men, oh! And then they called me transphobic. Woo!
which is really and truly the foundation of modern thinking, is dismissed. This, in my opinion, is simply the easy way out. I've also noticed recently that with the discourse on transracialism and or relative to transgenderism, there is no expertise or knowledge on the left about how the two differ. Yet, on the other hand,
what? Can we go through that once again? I've also noticed recently that with the discourse on transracialism and or relative to transgenderism, there is no expertise or knowledge on the left about how the two differ, yet on the other hand, complete obedience to that distinction is expected. Again, unintelligible. This is not a understandable sentence. I've also noticed recently that with the discourse on transracialism and or relative to transgenderism, that doesn't, I'm sorry, am I going insane, or do British people have a completely different set of rules of grammar and sentence structure? This is a cognito hazard. Discourse on transracialism and or relative to transgenderism?
does not completely agree or is not.
Yeah, I know. I need to remember the fucking clock. Remember the clock. Remember the clock.
Completely obedient to that position.
Actually, sorry. I know how we can do this. I know how we can do this. 1 second. I know how we can fix this once and for all. Hold on a second. One moment, everybody. You're just going to have to give me just 1 second. I'll fix this. I'll make sure we don't make this mistake anymore. One moment. You'll just have to give me just one temporary moment. I won't make this mistake anymore. I'm so sorry. I need to remind myself. Here we go. All right, we go back here. Boop, 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 boop. Here we go. Now we most certainly will never forget. Everybody. All right, we're good. We're in the clear. There we go. All right, let's continue, everybody. We can continue as previously. Let's go.
One is automatically labeled some kind of phobia or exiled. Complete obedience and compliance is expected to the left's perspective on social issues and identities without...
By who? By who? What are you even talking about? Can I have a source? Can I have an example? Can I have even one example of complete obedience? Who's the authority that's demanding complete obedience? What are you talking about? What sort of fucking fantasy world do you live in? It's just like fucking 1984. This is, oh my God.
Question.
Being versus becoming has always been a hot topic in philosophy. Are you born a woman or do you become a woman? Simone de Beauvoir asked, and she said, you become one. Gender is a performance. You actually perform it every day. And Saraswati extended to race. One becomes white, one becomes black. It's a social construct, a performance. Now there's a big problem there. You can't compare the two. that would be very dishonest. We think that's wrong. The rules of gender and race are always changing. And given this, the question that really matters isn't whether individuals like Diallo and Krug are in fact black given our present rules of racial classification.
Notice that what she says on the bottom here, an incredibly, wait, hold on, I'm sorry, let me just go back here. So her commentary says, Alice proceeds to state that the transgenderism and transracialism cannot be compared because we just shouldn't. And then she goes on to give reasons why you shouldn't do that. And then she says an incredibly biased article written by 2 leftist academics is then used as evidence. The argument itself is poor and contradictory. Bitch, you really, really should not be calling anyone out for fucking poor and contradictory arguments. Like, it's literally the description of your video completely fucks you up on that front. Also, notice that the text that she puts on the screen is actively contradicted by what we hear and see.
We think that's wrong. The rules of gender and race are always changing. And given this, the question that really matters isn't whether individuals like Diallo and Krug are in fact black given our present rules of racial classification, but whether they should be, accepts the fact that what gender.
The argument tries to refute essentialism with essentialism. All black people across the world with their different cultures, interclass issues, and lives experience intergenerational inequalities and trauma, which transgender and queer individuals don't. What? That has nothing to do with what's being said here, and also isn't true. What society exists in the current world where trans people aren't subject to an insane amount of oh my God, no, we can't. We have to just move, we have to just keep going. We have to, we're never gonna get through this.
On the other hand, figuring out what a woman really is, or who really is black, leads us to argue in a essentialist framework. Basically, a woman is someone.
Also, who is this? What's this channel? This is her evidence. This is the first piece of evidence that we've actually received. Is this Alice Stevens? Is that who this is? Who is this? Does anybody know who this is? Does anybody know Alice Capel? Okay, so Alice Capel.
I want to start this video by showing you.
Alice Capel is like a 236 subscriber channel apparently, and did a video on this, and apparently that's the evidence that the online left, doesn't know anything about anything, apparently. This is literally, by the way, I just want you to note, this is the first example that we've been provided, and all that she's been able to do with this example is provide one person saying something that she doesn't like. She actively, Kidology, I should say, Kidology actively lies about what's going on in the clip with the subtitles, which is very manipulative. One of the authors of that article isn't even a leftist and is a reactionary. That article was written by Jessica Ann Krug. Jessica Ann Krug, or Cruz. It's not Krug, it's Cruz. But apparently it's Krug. It's apparently a right-winger. Okay. Whatever.
And a black person is someone with, I don't know, black skin. Stepping out of that essentialist framework allows us to take into account other elements, cultural, social, economic, that can help us understand who should be considered as a woman and who should be considered as black. In the case of blackness, inequality accumulates intergenerationally. In the US, sociologists point at weathering, inheritance gaps between black and white households as proof of that. Now, obviously, gender is not a historical.
I'm not doing this anymore, by the way. I'm not reading any more of the manipulative trash that Kidology writes on the bottom of these. This is just like the laziest and also most ineffective like manipulation tactic I can imagine. Who is gonna stop to read this shit? No one. This is just, it's ineffective. It's bad propaganda, but it is still propaganda.
Women, queer people, as a class of people, inherit a history of discrimination, but as an individual, they don't accumulate the consequences of the health and economic consequence of being a woman or trans or queer, if that makes sense. On the other hand, Black people, Asian people, people of color, in France we would be targeting maybe the grandkids, kids of African and Maghreb immigrants, do inherit it, both on a community and individual level. You know, if your great-grandparents, grandparents, parents have faced discrimination, you will inherit all that baggage. It's not the same for queer people, trans people, women, except if your great-grandparents, grandparents, and parents were openly queer. I'm sure some of you are thinking, this sounds like a dream. Well, I guess we'll end it here for today.
There is no need for explanation, for understanding, or for education. If you don't understand or are not willing to understand for reasons that may be completely personal to you, you are instinctively labeled and put into the same category as individuals whom we would call Nazis, fascists, alt-right individuals.
Maybe you are. You probably are put into groups called Nazis, fascists, etc. But people who don't understand don't behave like you. Kidology, you have just endlessly lied in this video. You have lied in defense of transphobes. Blatant lies. Lies that can be verified by fucking pausing the screen and reading what you said was said and seeing that that's not actually true. Like, maybe the reason you get called a fascist and a Nazi is because you go the extra mile. By the way, I'm gonna make the clock just a little bit bigger every single time that we get a sentence that just literally doesn't make any sense. When we get a sentence that is just grammatically and structurally bungled, I'm gonna make the clock just a little bit bigger.
Individuals. And in that, I believe, comes a form of laziness that is not at all conducive to doing good politics. Politics is not only action, politics is labor.
I understand that Twitter doesn't give a lot of room for nuance. I agree with this tweet. I want to add to it. My issue with the left isn't so much that they give brain dead advice. It's more like the left doesn't care to give much of any advice to young men specific to issues that matter to young men. It may seem kind
You know what this is? This is like the right. This is like the foot soldiers of the right. The little centrists with the fence jammed up their ass so far that it comes out their mouth, trying to be like, look, Vosh, see, we agree with you. You should be on our side. It's really unfortunate. It's really unfortunate that like within a week after this thing, basically the exact same thing that I said would happen from this stupid ass, bitch ass discourse is happening right now, which is that people who accepted right-wing framing allow for the right to immediately use this thing as an example of like the right eating itself, and that the left is actually definitely bad and hates men.
kind of like trivial, but I'm talking about like masculinity, dating, that kind of stuff.
Fought Knight says DramaMama just keeps predicting the future. The reason I predict the future is because I've lived 1,000 lives in the span of my own. I have seen 1,000 discourses rise and fall. I intricately understand the tactics of the right, and I know the types of things that they hunt for. I know the types of things that desperate propagandists will reach for. Also notice the subtitles on this. Vosh makes a brilliant point about this when talking about incels masculinity in the left. This is like and also links to the video. Literally, this is like a level of like dick sucking simpery that I can't even believe.
Stuff. Stuff like that is really important to young men.
Lucky
if
Spyro
that
Gal.
like, bothers you. If
Also, yes, I do want to point out, as Gayfesh says, he is not making the same point that Kidology is. However, the entire discourse was framed around the idea that the left is the reason that the right-wing MRA movement is successful, which is a fucking stupid idea, and accepting that premise fucked the discourse from the get-go. I truly just want you to understand that.
if it's frustrating that young guys are kind of like fixated on that, I'm sorry, that's literally just life, okay? And the left just doesn't see these issues as worthwhile, which is a bit frustrating because like there are experiences with like femininity and like youth, like for girls or whatever, that the left seems to care a little bit more about because it gets under discussed broadly. But what you have to understand is that if you want to sell an ideology, you can't only talk about the stuff that other parts of society aren't willing to talk about. You have to give a holistic social theory. If the left would just like take a deep breath and go, okay, we need to get guys to touch some grass and like be chill and not feel crazy insecure about how they are and their masculinity, blah, blah, blah. Like, we would have this in the bag, man. Look, all I'm saying is it's not a coincidence that historically speaking, the most successful leftist movements have had holistic messaging on gender and sexual ideology. Like, seriously, go to the Bolsheviks, go to the Maoists, go to the union trade workers and the anarchists of the early 20th century.
Okay, bro. Just... Yeah, bro. Yeah, totally. You know, I really think that Stalin had a great opinion when he talked about the need for the, patriarchal family. Whatever.
There was not this like aversion to masculinity or to like the promotion of male social spaces. Quite the opposite, because a lot of these movements were pretty sexist because it was 100 years ago. They were at least willing to talk about these issues. I don't know how any of this could have gotten done if there was this like tetchy unwillingness to appeal to these very basic drives for political belief.
No, we're not doing the discourse again. I won't. I just think that was a... Let's focus on the brain rot.
Idea that I hear a lot from the left of educate yourself or put in the labor for yourself, because emotional labor is not something that we are willing to do.
I can't stand people who call themselves leftists and do not understand that people do not want to do reproductive labor. Like, cooking is a whole arse thing, dude.
Is in no way
cited DJ Mule positively. She cited DJ Mule supportively. Oh! Oh! I can't even believe it. I want you to understand something, by the way. The only reason that this person knows about DJ Mule, by the way, is because of me. The only reason anyone knows about DJ Mule is because I was the one who took the fucking torch and decided to torch that guy to the goddamn ground. The only reason that guy even got 10 seconds of attention was because I pointed out how fucking full of shit he is. No. You can blame me all you want, but this is fantastic. There is nothing better than when my enemy cites someone that not only doesn't agree with them, but also is the stupidest person they could cite. Citing DJ Mule as a supportive source in your video means that you have lost. It is a, are you familiar with the concept of like a shibboleth? Does anybody know the concept of a shibboleth? A shibboleth is like it's like a custom or a principle, or it's like it's like in-group knowledge, basically. It's a thing that is it's a thing that like everyone in a particular group would understand. So for example, if you were a 90s kid, you almost certainly would understand what Pokemon is, okay? If you were if you were in America, you would understand what 9/11 never forget means, you know? It's basically it's like a public secret. It's like an in-group signifier, okay? It's a thing that tells other people that you are at least in some way in the know on something the rest of them are, okay? And DJ Mule, knowing that DJ Mule is a fucking joke, is a shibboleth of the online left. Everyone who isn't literally a part of DJ Mule's little clique will agree that DJ Mule is the dumbest motherfucker that has ever dared walk online. This bitch doesn't know she doesn't know that. So she's citing DJ Mule unironically without recognizing that it is an obvious dead giveaway that you do not know anything about the online left. You don't know anybody. You don't know anything about the history of this space. You don't understand anything. That's what that is right now. He's not representative. He's a sign of the times. If you're in the online left right now, basically every major online left content creator saw or reacted to or even made content about how atrocious that video was. It was one of the most disgusting and embarrassing, dishonest examples of like how to not do a video essay. It was a gigantic, ugly hit piece that only produced lies. And this fucking dumb centrist just used it as a positive citation. Incredible. Absolutely goddamn incredible.
Conducive to politics. No way conducive to good politics, because politics is work, especially in the work of trying to understand, of trying to put yourself into the shoes and perspective and world and traditions of another who is complete.
Also, it's really interesting. The citation that she just did of DJ Mule was talking about reproductive labor, in which he misquoted and completely misunderstood the concept of reproductive labor. She doesn't even know what he's talking about there. She just heard the word labor and she saw it from a leftist channel and she slapped it in there right next to Vosh. Hey, somebody, I know out in the comments right now, I know out in the chat right now that there are some Voshites there. You might want to let Vosh know that Kidology cited Vosh right next to DJ Mule, that she used Vosh and DJ Mule together to make an argument about how the left is focusing too much on trans issues. He might be a little concerned more about this video than. That was the one where he said reproductive labor was putting away, reproductive labor was not buying groceries. It was putting away groceries so that they don't spoil on the counter. That was what he was talking about, just so that we're 100% clear on that. Gayfesh, you think that she's trying to use DJ Mule as an example of a bad leftist? No, I don't think so. If we go back, she was talking about, she said that, that the left wants to put labor onto everybody else. And then she used an example of DJ Mule saying that it's normal to not want to do all the labor. She's saying that DJ Mule is agreeing with her. But let's find out.
Distinct from you, and it is difficult, but it is necessary in the interest of what I believe is the overarching idea.
Let me just explain the structure here. This is lazy politics versus labor. She just said just a few minutes ago that lefties do not want to do the labor of reaching out, okay? Here we go.
Because emotional labor is not something that we are willing to do.
I can't stand people who call themselves leftists and do not understand that people do not want to do reproductive labor. Like, cooking is a whole arse thing, dude.
Is in no way conducive.
Do you see? She's agreeing. She's using him as an example alongside Vosh of people who are calling out the left for not understanding that labor is supposedly hard. She is trying to point out that the left is lazy. She's trying to point out, she's using DJ Mule as a supportive clip.
To politics. no way conducive to good politics, because politics is work, especially in the work of trying to understand, of trying to put yourself into the shoes and perspective.
Politics is work, especially in the work of trying, especially in the work.
Trying to understand, of trying to put yourself into the shoes and perspective and world and traditions of another who is completely distinct from you. And it is difficult, but it is necessary in the interest of what I believe is...
Yep, it's clock time. The clock has to get a little bit bigger. That was a incomprehensible run-on sentence.
Overarching idea that the left has of social progress, of social betterment. And in all this, I do appreciate and I do believe quite strongly that the left has to work a lot harder than the right, because the right, ironically, has a lot of things in its favor, contrary to the left. And I think we can see that when we look at these two countering trends on YouTube.
Yes, hold on. Gila Monster's right. Yeah, everyone in chat is confused because the clip doesn't do what she seems to think it does. We know that because we analyzed, our community knows that because we analyzed the whole video. That's why I was saying it's like a shibboleth. She doesn't realize that DJ Mule isn't criticizing the left. He's trying to manipulate a message to shit on Xander Hall. She doesn't get it because she wasn't plugged in. She doesn't have the context because she's a fucking random centrist grifter smugly lecturing people on the left. That's why.
Videos titled Why I Left the Left versus videos titled Why I Left the Right. There are far more of the former relative to the latter. In fact,
No! That's because Why I Left the Left is an AstroTurf campaign. Obviously, there's no Why I Left the Right videos because the right was AstroTurfing. They were paying money to people. They were willing to pay people for their Why I Left the Left story. Obviously, there's going to be why I Left the Left videos by that specific title when you have a AstroTurf campaign by actual political operatives. How fucking stupid. Oh my dear God. This is gonna give me brain damage. It's got... Is that Ariel Scarcella in here? Is that what somebody said? Holy fucking shit. Holy shit!
I could only find one video by Hunter Avalon on Why I Left the Right. And that video was from quite a few years ago. And since then, I have really not seen any. And I would say that there are roughly 5 reasons.
Okay, everybody. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. This is the stupidest. Excuse me, but I couldn't help but notice that when I went on the internet and I searched anti-feminist M&Ms, that I didn't come up with fucking anything. Except for from the right. The left is interestingly completely silent on the issue of the man-phobic M&Ms, but the right is talking about it. Curious, isn't it?
Reasons for this. I'm particularly and specifically talking about the right as we see it in, again, North America and Northern Europe. The right is very good at playing into nostalgia. And I think this is because nostalgia is largely on the side of everything that the right stands for, namely patriotism, the idea of heroes, victors, namely victors of the North America.
Nostalgia? Okay, let me be 100% blunt with you. Nostalgia is the food of idiots and literal child-minded people. I'm not kidding you. Nostalgia, if you build your life around nostalgia, you spend your living, waking hours pining only for the things of the past, and usually for fucking consumerist garbage. Oh, I miss the old Coke. Remember when America was so good? Nostalgia is an embarrassing, nostalgia is arguably a nostalgia is arguably a symptom of the disease of our times because people have nothing to live for in the present. And so they obsess over the things that they remember from when they were kids. Oh, you know what's going to be amazing? You know what's going to be fucking incredible is when in 50 years from now, you're going to have a bunch of like old folks, like literally 80-year-old people going, I remember, don't you remember back in the good days when you could buy some, when you could go to the store and buy some Surge? Don't you guys remember the Tamagotchis? The days used to be so good. Where have we gone? Western democracy is in decline. You can't find a Tamagotchi anywhere these days. Jesus fucking Christ.
Americas and of Northern Europe, a past of tradition, of family values, of very clear identities and roles for individuals in society. And importantly, the past represents an idea that there was community and homogeneity, that there was trust.
A lie, by the way. This is, by the way, it's funny. What she is explaining right here, positively, mind you, is the palingenetic. It's the palingenetic nationalism is what it's called. I think is what it's called. Hold on, let me make sure I got the wording right. Yeah, the palingenic narrative or something along those lines. God damn it, I can't remember. Is that the word that I'm thinking of? Yeah, palingenetic ultra-nationalism. It is the idea that there was like a former great time that we have degenerated from, that there was a time in the past. It is literally a core of fascist messaging. The idea that we have declined, that there was a time when our bloodlines were pure, that our people were pious, that our women were beautiful and stayed in the kitchen. It is the palingenetic ultra-nationalism is the idea. It's like one of the core tenets of the definition of fascism.
Between governments and the people, that there was trust within communities and within households. It is clear to individuals, irrespective of what side of the political spectrum you are on, that trust among communities has dwindled, that trust between the elites, between the establishment and government and the people is non-existent, and that in our modern context, nobody is particularly happy, socially speaking. Secondly, I would say that, ironically, and this is very ironic, but the right has honesty. It really does. The right are very honest about being selfish.
Are you actually insane? Kidology, are you actually insane? You are talking about the party that from the office of the president pushed a completely false narrative, a narrative of completely and utterly debunked on every level about a stolen election, an election for a claim for which there is literally zero evidence. Every single case, even in courts that were under the oversight of a Trump appointee judge, every single court case found zero evidence of the so-called stolen election narrative. The big lie. Are you for fucking real? These are the people who spread COVID misinformation. Also, let's not forget that some of the biggest figures on the right are just you guys want to talk about fucking Jerry Falwell Jr.? Do you guys remember that guy? Jerry Falwell Jr., the leader of one of the most influential religious organizations in the world, a guy who was supposedly a Christian, who, as it has been widely exposed, while pretending to be a Christian, while teaching people to be good Christians, was fucking hookers, was doing drugs, was a fucking alcoholic, all behind the scenes, completely lied, cheating on his wife, all of that. And this guy was a Christian who would go around on lecturing tours telling people to be good Christians and vote for fucking Trump. You're gonna try and tell me that the Republicans, that the right has honesty on their side? Are you, I have to make the, I know this isn't the same thing, but the clock needs to be just a little bit bigger for this. That is one of the most idiotic statements I've ever heard in my entire life. A level of copium that is beyond belief.
About being prejudiced, about being individualistic, about not being very nice people. They are very honest about caring.
That's not true. They don't say that they're not nice people. The right constantly asserts that they're the nicest people around. Why do you think that America has this hyper-Christian, fake, obscene positivity at every angle? The right is constantly telling you, the left are scolds. They don't want you to be happy like we do. Have you ever listened to a right-winger ever? Or is this just endless, brainless propaganda for the right from a centrist, as always? Holy fuck. They hate being thought of as not nice. Also, you want to talk about more dishonesty? These motherfuckers lie. They made up the fucking groomer narrative. They made that up so that they could lie through a smiling face. We just want to protect children. Yeah, everybody, it's not about our pathological hatred of gay people. We just want to protect children. And then you get that Marjorie Taylor Greene ass fucking smile. Holy fuck. Oh yeah, just ignore Nuts. It's okay. Nuts doesn't know what he's talking about.
About homogeneity, about caring about the family, specifically their own family over that of everybody else's, of the idea that it is every man for himself, every woman for herself.
That's not what they say, though. That's not what they say at all. In fact, the right constantly opines about the collective church. They constantly opine about the nation. They don't believe that it's every man for himself or every woman for herself. They only say that when it's convenient for them. They only say that when they can shirk off the responsibilities that they have. They only use that to manipulate dumb pieces of shit like you.
Every family for itself. And when they are not honest, they're very good at co-opting religion in order to justify their actions.
Second. Danny, make sure timestamp 074052. This is going to be cut out real quick, okay? You could cut this right out just because I'm going to yell at Nuts for a second. Nuts, are you actually like, do you have like an audio processing disorder? Because when I say something like nostalgia is the food of an idiot and a child, that has nothing to do with the broad general sense of nostalgia, the feeling or the emotion that we were talking about nostalgia. I'm talking about nostalgia as an industry. I'm talking about the people who make 900 fucking Funko Pops about Star Wars per year to sell people who are literally gripping onto the past like it's a fucking, I don't know, teddy bear that is the last warmth that they have in their entire lives. I'm talking about people, I'm not talking about remembering a good time you had something. The context we were talking about specifically, you fucking dense piece of shit, is very specifically us talking about the fact that they're talking about nostalgia for a time that you didn't even live in. They're talking about nostalgia for the 1950s. They're talking about nostalgia for fucking an imagined past. Are you just like distant from this? Are you just looking for a fight? You should go to sleep. It's a very good idea. Leave it to Nuts to like say something so fucking bold and then without actually listening to what was said. It's bedtime, nap time. Okay, can we return to the React now? Danny, if you're still here, did you get my message about cutting this out? This does not need to be in the final cut. No, Danny, that would encourage him too much. The goal here was to discourage that type of behavior, not encourage. It's incredibly annoying to me when I make a point about something that's fairly obvious to like understand in the context of what I'm talking about, that I'm talking about people obsessively fueling their entire lives. I literally called it the food of idiots because it's what idiots eat all the time. They try to sustain themselves off of fucking nostalgia. They try to sustain themselves off of the things that they remember from their past that no longer exist. They can't make anything new. They can't embrace the future. Okay, thank you. Let's continue this video. It's making me rage. Let's continue.
Beliefs. With this, I'm talking about the more extreme tenets of the right, sort of the alt-right or the very traditionalist religious right, the ultra and orthodox right. And in this, they inevitably don't mince words. They're very upfront about what they are saying, and therefore the...
Have you ever talked to a Christian before? Christians say, hate the sin, not the sinner, when they absolutely hate the sinner, and their actions show that they hate the sinner. Christians are like the least honest people on the planet. This is just so ridiculous. This is just, this type of analysis can only come from someone who is completely detached from reality. If you have ever engaged with Christian fundamentalism, the idea that they are honest as they go around telling you that God told them to specifically start a mission to go and argue against evolution. You're telling me those types of people are honest? This is absurd. This is fucking absurd. No one believes this. I don't know who found this video useful, but it must just be like ASMR for the indoctrinated brain. You listen to a video like this and it makes you feel better because you hear words that you recognize in the correct basic structure. Tarpalicious says, I don't think she's ever actually been outside. She has a video about how she's been an incel for over 2 years. That's interesting. Let's go.
The message is very understandable, it's simple, it's easy, it's clean cut. And this is very interesting when it comes to something like racism.
If your takeaway from this is like, oh, well, look, actually, they're not that at all.
That's not what he said.
That's not what he said.
That's not what he said. That's not what that's just not what he said. He just said that the conversation was going well. He's not being yelled at. They're having opposing views, but they can talk to each other. Yeah, his views are fucked up, but they can talk. That's what a civil conversation is. Doesn't defeat the fact that he's not racist or he's racist.
You can have civil conversations with people who have the most abhorrent views. That's it. And you can talk to people who have views that are absolutely disgusting. Doesn't change the fact that it's a conversation.
I don't understand how this connects back. How does this connect back? Wait, for real? Hold on. Oh my God. Okay, we're adding this one. 8D5D2D Derek. Sorry, we have to make a small upgrade, everybody. I apologize, everyone. We have to do a very small upgrade to the stream. Applying the update right now. Hold on. Applying update. Give me just a second here. We have an upgrade. Okay, let me do this. All right. We're about to take this stream to the next level, okay? We're about to fucking upgrade this shit. Where is it? Here we go. We gotta go here. All right, hold on. Let me get it. Yeah, let's go, baby. Let's go. Let's do it.
And the civil one.
Yes, you started this video like, this guy's about to get a hate crime for the Vine. Here they are just talking kindly like, if you walk away and think that this is not the most racist, people can still look at this dude and say he's incredibly racist and they wouldn't be wrong.
Yeah.
I don't understand what this has to do with anything that we were talking about.
See the fact that they were able to talk about it.
Still civil.
Something you've proven to be incapable of.
I've heard numerous people who are, like me, an ethnic minority, saying that they actually prefer or miss the days when individuals who are racist would just say, I'm racist, I don't.
That's supposed to be an argument for the honesty of the right? Is that they're more willing to use hate speech? Is that really a point of honesty? Is that really what honesty means? Honesty is when you say racial slurs?
like you. I don't like you because you're an ethnic minority. I don't like black people. Relative to what we have today, which is very much a sort of racism that is under the radar, that is very difficult to detect or very difficult to make known. And I think this
That's called, by the way, the Southern Strategy. The Southern Strategy, which was implemented by the right. The right is the one that implemented the Southern Strategy. The right is the one that decided to start lying about their racism. You want to know why the left doesn't have to lie about racism? Because most of them aren't fucking deeply racist. Yes, there's certainly some racists on the left, no doubt. There are certainly some people who bear prejudices. But the right has a literal entire official party strategy by which they lie and obfuscate their racism. And here you are trying to say, oh yeah, the right is super honest. This is one of the dumbest arguments. Again, this is a DJ Mule tier video. Every single section of this has been fractally incorrect. Everything from manipulative editing, everything to literally lying to our face by putting up a source and then saying that it says something other than what it says. Everything from just god-awful arguments to literally unintelligible lines. Lines that are not written in a way that makes any sense.
This is where, on the left at least, we have fake allyship. We have an idea which I'm going to talk about shortly, which is about representing abstract people as opposed to representing people. And I think for a lot of people, especially myself, I find that when somebody is upfront about being racist, particularly in my country of origin, South Africa, it was actually kind of refreshing because I knew what was going on. I knew who liked me, who didn't like me. Whereas I find that in the UK, at least, especially among leftist or liberal-leaning circles, I'm quite paranoid, or more paranoid than I would otherwise be if things were just honest and clear.
So you're complaining that the left isn't racist enough to you? That's the argument that's me. I know what she's trying to say. I know she's trying here to make the argument that she feels like there is still racism on the left. But the argument that she's actually saying is that she wishes that more lefties would be racist to her. Which, sorry, but I can't deliver on that for you. I'm sorry, I can't. Sorry that too many of us are not actually racist for your liking. Yeah, also, people are noting in chat that she said we when referring to the left, but she has explicitly stated that she's not a leftist. And we all know she's not a leftist because she doesn't know anything that we're talking about, anything that's relevant in any of these spaces. This is just somebody who's looking for a quick fucking cash grab to make the right angry so that they nod along and go, look, even the centrists agree with this,
A cut.
I believe that when someone's like, I hate you, it feels more real than this.
Okay.
Maybe it's, I can understand that, you know, I can understand that that's black, that's me. I can understand that where black people has been in the world, that I can understand that, I can understand people hating me, and I'm like, okay, that's fair. I understand I can avoid that.
I always said this. I always knew where I stand with like folks who are on that end of the spectrum. So if they say I hate you, I'm like, cool, I'm kind of used to that. Like, I know where you stand. It's always been the people closer to me politically that always made me feel a little uneasy. And that's what this reminded me of. Oh, yes, black people were here. So, I don't think so, bitch. I don't think so.
White liberals and shit.
I don't think so. I don't believe you. Something about how quickly you locked the doors when I was walking by your car.
Yeah.
Something about it just didn't feel right.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's what this reminds me of.
And so in a weird sort of way, the right...
Hey, I love that the citation is just other people that she seems to like that say something somewhat similar to what she's saying. Like, there's nothing, this citation doesn't like present even like an experience. It's just two guys sort of riffing with each other and doing a bit about maybe some anecdotes. It's like, but that's her citations. These are her citations.
Honesty and frankness about where they stand is actually quite refreshing. Please do not misconstrue this as me saying that I condone or in any way support the racism of some factions of the far or alt-right. I most definitely do not in any way. I am just purely speaking from how I personally and how I have heard individuals from my sort of identity perspective responding to that relative.
Well, I can't speak to your identity perspective. Maybe they do believe the right is more honest because some of the right will use racial slurs. I don't imagine that many people would come to that conclusion. I think the conclusion that most of them would come to is that the right is more racist.
To responding to a different kind of racism that is quite prevalent, I would say, among, I would argue more so to be leftist spheres of life. People with good intentions, people who speak on behalf of minorities, etc.
Controversial opinion, but if you have a token white and you're hanging out with your friend group of color, you need to ask permission from everybody in the group to bring your white friend. Like, don't just bring them. Ask for explicit permission from everyone, because just because you're comfortable with them doesn't mean that everybody's comfortable with them. I might not be in the mood to deal with white shenanigans that day. That's all I'm saying. And another thing, it feeds into their ego. Like, don't let them think they're a good white person. Don't give them that card to use against other people. Please don't do that.
Wow, what a strange TikToker. I don't know what the point of that clip was, but wow, what a strange TikToker. What a strange TikToker with a very weird and socially inept message to say. Incredible. Wow, a TikToker having a incomprehensibly stupid take? Wow, who could have thought of that?
I think another thing which the right has in its favor, especially today, is that it accepts whiteness as an identity, as it is. That is, white.
It's about to get really bullshit. It's about to get really fucking bullshit in here. I know, I just know it's about to get really fucking weird in here. There we go. Oh.
Individuals who are on the right are not told that they must feel guilty. They are not told about their privilege. They are not told to check themselves or that they have all the power.
They're not told to stop saying racial slurs. They're not told to stop attempting to join the KKK. The right just has all of these advantages, you know? They just really, they accept whiteness as it is. They give you a clanhood themselves. Their wife made that. They had their wife made you that clanhood. Are you fucking, what? Obviously, the right is more accepting towards fucking white racial identity and white supremacy. That's their shit. Of course they are. What?
Their identity as a white individual who may be patriotic, who may be family and traditionally oriented, who may be heterosexual and happy in kind of very clearly defined gender roles, is seen as a good and
they actively discourage anyone who is different than that. No one on the fucking planet is saying that you're wrong for being your gender. No one is saying that you're wrong for being a member of a family. The right won't let you live any other way. They only accept that. Are you... Oh my God, I'm gonna melt. My brain is melting.
Thing.
My brain
and
is fucking melting.
I think especially for the large cohort of individuals whom the contemporary left in North America and in Northern Europe has neglected, namely the white working class, definitely find an identity and allegiance. Contemporary left in North America.
Sorry.
Is seen as a good and acceptable thing. And I think especially for the large cohort of individuals whom the contemporary left in North America and in Northern Europe has neglected, namely the white working class, definitely...
I'm sorry. Okay, hold on a second. This fucking content creator, Kidology, at the beginning of this video said that she included neoliberals and and liberals in general as a part of the left, the only working class people that the left and that neoliberals give a shit about is white working class people. All they talk about is the poor Rust Belt. What about the Rust Belt? 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 Again, fantasy world. She lives in a fantasy world in which all of the facts are all of the actual things that are verifiably true about the world, about Joe Biden campaigning on the white working class, about Hillary fucking Clinton pandering to the white working class, about literally every single politician pandering to the white working class to the exclusion of fucking anybody else. Is this absurd? Is this just, I mean, I just answered my own question. Fuck it.
Find an identity and allegiance in that with the right. And I think another thing that the right really has in its favor, at least in, again, I keep repeating, I'm speaking specifically about North America and Northern Europe, is that the right is very accepting of a diverse membership. And this is, again, truly ironic. When we look at the political spectrum and we look at that.
Is she going to talk about the Lincoln Log Republicans? Is she going to talk about the 5 guys, the 5 black guys that Donald Trump gave t-shirts to and paid them to stand in the front of all of his rallies, the black people for Trump? Yep, here we go. NPC moment incoming.
Which is designated to the right, from the center right to the ultra-orthodox right. There is a lot going on, and there is a lot of space for a lot of different identities. You can be conservative in values without being religious. You can be a conservative atheist. You can be a conservative...
For now. And that is not true, by the way. If you actually listen to the content created by religious right-wingers, they do not speak. Wait a minute. Hold on a second, everybody. We just did this the other day. Do you guys remember the video that we watched from Spencer Smith about Kanye West and Nick Fuentes? Do you remember the part where he got mad at them and said that he can't support either of them because they were Catholics? And then he said he really doesn't like Milo Yiannopoulos because he's a gay Catholic. Do you remember that? That's like about this. That is about the most representative example that you can get of the sort of like salt of the earth Republican content creator. Like Spencer Smith is like some random pastor who has managed to create a 100K YouTube channel, and he talks about how much he fucking hates Catholics all the time. Ben Shapiro constantly goes on rants about atheists. Fucking even, do you guys remember when fucking Dave Rubin converted to Christianity because he felt like because it's very obvious that he kept getting shit about being an atheist? This is just crock. What a absolute crock of shit.
Insofar as
absolute
how you organize
crock
your
of
finance.
Shit. Not realistic, not true. The right-wing movement in America is predominantly evangelical, and the evangelicals can't fucking stand the Catholics. They'll put aside their differences for exactly 1 minute when they all go to vote for Trump, and then they're plotting to kill the other group all the time. Literally purge them. Do you guys... A simple look into the history of how Catholics were treated in the United States will tell you everything you need to know about what the evangelicals have in plans for the Catholics. I'm not fucking kidding you. Evangelicals, I grew up in about the most fundamentalist evangelical group that you can imagine, and they fucking despised Catholics. They believed, unironically, that Catholics were not going to go to heaven. This is a demented video.
And your personal life, whilst being socially quite liberal. You can celebrate Christmas with your family, believe in the traditional family unit, be patriotic, whilst also being completely anti-establishment. There are vigilantes, there are libertarians, there is a whole situation going on there, and it is truly diverse and fascinating just from a political and theoretical
Hey guys, everybody, you want to know, it's really great. The right has such a great collection of people on it. You've got the Catholic pedophiles. You've got the Southern Baptist Convention pedophiles. You've got the Libertarian Free Market pedophiles. You've got the Matt Gaetz MAGA Republican pedophiles. We got them all, everybody. It's fantastic. And guess what? They all agree on child marriage. Can you believe that?
Theoretical perspective, but it also means that there's a lot of space for a lot of identities. And I think because the right and conservative thinking is very much about the family and tradition and also every individual for themselves, I think it works weirdly. And the right is a very mixed bag of identities, of individuals who are working class.
Why would you show this guy? Why would you show this guy and Jordan Peterson when you say working class? This guy is a literal quack, fucking miracle cure huckster. We've seen this guy's videos. His videos are full of his own homebrew miracle cures for cancer, his homebrew miracle cures for spinal pain, and then fucking Jordan Peterson, who is like the ivory tower of ivory towers, like one of the fucking loaded. He's not a working class guy. He's never worked an hourly job. That guy hasn't been salaried since he was fucking 25 years old. Hasn't been anything but salaried since he was 25 years old. What are you talking about? The conservatives have exactly one trans person that is allowed to speak, and it's Blair White. And all of Blair White's videos are about insulting other trans people. They allow fucking 2 black people to speak. Are you... Like, this is just, again, just complete alternate reality. The right does not have a diverse front. There is no evidence for that. It flies in the face of it. You guys want to go look at a picture from CPAC? You're going to see 100% straight white faces, and then you're going to see one guy who's Greek that every single Republican gives the side eye to because they can't tell if he's mixed race or not. That's the Republicans' idea of diversity.
To the ultra rich. And this is truly exceptional and very interesting to see, especially in our day and age. And I think adding on to this, another reason why the right is at an advantage relative to the left today, I would say, is because of populism.
Il punto è che io credo in una società nella quale ad ogni scelta che fai corrispondono delle conseguenze e te ne assumi la responsabilità. Io rifiuto una società nella quale ogni desiderio diventa un diritto, ogni capriccio diventa un diritto, nella quale non ho responsabilità, ho solo diritti. Lo rifiuto, è sbagliato.
Right-wing populism continually and repeatedly outperforms left-wing populism.
When you definitely give a shit about the left doing better, and so you just use an example of a literal fascist giving it an absolutely insane Hitler-esque speech, and you're like, yeah, look, the right is doing such a good job. You should detest that. But of course, I don't have any faith in your analytic capabilities.
In North America and in Northern Europe. That is within the most advanced modern societies. And I think this has a lot to do with our history of neoliberalism relative to that of, say, Latin America or Southern Europe. Right-wing populists overwhelmingly reject neoliberal economic principles and overwhelmingly...
They don't. No, they fucking don't. That is such a baby-brained analysis. They don't do that. Every single right-wing populist figure is a fucking factory owner or an heir. None of them do. Donald Trump is the right-wing populist of America. Donald Trump was the heir of a fucking mega fortune, of a real estate landlord mega fortune. Donald Trump was as close to an American fucking prince as you can get. He inherited a fuckload of land and used it to his advantage. You don't know what you're talking about. You are full of shit. Every single motherfucking claim in this goddamn video has been fucking fraudulent to its core. Every single leader of these stupid fucking movements are a bunch of fucking corporation-owning freaks. They don't reject neoliberalism. They reject the word neoliberalism because they have an allergic reaction to the word liberal.
reject the establishment and elites.
They don't reject the establishment and they don't reject the elites. When they say elites, they mean Jewish people. That's what they're doing. They're hiding their JQ. It's fucked up. Why would you ever provide cover for this if you're a so-called centrist? Dishonest and stupid.
Yet on the other hand, they overwhelmingly, as I've described, embrace right-wing social trends and principles of homogeneity, of anti-immigration, of the family, of tradition, nostalgia. And this most definitely, I think, contributes to the diversity of the right. Contrary to what, on the other hand, is, relatively speaking, the lack of diversity on the left. Because on the left, you
fucking unbelievable. I need to make it larger. The clock must spin larger.
Can't be a progressive whilst also simultaneously critiquing the left. You are not deemed a proper leftist if you are, for instance, pro-capitalism, but anti-neo.
Obviously! What do you think leftism means? Leftism isn't just your fucking clock. It's not just your fucked up spatial awareness clock. The left is, the whole thing of the left is that is almost to its core a rejection of capitalism. The left-wing movement, the modern left-wing movement, although yes, it did start against monarchy in its absolute core, the modern left movement almost all stems from some version of Marxism. All of it. Of course, if you don't reject capitalism, people are not going to take you seriously as a leftist. Of course. That's like saying, what? You won't accept me as a leftist just because I'm a Nazi? It's fucking stupid.
Liberalism. You can't be considered a leftist if you are gay, if you are a lesbian, but you are also living a very conservative kind of life or vote for a conservative candidate.
You can't be considered a leftist if you're gay, but you're a conservative. What? Am I the one? Somebody let me draw a clock. I think I'm beginning to suspect that perhaps I am the one who's going insane. Maybe there is nobody called Kidology. Maybe I invented Kidology. Is this real? Somebody help me. Help!
There is far more rigid criteria in place for why and how you can be a leftist relative to that of being on the right. And this increasingly is something that is in the favor of the right relative to the modern left. And I think in this, the left is also not as appreciative of the multifaceted and diverse nature of the right, because traditionally being on the right was very simply defined. It was a very simple label. But I think increasingly as modernity hits the right, things have inevitably changed. Our social world has changed. Religion doesn't hold as key a position in society. Conventional identities are no longer just accepted as the standard. And
the reason why, by the way, that religion doesn't have as much of a key influence in society is because over the course of time, people with anyone with the smallest grasp of liberation has fought tooth and nail against the primacy of the church, because the primacy of the church led us into a 1,000-year fucking dark age in which nothing could proceed because the church believed that science and knowledge was fucking antithetical to existence. That's why the church isn't as key. But you might notice that there are a whole bunch of people on the right who unironically identify as fucking theocrats, Christian dominionists, Christian nationalists. These people want to bring that back. Are you... No, I can't do this. Let's continue, please, God.
Many
Oh my
on the
God.
right are appreciative of this, but ultimately still remain conservative, even if it is conservative with a small c. So with that in mind, I would like in the next part of this video to speak about some of the things I've noticed, particularly with the online left and online left-leaning video essayists and debaters. And these are things which I notice, which I think undermine the left and undermine the appeal of the left to a broader audience that I think ultimately the left is trying to attract, but is I think failing to because of a lot of the things which I have said above, especially about why I think people are leaving the left. The online left is
evidence, please. Please show that the people are leaving the left. Let's see it. Let's see the actual evidence, besides you just doing a YouTube search for why I left the left, which is a popular fucking AstroTurf campaign. Please, let's see some evidence.
Very interesting. I don't think that they have a lot of power now, but I think increasingly as generations to come are socialized more and more so by the internet and online relative to by their families, their parents, their teachers and peers, we are going to see online leftists and the online left gaining more clout and more influence over an audience. And so I think it's important to talk about these things and to
So wait, hold on, I'm sorry.
By their families, their parents, their teachers and peers. We are going to see online leftists and the online left gaining more clout and more influence over an
So the left is shrinking, but the left is also growing. How curious. Looks like that clock needs to grow a little bit bigger. Sorry, I need to apply something to this clock real quick. Hold on, everybody. We won't be able to continue this unless... Hold on. How do I do this? How do I change the opacity of this thing? We need it to be less, we need the opacity to go down. How do I change this? Properties. Oh, that's not right. I need to make sure that we can continue this, everybody. Where's my fucking opacity? Yes, yes. Oh wait, we can just do it like this. Okay, hold on a second, hold on a second. There we go. All right, now we can continue. Wait, is this way better or was the other one? Was the turning the chroma down or is this better? Is it better with the white or is it better just without? The other one? Okay. Okay, I'll do the other one then. All right, we'll fix that. Hold on, I'll fix it. This is, see, we're democratic here, everybody. We're very democratic. There we go, everybody. Let's continue, everyone. Let's continue.
Audience. And so I think it's important to talk about these things and to reckon with these things rather than just going along with them, because I think critique is important for anybody and for everybody in order to engage in discourse and in order to grow or to evolve. I would say the first thing that I've noticed about the online left is that it is incredibly cliquey.
Today we are going to be talking about the creepy Balenciaga photo shoot you may have heard of, how I helped accidentally kick off Balenciaga Gate, the bizarre defenses of the photo shoot, and how
Bazinga!
Hey, what the heck's going on here? Why'd my... Why'd my audio stop?
about this is that
There we
this
go.
tweet came from a YouTuber.
I accidentally hit my mute button. Here we go, everybody. Here we go.
incredibly cliquey.
Today we are going to be talking about the creepy Balenciaga photo shoot you may have heard of, how I helped accidentally kick off Balenciaga Gate, the bizarre defenses of the photo shoot, and how I lost friends over it. No, I'm not joking. The worst part about this is that this tweet came from a YouTuber who I've been friends with for years. Why is this person, who I thought was my friend, doing this unhinged Stretch Armstrong reach to imply I am responsible for the murder of LGBT people? This isn't how you would treat a friend. This isn't criticism. This isn't a joke. This is disgusting. Maybe.
Now, for those of you who don't know, although I'm sure everyone here has already heard about it, this is what we like to call a big fat fucking lie from Shoe on Head. Shoe on Head not only completely mischaracterizing what was said by Xander Hall, but also completely mischaracterizing the entire circumstance. Shoe on Head was reached out to by multiple people about the fact that she was propagating a fucking goddamn deranged lie-filled conspiracy theory with no evidence, and that it was directly leading to people in her comments, and not just people in her comments, I'm talking mutuals of hers, to literally say that gay people need to be killed. And you know what's funny? I did an entire goddamn video on it. And you want to know who else did a goddamn video on it? Vosh. And you want to know who else did a goddamn video on it? Xander Hall. In fact, we've all debunked the shit out of her stupid bullshit. This video was a goddamn lie, and if you don't believe me, please just search my name with Shoe on Head and feel free to pick any of them, and you will discover how deeply this fucking statement was a lie. But you know what I love? Name a better combination than centrists and conveniently believing the first thing that they see on the internet that agrees with them without ever doing any investigation. I bet this stupid fuck doesn't even know who Shoe on Head is talking about here. But once again, what do I expect from fucking Clock Lady?
Maybe this is karma, because I've dropped friends over politics before. Because honestly, I can't find any other explanation for this.
In this day and age, I would say that the alt-right clique, which we see online, doesn't really have to do much in appealing to new followers. And this is largely because they
You don't think that Nick Fuentes constantly trying to go on popular people's shows and actively recruit more people to the far right doesn't have anything to do with new followers? All right, Clock gets a little bigger. Clock has to get a little bigger.
There is, as I said, so much infighting among the left, and because the online left is very extreme in its opinions and is often then seen or caricatured as representing the entirety of the left. And
it's really funny that she says in the same sentence as the alt-right that the online left is seen as extreme in their opinions. Wasn't she just talking about how she appreciates that the alt-right will use racial slurs and just be openly racist? Don't you think that it's a bit weird to say that the online left is extreme when you were just talking about how you appreciate that fact about that particular fact about the online alt-right? What this entire video is just a gigantic mess. A delusional, a completely inconsistent, none of the thoughts actually link together. It is just word salad brain soup.
Very easy to do this when there is, as I said, so much infighting, and when the left really doesn't have a homogenous or very clear-cut identity relative to the right, even in all its multifaceted glory. So the cliquiness of the online left is not actually to its advantage. In fact, I think it just feeds into a lot of the infighting that we see in the generic left in North America and in Northern Europe. Because I think what is interesting is that when we look at
oh yeah, you know, the right doesn't have any cliques. The right doesn't have any cliques. The right only has one faction. There's no alt-right, there's no alt-light, there's no groypers, there's definitely no NRX people, no neo-reactionaries. You don't got any Nazbols over there. No, you don't got those. You don't got the Jackson Hinkle types. Well, I already said Nazbols, so sorry about that. I don't want to repeat myself twice. You don't got the Catholics. You don't got the evangelicals. You definitely don't have the Lincoln Log Republicans, the Black Republicans for Christ, the Lincoln Log Republicans for Christ, the Republican New True Republican Party for Trump. You definitely don't have the rhinos and the MAGAs. You definitely don't have the ultra MAGAs. Yeah, none of those things exist. They're all just one big happy family, everybody.
At alt-right cliques such as that of Ben
Oh
Shapiro.
yeah, sorry, how could I forget the neocons, the paleocons, the Freedom Caucus, QAnon,
and Jordan Peterson, Candace Owens, Matt Walsh, etc. Their allegiance is very much a political one. They are political.
Yes, exactly. As AKA large number in chat says, wasn't Shu the one who was being cliquey because she refused to accept any criticism from her friend group based on her involvement in that clique? Yeah, it's very interesting, isn't it? It's super interesting that if you even think about the things that are on the screen for 1 second, they just dissolve like fucking aging paint.
Collaborators. They are trying to politically influence and to make money. They are trying to spread a particular social, political.
All the people pictured there all work for the same show.
Economic message. They are in allegiance because there is some kind of self-interest, some kind of overall interest for them and for the brand that is, say, the Daily Wire. With the online left, however,
stupid.
Their allegiance and their collaboration is not one that is sort of a higher purpose. It's about friendship. People who collaborate on YouTube on the left are friends, and a lot of their collaboration is based on their friendship, or the drama surrounding that friendship is based on personal things that then get exposed in DMs, in conversations that they have together. It's all very much based on friendship.
Hey, don't you guys remember? Wait a minute. Hold on a second. I'm remembering something. Hold on a second. I'm remembering something. Remember when Milo Yiannopoulos was going around leaking the DMs of every other person, including basically every major right-wing figure? Oh, yeah. Oh, remember when Alex Jones was like, everybody was turning on Alex Jones because he had Kanye on and Kanye did some Nazi shit, except for the actual right-wing, like, rank and file, and all those people were like super good for it. Remember when, you guys remember when like there was all that beef with Tim Pool and all those people started calling Tim Pool an idiot and turning on him immediately because he didn't do exactly what they wanted at any given moment, because he didn't roll over for Nick Fuentes and Kanye West? You guys remember that shit? Nah, I must have been making that all up, right? They don't ever do this shit. Nobody ever does this. Guys, let me just be really clear about something, okay? Cliques are always going to exist. Humans make friends. Humans have affinity for their friends. There will always be cliques and friend groups. Yes, extreme forms of cliquiness is not good, but humans make friends generally. This is always going to be true about every single movement. But you want to know what's interesting? On the left, friends are a little more willing to fight. And the reason why they're a little more willing to fight is because we're not all fighting for the divine right of God, which will determine who gets to purge who. Of course conservatives fall in line when the big dog barks. Of course they do. They are hierarchalists. And guess what? They quibble all the rest of the time. Every single day, they are shitting on each other. They are trying to cut each other's throats. And then when the big dog barks, they go, okay, we need to do this for God. And then we'll get those dirty Catholics. That's what they do every single fucking time. And guess what? It doesn't produce a good world, okay? Their way of doing things doesn't produce a good world. It produces a world of perpetual murder and purging. It sucks. They had to do, no, it was 18, wasn't it? They had to do fucking 18 votes to confirm the Speaker of the House. That hasn't happened to Democrats. That hasn't happened to the left. Stupid.
Friendships ending or being created. And I think with anything that involves friendship, it's very hard, at least contemporarily, to go against your friends or to...
Did she make this? Danny Gonzalez is not a leftist content. This is so nonsense. Sorry, the fucking thing has to be bigger. We have to make the clock even larger. Who are these people? We got FD Signifier, T1J, I recognize them. Fab Socialism, Tara Mookney, there's a Noah Sampson, Alice Capel, Ro Ramden. Okay, Ro Ramden is a local creator who occasionally does politics, but mostly does comedy. Mr. Beard, Jarvis Johnson, Anna Marie Forcino, Sam, what is this? Is Danny Gonzalez a leftist? Danny Gonzalez is a goofball comedy poster. Is he a leftist? Who's Chad? The footnote says, online streamers have their own friendships and foes. It was too complicated for me to follow. I don't watch streams that much. However, friendships and fighting typically revolves around Hassan, Vosh, Shoeonhead, and Xanderhall as of late. So, I'm sorry, let me just be clear about this. This was too complicated for me to follow, yes. Why didn't you just put that at the beginning? All of this was too complicated for you to follow. You should not have made a video on it.
To critique and criticize your friends. There is no room, space, or time for a critique of ideas and positions when there is only really time for friendship. There's no potential for ideas to evolve, to be rectified, to be...
Oh yeah, by the way, this is the bankrupt nature. This is the emotional bankruptcy of centrism. This is where you get, at the same time as saying, well, you know, the left just won't accept anybody. And then at the same time, in the same fucking video, arguing that the left has no time for ideas because they're too busy making friends. Which one is it? Is the left incapable of making friends, or are they all friends to the degree that they can't think about anything? The bankruptcy of the right, the bankruptcy of the centrists, is that they don't even realize the value of friendship. They don't even know what it is. This fucking incel, this self-admitted fucking incel who hasn't gone outside in 10 years or whatever her stupid claim is, probably doesn't even know what it means to have a friend. Yeah, this is straight up. I'm sorry, I gotta play this real quick. It's literally this.
Dude. Those guys are sharp as nails up there. You can't put anything past them. Oh my God, dude, I'm freaking out. I am so stressed out. I feel like I'm having a panic attack.
You want to talk about stress? You want to talk about stress? Okay? I've stumbled onto a major company conspiracy, Mac. How about that for stress?
There you go. There you go. Straight up.
Discussed, to be rediscussed. When I watch left-leaning YouTubers who collaborate with each other, it's all laughing, it's all fun, it's all laughing at the other side, at something stupid that the right has done, etc. There's hardly any real hard-hitting discussions about ideas on the left, about...
My source is that I made it the fuck up.
Bro, tune into one of my fucking call-in streams, you dumb idiot. Not just that, tune into any of the debate panels that have ever gone on. Tune into fucking anything. What about the times that lefties come together to raise fucking thousands of dollars to help a comrade, huh? How about that, you fucking idiot? You're a clown. You don't know anything that you're talking about. This is low-tier fucking propaganda, and nobody but your fucking hog-like followers are gonna eat up this slop. This is pathetic, and you should be ashamed of yourself.
Macroeconomics about...
Yeah, she literally just admitted on that last image that she can't pay attention to streamers because they're too complicated. How stupid can you be? One of the things that I love most about fucking right-wing centrist types is that they absolutely love, fucking love to treat their audience like the stupidest motherfuckers. I will say that. I guess maybe, just like she said earlier about racists being refreshing to her, I will say that it is very refreshing to see how, with what disdain right-wing and centrist creators treat their audience. They really do think that their audience are pigs. They don't believe that they can think. They think that they can just write a footnote and that'll just paper over any fucking critical thought going on. Maybe sometimes they're right. Maybe conservatives just really are that dumb. But I like to think that a lot of them get tired of it. A lot of them see that the absolute hatred and disdain that these people give to them.
Macro politics about the world and society and the place of the left within it. What can be done about the current state of the world, the current situation that we find ourselves in? The clique serves nobody but the individuals involved when it comes to the left. Relative to the alt-right clique, the most notable...
Name one. Name one clique. Accurately outline one clique. Do it.
One of the Daily Wire. It is a clique that has significance, that goes way beyond its members.
Groypers, alt-right, evangelists, fundamentalists, paleocons, Lincoln Log Republicans, blacks for Trump. Let's name another one. Did I say Groypers already? NRX, the Tea Party movement. Let's see. Who else can I name? She already said the Daily Wire. And then there is the Alex Jones InfoWars clique. There's like 100 of them. TERFs, America First, fucking LGB Alliance. There's like 100,000 of them. The NRA, the HOTEPs, QAnoners, Nixium.
If you replaced any one of them with somebody else, the clique would still be there. It would still hold because it has an overarching purpose. You could replace Ben Shapiro with any Tom, Dick, or Harry. It doesn't matter. Candace Owens could be booted out and they could get another Candace. It would be fine.
Are you aiming for that spot? Is that the spot you're aiming for?
Fine. It would still exist. The same cannot be said for the left. Now, this relates directly to what I said about political dogma and also about the convenience of, I think, lazy argumentation that the left is particularly susceptible to. Now, when I say this, I'm in no way saying that, contrary to the right, the left is lazy. Oh, no, not at all. I think that it's just that what I said about the left having potential, particularly insofar as historically, the left has rarely been all about labor. And I don't mean labor as in the political sense or the political word and connotation of labor. I mean true labor. The left has worked throughout history,
Clock is getting bigger,
hard and brutally, and it has produced the most exceptional things, the most exceptional inventions, the most exceptional structures, architecture, things that we take for granted in the world are down to just the common man and woman laboring. And so I'm in no way saying that the right isn't lazy. I just think that, ironically, a lot more things are to the right's advantage, and that is just an example of how particular politics is just that. It's politics, it's contradictory, it's unfair, and we have to accept it and work with it and go with it. And I think that this particular issue is one in which the left really...
Chalk Homo Sapien asks, what does the clock meme refer to? Having someone draw a clock is often a low-level diagnostic tool used by doctors to tell if somebody has particular types of dementia. It is often common with things like encephalitis, dementia, even Alzheimer's, that your brain's ability to it's called spatial neglect is what it's called. You stop being able to actually process mentally where things are supposed to be in relation to each other. So when people draw the clock, they often look just like this one. Now this one is directly a reference to a scene talking about this exact specific thing in the pop TV show Hannibal. That's where this specific clock comes from. But that it's generally a reference to the mind-melting situation that we all find ourselves in. And the clock grows bigger the more insane that this video gets. There you go. Let's continue.
Does not fare well in, and increasingly will not. The left used to be on the side of the working class, specifically the white working class. Something pivotal happened.
The left being on the side of the white working class, by the way, is what killed the leftist labor movements in America. Leftist labor movements were completely incapable of grappling with the disgusting racism, and that was used to undermine almost every labor movement in America. You do not know labor history, don't fucking talk about labor history. This is so uneducated, it's unbelievable.
In the 1980s, I think a lot of
Nuts says, okay, I hate this framing. She's literally just saying that the left needs to care more about white people. Yes, this is what centrists do. Centrists are always end up just being propagandists for the right. They always do. Because to be a centrist, you have to be a complete and utter dupe. And so the truth is that most centrists are just dishonest. They take the centrist position because they believe they can act as basically a pipeline to pull people to the far right. They can lie to your face while being a centrist and appealing to you emotionally.
Things that we can reference back to really stems from the 1980s, from the governments of Margaret Thatcher and Ronald Reagan. But in short, the left didn't put up any opposition and ultimately actually just accepted and consolidated the neoliberal policies and initiatives.
What? No, they didn't. Margaret Thatcher crushed unions. Margaret Thatcher used the military to crush unions. They were crushed. The left was crushed, and liberals stood by and looked the other way. The reason why neoliberalism won is because neoliberals looked the other way while Margaret Thatcher and Ronald Reagan completely demolished labor rights. Ronald Reagan pushed through reforms that have made it impossible to restructure any sort of labor movement in the United States. Margaret Thatcher aggressively and militarily crushed strikes. This is so wrong. This is like the point of the video where it's not just a matter of opinion. This is factually incorrect. Just factually on every single level, completely wrong, verifiably incorrect.
Of the Thatcher and Reagan governments. We have seen the rise of the New Left or New Labour in the UK and very much a sort of new rebranding of the left. But it is a rebranding that is very ambiguous and very much lacking in identity, something I will get to shortly. But I think in this, as I said, the left seems to be drawn to micro issues as opposed to macro issues. And I think the most obvious micro issue that the left is very, very much drawn to, especially younger members of the left, is transgender rights
people.
And transgender.
Who could have seen that coming? Who could have seen that the lady who spent the entire first third of the video hardcore dick sucking all of the TERFs was gonna bring up that trans people are the problem? Oh, I'm fucking sorry. I'm sorry that I'm in your way, you fucking ghoul.
Issues. And I think in this, the left has very much left or just abandoned
No, never mind. I don't care. Not worth my time. Let's go.
The white working class, who tend to be very traditionalist, who tend to be patriotic, who tend to have lower levels of education than the, I would say, the new left perspective and new leftists, who have had their identity since the 1980s virtually ripped from them after the demise of trade unions and unionism, of manual labor, of communities very much based in the working class ethic, in the labor ethic. And the same...
Sorry, one other thing. How the fuck are you supposed to have a labor movement when we don't even have a traditional labor market anymore? You can't have a labor movement that looks exactly the same as the past when people don't work in those types of industries anymore. The gig economy is growing more and more and has been for fucking years. The labor market does not look anything like it did in the 1980s. Of course that movement disappeared. Not only was it crushed into the ground by some of the dirtiest political moves you can imagine, but also the world isn't the same. The modern labor movement is not going to look the same. Fucking everybody does their job remotely now. Nobody shares a workplace with anybody else, or at least a lot of people don't anymore. Yeah, these modern leftists, all these modern leftists, what happened to the piano tuners union? Maybe not many people own grand pianos anymore. Maybe the profession of piano tuning is not exactly as big or as popular as it used to be because the only people who have like a fucking piano that needs to be tuned is like a school or a fucking rich person. And so, yeah.
Can most definitely be said for, I would say.
Yeah, what happened to the horseshoe makers union? What? The left has completely failed. They should have rallied the power of the horseshoe makers union.
Say the North Americas, specifically the US.
Where in the world is this possible? Because I would like to go there and contribute.
Well, shit, fire, and save matches. Somebody woke up on the wrong side of the bed today. Seems like she's wanting to go back to the 1700s where everybody was just mean to everybody else. Honey, if you want to go somewhere where you want to contribute to that little factor, why don't you come on down to the South? You know, I mean, because apparently we're racist towards everybody. And we don't pop nobody for being racist towards anybody else. That's a myth. You know, you'd be safe. You'd be fine. I'm sure you'd make it. Down the block, but that's besides the point. I mean, if you want to come down here and try it, you're more than welcome.
And so as the left
Why is this clip in here? Why is it a race? Why is this clip of a random TikTok lady being weirdly inflammatory and racist towards white people? I guess racist, discriminatory towards white people. Why is this, and then a random Southern lady saying you should come down here and try that, implying because you'll get killed? Why is this in this video? Why?
Occupies itself with micro issues, we have a bit of a conundrum. And the conundrum is that the modern left does not seem willing or wanting to in any way engage with trying to understand the perspective of those whom the left has now left behind since the 1980s. Nor does it seem willing to appreciate that the majority of people in the world are far more concerned with macro issues when we are talking about politics, or with
No, they're fucking not. The majority of people are not concerned with fucking macro issues. What are you fucking talking about? What does any of this mean? This is all completely vague, meaningless shit. Who are the people who are being left behind? The shoemakers union? What are you talking about? Unions, there are still a couple of unions that are going strong in America. Those are doing just fine. They're well connected among the left. And secondly, what macro issues are you talking about? Do you think that the macro issue of the invasion of the southern border, a completely made up thing, is like you think that's a macro issue? You think that's a fucking macro issue? You think that conservatives obsessing over trans people is like a macro issue, but for some reason the left responding to it is a micro issue? What are you fucking talking about? Absolutely full of shit.
With their own individual issues.
I know, everybody keeps telling me to stop expecting this to make sense, but I have to, right? I have to keep trying because we've invested this far, right? Right? Maybe I should just copy more of these, maybe I should just copy paste more clocks and we should just fill the screen with clocks and I can run out the playtime of this. It's not my fault that this person made a video that is so full of lies that it fucking rivals DJ Mule. I'm making a second clock. We have 2 clocks now. Let's go.
Namely that of their families. And the left, rather than trying to understand this, trying to engage with this particular demographic, which it has historically now left behind, instead tends to just label these individuals as racists, as bigots, as transphobes, as all of these sort of phobias, which is why I say that the left has this issue of calling everyone, everywhere, anywhere, some kind of phobia, some kind of issue. And in that, not having to deal with that issue, not having
So it's a phobia or some kind of issue. Do you understand how nonsensical that is? That doesn't even, again, clocks are getting bigger. Clocks are getting bigger. Nonsense detected. Clocks getting larger.
Having to do the labor to try and understand where somebody or some groups are coming from. Hello, editing me once again. Since the arrest of Andrew Tate, I have been thinking about this quite thoroughly. On Twitter and on YouTube, it is very apparent that the left doesn't know how to talk about masculinity, nor to give masculinity a positive voice. And I think this not knowing how to talk about masculinity stems from the fear, the very modern fear of masculinity among the left, particularly stemming from feminism and feminist rhetoric. And don't come after me, I am a feminist. But there are very important things to consider when it comes to feminism and it comes to the online left's fixation with, as I said, micro issues such as those that I have referenced, or reducing everything to systematic
micro issues. You have mentioned exactly one micro issue this entire time, one micro issue, and it's trans people. We get it. You don't like trans people. We get it. You think that trans people are in the way and that trans people should get out of the way. Please shut the fuck up.
factors, such as being the issue of capitalism, being the issue of patriarchy, being the issue of racism.
Oh yeah, guys. Oh yeah, the left never talks about capitalism. It's not literally a meme that every single leftist video essay is about how Disney is capitalist. It's literally, that's like the right-wing meme. They're like, hey everybody, I just came out with my new video essay about how SpongeBob is capitalist. That's literally a right-wing meme. What are you fucking talking about? It's like, all we fucking talk about is capitalism. On this stream, all we fucking talk about is capitalism. What the fuck? Just, you cannot be more wrong and dishonest
which
than
are
this.
well
I'm
and
adding a
good in
third clock.
theoretical terms, but when it comes to individuals navigating their lives day to day nonchalantly, these theoretical terms and notions of systemic issues or micro issues are pretty inane. Contrary to the online left, the rhetoric of reactionaries or essentialist ideas about the world are very accessible. They're also pretty welcoming, and they address something that I think we can see most definitely with modern masculinity, that of great neglect of men and modern men and socializing and the socialization of modern men, mutual respect for the concerns and issues surrounding and involving men, tolerance and understanding for masculinity and men growing up in this world, as well as anxiety. Examples such as Andrew Tate are interesting instances of how reactionary politics can offer practical responses to the cost of living, to masculinity, to a society which fixates on appearances, on the physical, on sex, to globalization, to multiculturalism, especially for those who are increasingly being
Just a cascade, just, it's like somebody is dumping fucking like fruit salad. You're drowning in it. Just every buzzword, none of it makes any sense. We're fucking drowning.
Left behind and ignored, not just by society in general, but
somebody in chat, Icalo says, I wonder if she'll respond to this response. There's a chance. She does seem like the type who would respond to a response, but if she does, she's just gonna say that I'm mad and loud and uppity all the entire time, and then she's gonna try and say that I'm racist because I said, she's gonna try and say that I'm racist because I said that it seems like she's trying to be the new Candace Owens when she said that Candace Owens, remember that she said that Candace Owens was a replaceable cog. And then I said, well, are you trying to replace her? She's gonna say I'm racist for that. 100%, I'd be willing to put money on it.
Specifically by the left. Reactionary politics is very good at framing itself as being there in order to help people, as well as attracting those who
and it's funny, she'll cut this part out. She'll watch this part if she does a response, which she might, I don't know, she might not. But if she does a response, she'll watch this part and she'll cut this part out. So it looks like, you know, to her dumbass audience, they'll just be like, wow, how could, so much for the tolerant left, am I right?
With their message without actually being hateful, bad people, racist people, whatever phobia people themselves, who otherwise feel neglected, ignored, and as if their life is not going anywhere.
Prince Petty says, the fact that you think that she would call you racist says more about you than her. What's it say about me? Can you tell me can you explain that to me, Prince Petty? What's that supposed to say? What does that say about me? I want to understand your line of judgment there. I feel like you might have said that without actually thinking what it meant, but I want to know what you think it says about me.
We are living in a loneliness epidemic, and the unaliving rates for men are exponentially higher than that of women. Generically, the online left doesn't speak about this, nor acknowledges that this is even happening. So when reactionaries have the language of taking back control, sovereignty, autonomy, making America, and therefore by extension yourself great again, it is, again, no wonder that individuals are drawn to this rhetoric and these narratives. Although
just less than 10 minutes ago, you just said that you believe the left is going to continue to grow and gain power. And now you are saying that they are fleeing, that people are fleeing to the right, and that the right is having an advantage. So just which one is it? Can you just sort it out in your mind, or do I need to add another fucking clock?
Andrew Tate is a misogynist troll, he does also say things which resonate with an audience. Both can be true at the same time.
You know who else said things that resonate with an audience? Fucking Adolf Hitler. Who gives a fucking shit? Yeah, Andrew Tate says, yeah, you should put your wife in her place. You should be the man on top of the world. You should have a Bugatti, and if you don't, you're just being a cuck and it's your wife's fault. Andrew Tate says that you should be a pimp. Andrew Tate says that you should enslave women into sex slavery. Are you fucking crazy?
Talks very interestingly, and I think quite profoundly, if I can use that word, about the seeming moral decline in Western civilizations, about the lack of moral homogeneity and its consequences on society, its consequences on safety, on feeling at home. Reactionaries and extreme.
Ah, yes, the centrist theocrat, my favorite thing, to give Tate a talking point about how we really need to have a centralized belief system that everyone believes in. Incredible!
Extremist scapegoat groups, of course.
You're
we
right,
know
Nuts,
this,
you're
but
right.
as I said, it's important
I can't
to
believe I'm
still
saying
look
it, but
at
you're
these
correct,
things through a
Nuts.
lens of understanding.
Nuts says, guys, she's not a TERF, she's a femcel. Let's get it right. I'm sorry, I don't want to disrespect her identity.
As well as empathy, especially when that empathy and understanding is needed for individuals who the left is meant to be representing.
He's just like really annoying about how normal he is. Like nothing he says is surprising to me. You're just super into where things are currently and you think politics is cringe. Left and right, they're both cringe. I don't even watch the news. You have political takes, but because you don't pay attention to politics, they're completely uninformed. Like most average people, you're just like way more online, so you're into fucking constantly talking about how much you hate women.
I am a proud feminist and I like your videos. People like that excluding me from my own movement by including a bunch of issues that have nothing to do with women.
Hey! Do you know what she's talking about? What issues do you think she's talking about, man? A bunch of issues that have nothing to do with women. Brother, that is a transphobe. That is a transphobic, exclusionary, radical feminist. That's why she's a feminist and also a transphobe. Instead of reading comments from pieces of
I don't understand what is going on here.
Shit that don't think trans women are women, maybe read some comments from my chat that say I used to watch Sensitive Society and I really fucking hate him now because I grew up and it took me a while to realize how bigoted he is.
I'll just read the back and forth between Tara Mugni and another subscriber before commenting on it specifically. They, Abba and Preach, love going after trans people, so it's a no from me. The idea that Tara thinks Abba and Preach are transphobic is giving me cognitive dissonance, because I like some of her content, but that take is way off. But it is what it is. Are you kidding? Not at all, Tara. It's fine though. I can concede that a difference in opinion is bound to happen. I couldn't get the screenshot, but Tara began to list some titles from Abba and Preach content. Another dog whistling title, trans woman enters female bathroom and this happened. They know what they're doing. Trying to bait a transphobic reactionary audience is transphobia.
Trans woman enters female bathroom and this happened. Trans woman Leah Thomas breaks records. Cis women need to work harder. Yeah, it's pretty obvious what's going on with these titles. Yeah, it's pretty clear. I think Tara Mukni is correct. If this was about any other group except for trans people, people would call it out for what it is. it's fucking prejudiced. It's fucking obviously baiting a negative reaction.
Stop pretending it isn't, good lord. If someone were to title a video, "Woman protesters lost it," and proceeds to show women losing it, that is, acting out, yelling, etc., I wouldn't say they are automatically woman haters. It's ignorant to assume anything that shows trans people in a bad light is automatically transphobic.
If you're a channel that makes content that's, I think I know what's being talking about now. Okay, here we go. Live chat on a now private live by Khadija Maboui in response to Abba and Preach's video on them. Linked below. Okay, so we've reached the point of just absolute dementia where Kidology is just trying to, is taking pictures of a live chat where one content creator was arguing with somebody else about how these people are clearly baiting towards a specific direction. They're baiting in a specific direction, and their content is also baiting in a specific direction. This is just demented. Just, oh my fucking God.
And Tara didn't respond. I find this interaction fascinating and also an example of the problem which I see with the left when it comes to such issues. If you watch Abba and Preach's content, they most definitely are not transphobic. They are very pro-trans rights, trans individuals, but they are also very understanding and very sympathetic toward the concerns which are raised by women, biological women, and by feminists.
You know what pisses me off? Is that that's not the majority of trans people.
Absolutely.
That's not the majority of trans people.
Absolutely.
There's, and that's the fucked up thing, is that there's a couple of people like that derail the whole discussion, the real discussion that we're supposed to have, and derail what's really going on, and makes everybody in that category look bad.
Really? That's really weird. To you, right? Like, that's what you're trying, like, your video is doing that. You're saying that's not all trans people, and yet you're the one fixating on the trans person who in your mind is doing something wrong. Weird. It's almost like you're sort of trying to performatively wash your hands of guilt while doing the thing that you're talking about right here. You are creating the problem. If you actually believed that this type of person wasn't representative of all trans people, why are you covering it? Interesting. Yeah, she's showing this because she thinks they're being pro-trans, yes.
That's not all trans people. That's not them. Not all men, not all trans.
Also, you know, I think a lot of folks are online all the time, and so they expect everybody to be like up to date on all this lingo and everything else happening, and it's just not the case.
Yep.
I go to most of my friends, if I go to people in my family, like none of these people know about any of this stuff. So if I would have asked them, what does this person look like to y'all, they would have probably said something similar. So you have to understand where people are at with this conversation and coming at it from.
And now they're spending their time defending why somebody should not be, why somebody is okay for misgendering someone, and why they shouldn't be, you know, corrected apparently.
Any other perspective is a losing battle, because you're convinced the world is supposed to be one way based off your online interactions or whatever the fuck it might be. Reality is just completely different. Like I said, this.
Prince Petty says, it seems reductive to say a black woman's reaction to your attack on them would be to call you racist, especially someone like Kidology. It's dismissive and prejudiced. No, it's prejudice towards conservatives. Every single conservative that I've ever engaged with to any meaningful length always does this little, they do jokes like that. They go, well, you're being transphobic to me, you're being racist to me, you're being blah, 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 blah. They do it all the time. I know that it took you a long time to try and put that back together, because I know you hadn't actually thought about the second half of it. But no, that's not prejudiced. If anything, the only thing it's prejudiced to is fucking conservatives, or maybe, I guess by extension, centrists who are all conservatives. But yeah, okay.
Person is actually far more progressive than a lot of other people I know. Because this person said, what would you like to be called? And instead of just telling them what you want and then they can do it,
you try to do a whole switch.
Yes, exactly. As Galaxy Ossicat says, and now they're defending why it's okay to misgender and disrespect somebody's identity. Yep, wild. Super good example of them being trans supportive, right? They love trans people.
get to the root of like what they think and everything else. Like, yo, just keep it pushing, bro.
Listen,
I'm not out here talking to store clerks trying to solve their internal race. Like, it is what it is. Just be respectful of me when I'm in your store, and I'll be respectful of you. And I don't need to know all your fucking personal views. I don't even need you to agree with me. Let's just get this shit right. I'm not here to go send you to sensitivity training. That's not what here. Do your transactions and bitch be gone.
Overall, they add a particular kind of nuance to the conversation. Whether you agree with it or not,
I wonder if they would have the same reaction to a shop owner being racist. Like, if a shop owner being transphobic or treating somebody badly, like, are you just supposed to ignore it? Would they have the same response to a shop owner being racist? I wonder. Just curious.
Is irrelevant to the fact that they are in no way anti-trans individuals or anti-trans rights. And I think for Tara to instinctively label them transphobic and to then insinuate that this individual is somehow peddling to transphobes or to a transphobic perspective by actually agreeing with Abba and Preach or by having a different opinion is really not where we want to be, I think, in politics, or at least not where the left wants to be insofar as persuading.
Okay, I gotta say something here, okay? Wherever you want the left to be is certainly not where the left wants to be. Your petty concern trolling here has given us nothing useful. You have done nothing but do propaganda for the right in this entire video. It's embarrassingly bad. It's completely incoherent. And, where the left wants to be is none of your concern. You aren't a leftist. You don't agree with leftists. You don't give a shit. So why should we ever give a shit about what you have to say about where the left should be? All of us are out here fucking fighting for our rights, fighting, literally actively pushing back against a rising fucking libel against trans people in the United States. The right is obsessed with us. Tucker Carlson runs fucking episodes attacking trans people every motherfucking day from one of the biggest platforms in the country. And you say that we're fixating on a micro issue by defending ourselves. Fuck off. Just fuck off.
Individuals insofar as doing the labor necessary in order to really get people on board with how it perceives and sees the world. The idea of being on the right side of history and instead of engaging in political discourse that may be uncomfortable, that may not be at least within your sphere of interest or concern or within the kind of lived experience that you have, but is vital to good politics, is missing here. Rather than engaging with the other side or with a different perspective, it is easier to just ignore it. And I think this feeds into my third point. Abstract identities. This is one that I personally resonate with when it comes to leftist politics. The left has always had the potential to care, and the potential to care for more people than just one's immediate friends and family and community, but to actually care for individuals who go the world and beyond.
I believe that we can make...
What? Okay, we gotta make the clocks larger. Gotta make the clocks larger. An unintelligible sentence. The left has always been able to appeal to people of the world who are even beyond into the world over. They're the world over, everybody. It's time. Hold on, I gotta move these clocks down in correct order. We have to move them below the fucking overlay or else it won't work well. Here we go. There we go. Much better. Let's continue.
Contact with other beings and other civilizations if we expand our consciousness. So
the online left doesn't care about people. It cares about abstract people. Based on my politicized identity.
In the last section, you said that the left only cared about their friends, but they wouldn't tell the truth about it like the right. So which one is it? Is the left too busy giving a shit about their personal friends so that they can't pay attention to politics? Or is it that the left doesn't care about real people? These are incompatible ideas. You literally have to choose one because they are otherwise contradictory. Saying that the left only cares about abstract people while simultaneously arguing that they care about that they only care about their friends, these are not compatible. These are simply not fucking compatible.
Based on my personal identity, I would be the poster child. I should be the poster child for the left, for the modern left. I am a queer woman. I am black. I am a minority. I'm not even considered working class because I'm an immigrant. Abstracts are convenient.
Yeah, as it turns out, contrary to your bullshit claims, the left doesn't just care about identity. You also spout completely wrong opinions and also defend transphobes and do a little bit of borderline transphobia yourself. Yeah, so wow, almost like your arguments are totally made up and not based on anything real.
To care about, because abstracts, importantly, don't have to be engaged with. You can look at them from afar in your ivory tower. They're also simple to understand, and therefore you can group people and label them easily. And I think this is something that the left is very susceptible to. It cares about abstracts because abstracts are convenient and understandable. The abstract black person is having to navigate their way through a jungle of microaggressions.
Thank you very much for the $10 submersed sword. All of you who support the channel are deeply, deeply appreciated. Truly, thank you so much. You make it possible for me to keep my show going and also for my show to perpetually be free. Thank you for supporting the show. Also, if you're here and you are still surviving the dementia attack, please press the like button and also make sure that you're subscribed to DramaMama.
And racism in the modern world. The abstract white person is privileged, is unaware of the internal biases that they hold. However,
Batsy in chat says, I'm very glad you're going over this one. When I first watched this video just sounded insane to me. That's because it's actually completely disjointed. This video has no consistent argument. Most of its claims are just factually, verifiably wrong on a very low level, and the rest is just transphobia. It is, and also, yes, as everyone is pointing out right now, and also for this entire video, she has abstracted to the left to a childish interpretation. She believes neoliberals, liberals, Stalinists, anarchists, etc. are all a part of the left. Talk about an abstraction. This is just, she doesn't know what she's talking about. This is just madness. It's literal madness.
When we go to the personal level, things are very different. And when you are continually confronted with people either ignoring you because you don't subscribe to the abstract identity which they have bestowed on you, or when you are just...
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? You...
ignored, or you are told that there's something wrong with you, not with them, or their perspective on such an issue, or their inability.
Is she right now, is she complaining about not being a leftist because she openly states that she's not a leftist and doesn't want to be a leftist, but now she's saying that the left is bad for not considering her a leftist, even though she explicitly opens this video and in the description of her video explicitly states that she will not be and is not a leftist? Is that what she's trying to say here? Is that what is trying to be communicated here? Benifer the Potato says, what's up with the spinning circles? Chat, explain it to Benifer. Let's go.
To humanize you. It is no wonder that individuals are moving to the right in order to find some kind of identity and acceptance.
Being white, but also marginalized being a woman. So this...
Guys, I have no understanding of politics, okay? All my life, I just called myself a Democrat because that was like the cool thing for my fucking friends to say. And then one day I went to college where there were gender-neutral bathrooms and I was too dumb to read the signs, so I got really scared. Then there was a trigger warning, which for some reason bothered me. I don't exactly know why. If only there was a trigger warning that there was a trigger warning. And then they asked me to write about intersectionality, a very real thing that exists, but again, I'm too dumb to understand. What the fuck? Yes. You realize there's such a thing as having white privilege while that also intersects with marginalization for being a woman? You realize this is like a regular thing, right?
Yeah,
it's
obviously.
easy. I will explain it to you, okay? I'll explain it to you like you're a kindergarten, since that seems to be the brain capacity that you're running on. There exists a little thing called subconscious bias. We all have subconscious biases. subconscious biases tend to privilege those who are white. Because white people tend to be the majority, more people are familiar with white people, and hence tend to see white people as normal, essentially. There's already plenty of evidence showing that subconscious bias plays a role in helping or causing some people to literally perceive black people as being more criminal or more dangerous or scary or whatnot. So those are subconscious biases that, although are subconscious, they are not an intentional, malicious attempt at being racist, they do absolutely exist, and that results in downsides for people of color, hence leading to also privilege for people who are white. It's that simple.
Mutual humanization starts with talking to one another, because in talking to
I do not understand what the point of that clip was. Hunter was just correct there. Like, he was just explaining the basic concept of privilege. Now, as I've said many times in many of my videos, because as you all know, I have heavy critiques of the privilege framework, that's a pretty fair analysis of what the concept of privilege is, and I understand why some people find it a valid concept, even though I have critiques of the way that people use privilege as a concept. Anyway, let's continue.
Each other, that's when we humanize individuals, when we see them beyond merely the color of their skin, their gender, beyond their political identities, when we see them as nuanced individuals with different and varying opinions on a multitude of issues and concerns.
Yeah, wait a minute. Isn't this show right here, isn't this literally the PragerU show? No worries, Submersed Sword. Thank you for the $10. Thank you. I hope you're doing well. All right, let's continue, please. This is the people have confirmed this is indeed the PragerU talk show. PragerU, there's such reasonable centrists, you know? PragerU, the people who, the guy who fucking wrote about how you have a right to rape your wife as a husband.
Where we have to actually take the time, where we have to be patient in understanding them, in trying to get from A to B together. And this is where I get onto, I would say, the more debate sphere of the left online, at least what I see of the debate sphere. Because when it comes to politicized identities being prioritized over actual, real, authentic, individual identities, we get to a point where, for instance, the left becomes obsessed with the past, particularly with making individuals in the present pay for the past.
Okay, I'm sorry. One of the opening segments of this, she talks specifically about how the right has an advantage by being fixated on the past. How can you have so many totally unconnected ideas that discuss the exact same thing, but just never make the connection?
Without appreciating the nuance, the multifaceted nature of identities in the here and now. So I think the online left needs to really reevaluate sort of how it labels individuals, how it perpetually identifies, and I would say more than often misidentifies people based purely on a politicized identity, which is often just bestowed on people based on their physical appearance and attributes. Editing me once again. I recently watched what I think.
Didn't she just play a clip talking about like the left having like telling people to not assume people's pronouns? Didn't she just play a clip about how the left shouldn't do that because people are going to make assumptions? Wasn't that the Abe and whatever that show that she was showing a whole bunch? Wasn't that literally what she talked about? And now she's saying that the left doesn't do it enough. Apparently the left makes too many assumptions about people's identities now, even while simultaneously telling people not to do it. I'm adding another clock, by the way. I'm adding another clock, just so you know. We're gonna make a little tiny, this one's gonna be a little special tiny clock. It's a tiny little clock that will go up here. We'll put it right up here. It'll be great. I'm ready. I'm ready for another clock, everybody. There we go. Let's continue.
Is going to probably blow up, and everybody's going to cover this debate between feminists and anti-feminists or individuals who are not feminists on Vice. It featured an incredibly diverse panel of individuals. I found this panel or this debate indicative of where the left is falling dramatically short.
It's getting personal. I don't want it to be personal.
A lot of us live in this space where we're told that our
Sure.
opinions don't count because they're not the right kind of opinions, and we're constantly shouted over and talked over regardless of what we look like, because there's one group in society that basically takes precedence, and it's frustrating.
What do people mean? What the fuck do people mean when they say our opinions are not the right opinions? Isn't that true of any fucking disagreement in the entire universe? Isn't that true of every disagreement, that somebody doesn't think you have the right opinion and that's why you're arguing? This is literally a cis woman shouting over a trans woman as well? Yeah, interesting.
So yeah, of course, it's frustrating because when we try to talk about it, we get shouted down, we get told to be quiet, we get spooken down too as well. So
Okay,
there's hostility.
Spooking down too. I'm losing my mind. I'm melting. It's melting. There's water. There's water pouring out of the walls. I can see the outside through my walls because they're melting right now.
There for plenty of women.
Let's try to make this an opportunity to speak.
You're
with
literally a
each
white
other
woman from
then.
Australia. You live in a bubble and you're pissed that voices that have been silenced forever finally can be heard.
As I've said, this is not good politics. This is very, very weak politics, and it alienates many people, many voices, and the importance of the very thing which allegedly we're all meant to be standing for, namely inclusivity. What I found interesting about this panel.
Inclusivity. I mean, do we have to do tolerance paradox? No, we don't. Let's fucking tolerance paradox. Obviously, you can't be inclusive to people who believe that you should die for being inclusive. That is that's the paradox of tolerance. You cannot, a tolerant system cannot tolerate somebody who wishes to destroy tolerance. Obviously. It's like literally such a basic thing. It's not...
Was how one of the panelists, who most definitely was a leftist and identified herself as such, Yelda Ali, responded and reacted to Sydney Watson. Now, you can think what you want about Sydney Watson or about Pearl. You know, that's not what's important here. What is important...
Wait a minute. Why does that name sound so familiar? Why does that name sound so fucking familiar? Australian conservative YouTuber. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Apparently she has a subscribe star. That's very odd for a conservative. Have a subscribe star. I feel like we watched something with this person. He is anti-social justice, anti-feminism, anti-multiculturalism, pro-gun. She was against the Me Too movement because she thinks it ruins workplaces. She organized the March for Men movement. She criticizes feminists that demonize men. She is also against the anti-white racism and promoted the South African white genocide conspiracy theory. She is critical of transgender ideology, and she is also critical of the Australian laws currently addressing gender expression identity. When she traveled to the United States, she was detained at the border by the FBI alongside Avi Yemeni, who was deported. Her views also resulted in her having a conflict with her landlord and getting evicted. She co-hosted the show You Are Here with Nazi Elijah Schaefer on Blaze TV. She has been on a guest show on John Doyle, Alex Jones, Gothix, Kyle Rittenhouse's show, and Actual Justice Warrior. Oh, the right doesn't like her. Sydney has been criticized by the right for her attitude on the show towards her younger guests, specifically John Doyle and Nicholas Fuentes and Kai Clips. Due to this, many viewers on the show requested that Sydney be replaced, and some boycotted the show altogether. In 2022, Ethan Ralph was set to be a guest on her show, but pulled out due to a rape allegation against him, as well as fearing that Nick Rikita, a YouTuber who he'd had an online feud with, was planning to physically ambush him. He then stated that he changed his mind and wanted to appear on the show, but Elijah refused. Ethan just showed up at the Blaze studio in person and then attempted to ambush Elijah Schaefer. He recorded Elijah on a Cozy TV stream, but then ignored him. Ralph ridiculed his walk and called him a homosexual on Telegram. Apparently, she was present for this. This was before she left the show. Oh boy. Oh, there's a lot of random shit here. She's definitely close with Elijah Schaefer. All right, there you go. There you have it. Let's continue.
And I think is how this individual, Yelda, responded to merely listening to two women expressing their personal experiences and their feelings about being woman, being...
Is that really what they were doing? Is that really all they were doing? They were just sharing their experiences? You think that the far-right anti-trans, anti-Me Too, anti-multiculturalism person was just sharing her experiences?
White woman in modern society. Based on an interview which Yelda did with Vice a few years ago, she is an entrepreneur. She founded an organization called Camel Assemblies. And I found it intriguing how she describes Camel Assemblies. What we have suddenly, that is, in Camel Assemblies worldwide, is a whole bunch of powerful women that are in a room together, but there's no take culture. There's actual listening and thinking honestly, okay, who is this person? What is her purpose? So it seems quite ironic that this individual stands for listening, for women being authentic.
Seska with the $20. Thank you very, very much for supporting the show. Thank you very, very much. I deeply appreciate that. We're almost finished with this, and then I can finally rest.
Sharing their fears, their hopes, their dreams, where they are in their lives. Yet when two women try to, irrespective of whether you like them or not, Pearl, for instance, was sharing how she competes.
What a reach. Can I just say that this is the biggest reach I've ever heard in my entire life? Oh, your company has a specific process for ensuring that people are listened to? A bit hypocritical because you didn't listen to this Nazi bitch tell you that you're bad.
At a semi-professional level in basketball, I believe, and how she doesn't believe that trans women should compete in women's basketball professionally.
I don't understand why you guys are so hostile. She's sharing her experience in a specific
No, she's
field.
sharing
And
I'd have to go.
No, she's not. She's a woman who's had an experience.
You
guys are so obsessed with your own experiences and your own existence, and yet when a woman is sitting here telling you, I feel as though this is unfair and this is compromising.
You know, she's got the Marjorie Taylor Greene eyes. It's weird. It's weird.
And the situation is not helping women. You guys are like, meh, meh, meh. But when you're like, I'm a black person that did this, 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 and this, then it's valid and fair and viable.
Sydney was sharing her experience of the #MeToo movement and about being a white woman. You could see Yelda's response. And in terms of this being something...
HGB guy says, was she the completely mad woman on the conservative panel? No, that was Witzke. That was Witzke. Lauren Witzke. Lauren Witzke is like a scary person. As in like, not like physically scary, as in like seeing someone that's in that mental state is scary that humans can even become that way. It's like seeing someone with a prion disease. Lauren Witzke is just like a... It's like a Dark Souls monster was brought into the real world, a truly hollowed entity that has nothing but hatred and malice swirling around inside. A literal neo-Nazi.
That represents the left. It is sad to see, and it is disheartening to see that in the face of being unable to debate, being able to engage with the other side, they are merely laughed down and reduced to their physical attributes, as opposed
Puerto Rican musician says, Pearly Things, the person in that video, lied about being a collegiate athlete. Of course she fucking did. Of course she was never actually there, and her story that she said was just fucking made up.
To their individuality and individual experiences. Increasingly, this seems to be something that the right and all its diversity, as I've explained, is far more proficient in doing. And this is definitely an area where the left needs to up its game. And we can see this just from the comment section of this Vice video. I'll link it down below for you to go and see if you'd like to, even to
take my word for it. A YouTube comment section was bad. Bruh. Thank you very much, Submersed Sword, for the incredibly generous $10. Thank you very, very much. I've had one of those woke liberal Catholics tell me that domestic terrorist threat of students made in Job Corps was just a joke. That's fucked up. I'm sorry you had to deal with that.
Just read the comment section, because it's very interesting how even with Vice, which very much, at least you can see by the editing, was, I think, on the side of the majority panelists who were feminists, who were
what are you trying to say here? What are you trying to say?
Intersectional, really came out looking bad. I don't really know how to conclude this video.
Got to make one of the clocks a little bigger for that one. That sentence didn't finish.
But I think what I said really comes down to the need for the left to realize its potential and to work in order to see that potential manifest itself. Because I think...
So let me get this straight. Let's try to summarize here. The left needs to stop caring about trans people. The left needs to consider conservatives leftists, because remember the part where she said that it's all messed up because because a gay conservative can't be considered a leftist, which is kind of weird. So that's the thing. The left needs to embrace conspiracy theory. The left needs to basically do nostalgia for the 1950s. The left needs to work harder, apparently, which is a little weird. The left should be more racist, is what she said. Because she said it was good that the right is honest about their racism. So the left should be more honest about racism. So the left should apparently be more racist. The left needs to embrace whiteness as a concept, and therefore white supremacy, which is baked in as a part of whiteness. We could talk about that another time. I've done it a million times. The left needs to be more diverse, apparently. The left needs to be more populist. Okay. The left needs to listen to Shoe on Head. The left needs to pay attention to the white working class. The left should learn something from Andrew Tate. The left should stop talking about abstract people, even though this entire video was abstracting the left. And finally, the left should act differently when they go on a Vice debate.
That the one thing that the right most definitely does not have on its side is the fact that people are increasingly unhappy, that people are increasingly lost within the political landscape, and that being told, which is a systematic tenet of the right, that you just have to work harder in order to get by in life, does not align itself to the increasingly poorer, increasingly marginalized, and those lacking in political power who are on the right. The left, if it wants to attract humanity to it, if it wants to revitalize a modern politics that is incredibly stale, incredibly disenchanting, and is literally ruining the lives of the vast majority of people across the world, needs to up its game big time. Thank you so much for watching this video. I would love to hear your opinions down in the comment section. Please be respectful, but also please critique me on anything and everything that I've said. I'd love to start a conversation and a discussion about all of this, because this has just been something that's been on my mind this year, especially just being more so on YouTube, engaging with more people, with more voices. And I think the only way that we can move forward and we can evolve and do better or do different is through discourse. Thank you so much for watching this video. I appreciate you greatly, and I'll see you very soon in the next one.
Congratulations, chat. You now have experienced, you thought that we were watching a Kidology video, but unbeknownst to you, I actually put on a 2-hour-long dementia simulation video. You now know what it's like. You understand what it's like to have your brain functions shut down in real time. You've witnessed it yourself. I know, it felt like you were watching a Kidology video, but you weren't. Yeah, now you know how to draw a clock properly. You gotta bunch all the numbers up over on one side, okay? I gotta go on Vosh's show to talk to him about it. I don't think that that would work out. Maybe I'll just talk to Vosh about it next time I see him in person. I did indeed. Seska says, I feel like you just planted toxic mold spores in my brain with that video. Somniostatic says VGG hosted one of her videos and she said extremely sus stuff about fascism. God fucking damn it. When did this happen? When did this fucking happen? Okay. Vimps, the Voshites who are here watching, you guys need to somehow carefully get it through to Vosh that he needs to go actually check out what this lady's all about, because this was one of the worst video essays I've ever seen in my entire life. Unironically, almost every single claim in this video was either misleading or blatantly false. It was incredibly stupid. The beginning and the end do not link up together at all. None of the points actually evidence what she claims they are supposed to do. It is one of the sloppiest, laziest, poorest excuses for a video essay. I think this is one of the worst I've seen. This is probably the worst I've seen since DJ Mule, which is saying a lot because DJ Mule's video was actively reprehensible. I sent him this stream. I better have watched it. That video is 10 days old. This video is 10 days old? Yeah, this video's been around for a couple days. This video's been around for like 10 days, yeah. Oh God, I have so much more work to do after this. Oh. Vosh barely watched her stuff because the video he saw was just her personal experience. God damn it. Oh. My God. It's okay. The cool news is it doesn't really matter what anybody else thinks about this video. It doesn't matter if the centrist idiots who are used to consuming Tim Pool think this video is good. Actually, it literally doesn't. Some people like that are genuinely unreachable. There are people who digest endless hours of Tim Pool and they are convinced that what they are listening to is deeply insightful political analysis. I don't know how to help somebody like that. I don't know how to help somebody who is totally unwilling to listen to anybody but fucking Joe Rogan about every serious issue in the world. I don't know how you can reach somebody like that. But what I do know is that there are plenty of people who are not like that. And people who are not like that are not going to be convinced by a video like this. They are not going to watch this video and step away going, wow, I feel like I learned something. They're going to watch this video and go, what the fuck is this person talking about? Can I have a citation, please? Can I have a single drop of evidence, please? Could it be that she's just a moron and didn't do any research on the people she cites? No. There are parts of this that I think are incredibly sloppy, but this is clearly this is a designed narrative. A narrative was created here, and there is a fuckload of emotional appeals all throughout this. That is all done deliberately. A case is being made that the right is better than the left, that the right does things better than the left. And despite saying that she believes in the things that the left believes in, she constantly defends people who obviously do not agree with those things. The people that she defended in the beginning, the people that she defended at the end are people who are arch transphobes. These are not just people expressing their opinions. Sydney fucking whatever her name is, Sydney Watson or whatever her fucking name is there, that person was anti-fucking Me Too. She's anti-multiculturalism. She's an arch conservative. This is not some like, oh, just a woman expressing her opinion. She is a hardline right-wing content creator. She makes content with the neo-Nazi Elijah Schaffer. It's bullshit. This entire video is a crafted bullshit. If she believes any of the things that she said in here, then she genuinely has dementia, which I do think is possible. I do think it's possible that this is just a very lost individual who really doesn't think through anything that she says. But unfortunately, I think it's like what we call constructed stupidity. You know how conservatives like to play dumb all the time? You know how people like Mitch McConnell will pretend that they don't, pretend that they don't know what they're doing? They're like, I wasn't trying to be racist when I passed a law that said cops could kill black people. I figured it was a good way to make sure that crime goes down around the country. You know, that kind of thing? They pretend to be stupid. They are stupid as a result. But they're pretending. They have an agenda. This video has an agenda. And unfortunately, the real lesson of this video was to give us all dementia. What a terrible, stupid, and frankly, video for which I have no respect. My God. All right, everybody. Oh my God. Okay, everybody. It is time. It is time for me to wrap up stream. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for supporting me. Thank you for sitting with me through this madness. I told you it was going to be a wild ride. It was infuriating, but it was also somewhat funny, was it not? Was it not? Submerged Sword with the $10. Thank you so very much. Thank you very much. Submerged Sword says, I know where we can talk in a more secure, encrypted way. Yeah, me too, but I don't have any reason to talk to you in a secure, encrypted way. But thank you for the YouTube super chat. I deeply appreciate the super chat and the support. Everyone, before you go, make sure you press subscribe and make sure you press like. I will see you all very, very soon. Much, much love to all of my imps. And remember, do not fucking die. Got it? See you all soon.